Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave, your go-to channel for captivating Chinese audiobooks. We bring you 2 daily uploads, ensuring you never miss a moment of the action. Stay tuned, subscribe, and let's dive into today's story. Chapter 201 Kang Yu's Confidence. After looking at Al Gore, who suddenly stopped in front of him, Irina, who was meeting him for the first time, looked at Shiruri. You know her? It's the first time I've met, but, 5. After quietly looking at Alger for a few seconds, Shiruri, who seemed to see something, spoke slowly. If I guess correctly, she may be the magic star Alger you mentioned earlier. You sure? Irina, who originally thought it was just encountering a weird person, instantly widened her eyes and showed a shocked look on her face. Really, it's too scary. That was a terrifying existence of Freya, the goddess of beauty, because of a disagreement. I'm not sure if it is, but she is very strong. 39. Bazi 450 stated the basis of his judgment: if Hestia feels to me as a super large lake, then she gives me the feeling of a boundless Wang Yang. 39. Strong strength and exquisite appearance, she came out of a rich hostess. After all these are combined, the only one I can think of that meets the conditions is the Alger you mentioned. It's very eye-catching. After hearing Shiroi's thoughts, a smile appeared on Alger's face. Ar-chan is more satisfied with you now. 35. As long as you choose to surrender, in addition to the conditions just now, Ar-chan can also give you some void stones. What, are you excited? Unfortunately, no. After hearing Alger's personal confession, Shiruri's expression became serious after confirming the identity of the other party. I'm already a valid person. 95. Unless something happens to the other party, there is a high probability that I will no longer be loyal to others. Already loyal? A look of doubt flashed in Alger's eyes. Judging from the attitude that the other party didn't refute just now, her perception should be that there is no problem. In other words, the other party really has completely mastered the special talent of the Devourer. To be able to achieve this level means that no matter which era the other party is placed in, it is an existence that has the power to dominate. With this level of genius, it stands to reason that no one should be able to conquer it. Could it be that? Which main god forced you to make a master-servant contract with you? No. Bai Ji shook his head and denied. I simply felt that the other party was very powerful, and he had saved my life, so I chose to be loyal. Also, I don't know what the candidate for the master candidate in your mouth represents, but it should be a very rare thing. I think I'm strong, but the 2 freaks in the territory are still a lot worse than the others. You should be mistaken. 99. Interesting. You have completely aroused Arja's curiosity. If the allegiance of Shiruri can be explained by such troublesome things as kindness, so let her admit that she is not as good as others so freely, that is another thing. Take Al-chan to meet your master. Al, I want to see, what kind of existence can make you admit that you are inferior? Yes, but before that I need to do another thing. Luo. Bai Ji raised his finger and pointed to a young girl with short blue-grey hair who was walking towards this side not far away. She peeped at me with those eyes not long ago. I need to negotiate with her so that she doesn't leak this information. This kind of thing doesn't need to be negotiated. Out of the corner of the eye, he glanced at the person Shiruri was pointing at, and Alger raised his eyebrows at the impression of him. If I remember correctly, you are a human who inherited part of that ugly girl's power. 99. Yes, Lord Alger. Sieter's body froze when she came across this scene just after going out shopping, and a nervous look flashed in her eyes. My subordinate, Shirfulova, is one of the lucky ones who inherited part of the power of the god Freya 18 years ago and survived under your mercy. Then it's fine. Confirming that he remembered the correct person, Al Gore raised his hand and pointed to Shiruri in front of him. Remember to keep your mouth shut and don't leak her information. Yes. 35. It's done, take Al to meet your master. Can. Glancing at Xier, who was trembling all over, Shiraori, who decided to come over later and let the other party sign a contract, nodded. Come with me. At the same time, there is a certain distance from the dream realm, and it belongs to the small world number 1724 of the bright god realm. Stepping on the heavy snow, Ma Wu, who had left the dreamland after a long absence and went out alone, walked forward. After a while, Su Wu stopped in front of a frozen city and looked at the blue-haired girl standing in front. Ma Wu. After sensing Ma Wu's aura, Kang Yu, who had been standing here waiting for a few minutes, looked over. Is there any new task for me to do? No, I just received a prompt to come and take a look. Looking at the girl in front of him who had been promoted to an intermediate god, Ma Wu, who was able to sense the terrifying pressure from the opponent's body, touched his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. Right now, how far can you possibly be? What Ma Wu wants to do, I can do it. The girl whose tone was more confident than before replied, unlike lower-level gods and intermediate-level gods, the only criterion for higher-level gods is the number of laws and authority 5. 0.1 Now I can be promoted to a higher god whenever I want, and unlock a portion of my power of the way of the Lord. If it is said that she is promoted to a god, the power to unlock her authority is her first qualitative change. That promotion to a higher god, unlocking the power that the main god knows, is her second qualitative change. In order to avoid causing too much influence, she can't unlock all the ways of her own Lord God. But even if it was only part of it, that was her true strength. In the current era has not entered the final stage, there is no birth of the master. As long as she has this idea, let alone a master god. Even facing the siege of 2 or even 3 main gods at the same time, she has the confidence to remain invincible. Do you need me to advance immediately, Ma Wu? Chapter 202 Su Wu, let's go on our honeymoon. How long does it take you to advance to a higher level god to unlock a part of the power that the main god knows? 1 second is enough. Kang Yu replied. However, there will be a problem of leakage of power. In such a short period of time to complete the 2 major stages of breakthrough, even she could not completely control the skyrocketing power. If the situation is worse, even a large world will be frozen in an instant and turned into eternal frozen ground. However, Ma Wu didn't care much about it. As long as the breakthrough can be completed at any time, there is no problem. 35. Ma Wu replied, the promotion of the higher level god is temporarily delayed, and now you can maintain the status of the middle level god. Sometimes, the higher the realm, the better. Under the circumstance that the contract of the gods has not been fully lifted, the person who has the most unconstrained actions in the void is still an intermediate god in the final analysis. Take the Gensokyo Alliance and the Beastmaster Alliance on the north side of the void for example. Don't look at their superior gods and even the top superior gods, but the constraints of the gods' contract have always been there. It's just that because the 2 sides entered a state of war, this standard has dropped slightly. Of course, only a little. From the original, only the superior gods and the main god can be shot, to the situation where the superior gods of the hostile forces are present, the shots will not be restricted. In the same way, the light god realm and the dark god realm that have already gone to war are also like this. As long as they leave the front line, these higher level gods who fight on the battlefield will still be bound by the contract of the gods, and they must consider whether they will trigger the punishment of the void consciousness, which is very troublesome. In this case, it is obviously the best state for Kang Yu to maintain the intermediate level god. Moreover, when the opponent is a lower level god, he can solve Raphael who is at the level of a top level superior god. Now that he has been promoted to an intermediate god, not to mention it. As long as you have this idea now, you should be able to completely annihilate the cutting-edge combat power of the bright god realm in a short period of time. In the case of gathering together, all can be solved within 1 minute. Kang Yu replied. However, it will attract the attention of the void consciousness. In fact, when she shot to kill Raphael not long ago, she had already attracted the attention of the other party. It's just that seeing that she has background blessings, the other party just warned her a little, and didn't care too much. But if they frequently attacked and chopped down all the archangels of the bright god realm, that would be another matter. If you kill 3, you will probably be asked by the void consciousness to set some constraints. If you kill 5, you need to face an attack from the void consciousness, but this is not a big problem. When she was still standing on the side of the void, the other party would at most do a face project and just come here casually. But if you kill all of them and completely destroy a top member of the main god level force, you will be regarded as an existence that disturbs the order. In other words, will it cause a real shot of void consciousness? Kang Yu nodded, but there was still no nervous expression on her face. Ma Wu, don't worry, there will be no problem. These seals on her body were originally set up to prevent the void consciousness from being stimulated. If the other party really took action against her, she could abandon those scruples and forcibly break through the seal to get back her true power. Only, if it's not necessary, it's best not to confront the void consciousness head-on. 35. Kang Yu took the initiative to suggest to Ma Wu, the existence of void consciousness is more beneficial than detrimental to Ma Wu. If there is a fight, even if she wins, the one who suffers is actually Ma Wu. Do not worry. Su Wu replied, even if it's me, I don't want to fight with that kind of final boss level police right now. 9. In other words, from the very beginning, he never thought of going up against void consciousness. The reason for asking those questions is just to confirm to what extent the opponent can do in the realm of an intermediate god. Since he can solve it all within 1 minute, then his next actions can be a little bolder. With Kang Yu present, there is no need to worry even if the other party collectively comes to her door. Not being able to take the initiative is one thing. But if you are attacked and then hit back and inflict heavy damage on it, that is another matter. In other words, he is now invincible. Ma Wu, is there anything else? Looking at Ma Wu who didn't know what she was thinking, Kang Yu asked. According to Su Wu's previous request, she is now taking advantage of the fact that the bright god realm is focusing all her energy on the frontal battlefield, and secretly annihilates and recovers the small world that belongs to the bright god realm in the corner. She will break through here, just because her ice attribute god body has been transforming by herself, and she just finished 100% transformation when she came here, so she just broke through. If it weren't for the arrival of Ma Wu, she would have successfully broken through to become an intermediate god, and she would have probably headed to the next small world to recover the heart of the world. The task in your hand is temporarily put aside. Knowing what Kang Yu meant, Ma Wu replied, the things in the bright god realm are not urgent, just take your time. In the final analysis, he will do something to the bright god realm, and the main purpose is to allow Macefield to complete his revenge. But it is different from Kang Yu, a wall hanging from the past era. Macefield, who needs to slowly explore step by step, even if his talent is not bad, it will still take some time to be promoted to an intermediate god. But this is just a phased goal. Even with the blessing of many territorial skills, he wants to obtain the power to threaten the main god-level powerhouse without paying a serious price. In terms of particularity, there is only a second awakening of the sss-level destiny talent, Macefield, who still needs to be promoted to 453 superior gods and thoroughly understand the way of the main god. As for why Ma Wu is now provoking a war between the dark god realm and the light god realm, the main purpose is actually to train troops. High-intensity battles are always the most effective way to reduce promotion time and speed up promotion. You don't have to do the cleanup task, just leave it to Macefield and the others. Looking at the blue-haired girl in front of him, a smile appeared on Ma Wu's face. I'm also a little bored in the dream world, and I want to go out. Then you can stay by my side and be my guard. Okay. Kang Yu's voice rose slightly. Are you going now? No. Ma Wu shook his head and glanced at the options in the corner of his field of vision. Before we leave, we have to go back to Dreamland to receive a guest. Option 1, let the infinite dragon god Orpheus receive Alger, which can successfully arouse the curiosity of the other party. Option 2, take Kang Yu to receive Alger, and at the same time use high-quality beauty products as a condition. There is a certain probability to conquer Alger. Remark 1, the better the effect of beauty products, the greater the probability of success. Note 2, complimenting the other person's appearance is easier to gain a good impression, but please don't do this in front of Kang Yu. This will make Alger be beaten by Kang Yu, and at the same time completely arouse her rebellious psychology, make even death will not choose the decision to surrender. Chapter 203 Andre, first, a lower-level god finds self-confidence. The Small World of Dark God Realm number 654. Have you confirmed the information on the other side? Glancing at the army of the Dark God Realm, who was ready to go, Macefield, who had just arrived here, climbed the high platform and looked at the person in charge standing here. How many superior gods are there in total? 2. Pamela, whose body is the king of dark elements, replied, God Angel Andre and God Angel Lena. It can be seen that the side of the bright god realm attaches great importance to this stronghold, and the two people they sent are both veteran and high-ranking gods who have been famous for a long time. Although Macefield was only a lower god, Pamela did not underestimate her because of this. Not long before the arrival of the other party, she received a personal letter from Annabelle, the messenger of the god of darkness, asking her to focus on Macefield. Since even Annabelle said so, Pamela naturally dared not listen. Even though everyone is a high-level god, but a top-level high-level god who has comprehended the way of the main god, and an ordinary high-level god, there are basically two realms of existence. Since the other party said that when Macefield faced the angels of the bright god realm, his combat power overwhelmed the ordinary superior gods, then even if this matter was outrageous, Pamela could only accept it. However, acceptance is accepted, and she still has to confirm whether the situation is true. Are you sure you can deal with the opponent? Of course. If it is other superior gods, she can only achieve mutual stalemate and not fall behind. But if the angels mastered the holy light, that would be another matter. Just like not long ago, her realm and combat power were crushed by Metatron, but she was still able to inflict heavy damage on the opponent through attacks. In the case of targeted pulls, the holy light that these angels are proud of will not only bring them safety as before, but also the poison that promotes their death. After the fight, you can help me hold one casually. Macefield ordered, when I've dealt with another enemy, I'll go over and help you. Then I'll help you hold off the angel Lena. After targeting the stronger of the two, Pamela asked, when are we going to attack? Now. In the case of a certain gap in the realm, the observation of the fate line is not as clear as before. But one thing Macefield is sure of. Those two people haven't noticed my arrival yet, and they are going to launch a strong attack while your combat strength is insufficient. If that's the case, then we'll go head to head. Macefield, who drew the spear of fate from mid-air, replied with the bloody magic power vaguely exuding from his body. This is why she chose this time to come. After the enemy took the initiative to walk out of the turtle shell, the difficulty of solving it was much simpler. Now is the best time for them to take advantage of the arrogance of the enemy and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Did you take the initiative to welcome it? Looking at the army of the Dark God realm rushing towards the opposite side, God Angel Andre looked at his teammates with a thoughtful look in his eyes. It looks like there should be reinforcements coming from the opposite side. Should we retreat temporarily? Need not. Angel Lena, holding the bow of holy light, raised her right hand to face the dark army in the distance. The other party may just be bluffing, and it's not too late to test it out before making a decision. 99. Whoosh! The arrow formed by the extremely compressed holy light flashed past and charged towards the sky. After reaching a certain height, the parabolic arrow began to slowly split. 1 in 2, 2 in 4, 4 in 8. In just a short moment, the overwhelming rain of light formed in the sky and charged towards the dark army below. You people in the bright god realm are still shameless as always. Facing the sudden attack from Angel Lena, Pamela, the Dark Elemental King, who had been hiding in the dark to look for opportunities, rushed out. The opponent's attack is not strong, but it is only relative to the superior god. If she doesn't stop it, this super-wide AoE attack will at least cause the Dark Legion to lose 1/10 of its size. The huge dark power rose from Pamela, forming a huge dark curtain in the sky to absorb all the arrows of light. Glancing at Macefield, who was still not moving in the corner, Pamela, who understood what the other party meant, disappeared in place. Angel Lena. I hope you're not a coward who only dares to attack the weak. Don't be fooled, Lena. After carefully looking around the battlefield, the angel Andrea, who vaguely felt a sense of threat, said. The other party definitely has reinforcements at the superior god level coming, not just bluffing. If you follow up rashly, you are likely to be attacked by the guys hiding in the dark. Of course I know that. Looking at Pamela, who was waiting for her to enter, the angel Lena frowned slightly, hesitated and made a decision. I'll go up to the sky to test the specific strength of that guy. You take the opportunity to snipe at the mid-level gods of the dark god realm and force the guy who is hiding in the dark. As the top combat power in the void, even if it is the main god level forces such as the light god realm and the dark god realm, the number of higher level gods in their hands is limited. In the case of such a long battle line between the two sides, unless the dark god realm does not want other strongholds, it is impossible to send more than one high-level god to support. What they need to do now is to confirm the identity of the enemy reinforcements, and then send the information back to the headquarters for statistics. After confirming the identity of the opponent's reinforcements, we will start to retreat when we find the opportunity. Does Li Hao, hope everything goes well. 35. After glancing at the angel Lena, who rushed to the sky after speaking, the angel Andre, who was ready to execute according to the other party's plan, was silent for a while, forcibly suppressing the ominous premonition in his heart and disappearing in place. There shouldn't be a big problem just to test the identity of the other party and then retreat, right? With this thought in mind, Andre came to a lower-level god in the dark god realm. He had noticed the other party from a long distance just now. It is only the realm of lower-level gods, but it is definitely a huge potential stock that can fight against the middle-level gods of the light gods with one's own strength and even vaguely gain the upper hand. It must be nipped in the bud as soon as possible. Ended. Looking at the vampire lowly who didn't seem to react, Andre, who was holding the sword of light, swung it towards him without hesitation. See you in the next life. Shuang. Chapter 204. One fights two and still doesn't run. Are you so brave? It's finally here. Feeling the attack coming from behind, a killing intent flashed in Macefield's eyes. She has been waiting for each other for a long time. From the moment she saw the angel Andre appear on the stage, she has been secretly modifying the connection on the fate line, weaving the next action trajectory of the two together. This is also the reason why the angel Andre will find her existence at a glance and attack her at the first time. Scoff. After opening a big hole in the middle-level god she had already figured out in front of her, Macefield suddenly turned around and swept back with the spear in his hand. Bang! How is this possible? The subordinates were killed, and the sure kill blow was blocked. This unexpected situation made the god angel Andre's eyes widen, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Even if he didn't use all his strength, this blow used at least 70% of his power. Even the top middle-level gods may not be able to resist, why should the opponent's mere low-level gods block them? With this doubt, Andre, whose body moved subconsciously, took 2 steps back and disappeared again to launch an attack. No matter what the reason is, in short, kill the other party first. Holy Light Judgment. OM 453 A massive amount of holy light emerged from the divine angel Andrei, and then gathered on the holy light sword in his hand, turning it into a 4-meter-long holy light great sword. Holding this weapon that exudes terrifying power with both hands, Andrei, who has already activated the power of strength, his muscles swelled, and his body suddenly swelled down with all his strength. Die! An angel specializing in melee combat, it seems that your luck is also quite bad. Looking at the attack that was so close at hand, Macefield straightened up to meet him without hesitation. Scoff! Without the slightest defensive measure, the great sword of light slid across Macefield's body unsurprisingly, cutting it into 2 pieces. However, Andrei, who successfully killed the target, was not at all excited, but his face was instantly ugly, and his body kept withdrawing backwards. Counted. The other party is not the main body, but a decoy clone. It can kill a middle-level god through a decoy clone at the level of a lower-level god, and at the same time block his random blows. The true identity of the other party was obvious. Lena. 95. Andrei shouted violently, the identity of the enemy reinforcements has been confirmed, prepare to retreat. Retreat? Are you dreaming, stupid guy? Boom! The severed blood clones turned into blood thorns, rushing towards Andrei right in front of him. At the same time, the spear that gathered the power of destiny appeared, carrying a terrifying power from behind him. In the face of these 2 buns, Andrei, as a superior god, responded very quickly. I saw his thought move, and in an instant, a thick wall of holy light was formed in the direction of the blood thorn, and he clenched the holy light sword with both hands, and slashed towards the long spear that had locked himself. Too naive. It's just that this level can't keep me. It's you who is naive. 35. Looking at Andrei, who was stalemate with the spear of destiny in mid-air, Macefield, who was standing in the distance and threw the blow, turned around and ignored the opponent. Nothing to talk about with the dead. At the moment when the opponent did not discover his real attack, the result of the battle was already doomed. Boom! A terrifying air wave came from below with the sound of an explosion. Angel Lena, who had just completed the first round of testing and roughly confirmed the opponent's strength, froze, and a look of doubt flashed in her eyes. Strange, why Andrei suddenly disappeared after shouting to prepare to retreat. If she remembered correctly, the opponent should not have any tricks to hide his breath. Dab. Could it be that Andrei learned a new move recently in order to facilitate his retreat? Aren't you running away? Opposite the angel Lena, Pamela also had a puzzled look on her face. Escape? Why should I run away? If you don't run away, do you prepare 1 against 2? Pamela was stunned for a moment, and the expression on her face instantly became serious. It seems that I underestimated you just now. I didn't expect you to hide your strength. 55. What the other party is saying, how does it feel that the conversation is no longer on the same channel since the beginning of the conversation? What 1 on 2, with Andrei there, no matter what the situation. Andrei? A terrifying divine might spewed out from Lena's body, covering the entire battlefield in an instant. After scanning back and forth a few times, Lena, who still didn't notice where the intense fierce battle was going on, fell silent. It has not even been a minute since she separated from the other party. After all, he is also a high-level god, shouldn't he really be killed by the enemy in such a short period of time? Are you looking for that idiot? 99. Just the second after Lena's thought came up, a calm voice suddenly came from the front of her. The god's heart, which brought back the spear of destiny, was put away, and Macefield looked at Lena with a blank expression. Give it up, the blow just now has completely destroyed him from the inside out. 35. Scarlet Spear, Vampire, lowly size. After carefully looking at the appearance of the suddenly appearing enemy, Lena, who seemed to remember something, had an ugly expression on her face. Could it be that, you are the Macefield who wounded the Archangel? 35. People who are dying, there is no need to know so much. With red light in his eyes, Macefield disappeared. Taunt? Intimidate? Threat? It's not necessary at all. People of the bright god realm, Macefield felt disgust from the bottom of his heart just by seeing it. On the battlefield, she didn't even have the idea of catching the opponent alive and tortured. For her, there is only one thing she wants to do most. Kill the opponent, then look for the next target. The other side. Just as Macefield embarked on the road of revenge and became active on the battlefield, Shirauri and the others, who were traveling leisurely in the void, did not teleport directly without using the ability of space control, and finally returned to the dream world. Chapter 205 Michael's Coping Strategies. Is this the dream world? After entering through the formal passage with Shirauri, Alger, who turned on his perception and briefly looked at the state of the world, paused for a while, with a thoughtful look on his face. From the perspective of the world scale, it is the scale of a medium-sized world that has just been promoted. However, the concentration of magic power in this world, as well as the abundance of materials, has surprisingly reached the level of the top medium-sized world. Something interesting. Algers, who was somewhat familiar with this situation, responded. Being able to get SS-level world protection for a medium-sized world, it seems that you didn't overly brag about that man named Suwu, he does have some skills. Are you sure it's an SS-class world blessing? Is it possible that it can still be SSSS? Why not? After being promoted in the dream world, Shirauri, who came back for the first time, looked at the scene around him, and then replied in a positive tone. Unless Mawu's channel for obtaining world blessing does not have the option of SSS level blessing, the world blessing he gets will definitely be SSS level. Since you are so confident in him, then Al-chan will temporarily believe it. Withdrawing his own perception, Alger turned his gaze to Shirauri. Then, the omniscient Mawu in your mouth, and Kang Yu, who is not inferior to me in the same realm, where are you? Mawu is not here for now, meow. Before Shirai could reply, Arthas's voice suddenly came from not far away. If you want to see him, you can go to the reception room and wait for a while. According to what he said before he left, he will bring Kang Yu back soon. Looking suspiciously at the cat-eared lowly approaching, Algor asked, are you the seed of the Lord God? 5. Yeah, what's the problem meow? No problem, just a little surprise. After wandering around for so long in this era, it's the first time that Ar-chan has met you who are so weak and not even a god. Arthas? What does this person mean, do you want to fight? Arthas is not weak. 99. Orpheus, who followed Arthas corrected, she's just lazy. Arthas. Arthas suddenly felt the malice of the world. She helped the other party build such a perfect big house, but the other party turned around and stabbed her in the back. Asses. It seems that he noticed that his friend's mood was a little ups and downs, and Orpheus looked over suspiciously. What's wrong with you? 99. I don't want to talk to you right now. Why? Because you are a traitor. Pull. Pull. Arthas raised his hands and grabbed the delicate face of Orpheus twice in dissatisfaction. I'm really going to be pd off by you meow. Cannot understand. If you can't understand it, try to understand it. Glancing at Orpheus, who didn't understand the situation at all, he sighed at Arthas, who had come here recently, and turned his eyes back to Alger. You rude fellow, you are indeed stronger at the moment. But you just wait, I will definitely surpass you in the future, and then beat you up. Is your temper so good? 55. Looking at Arthas and Orpheus, who left after the harsh words. Shirauri, who had been on alert since the quarrel between the opponent and Alger, looked at Alger. Through the introduction of others and her brief contact, she thought that the other party was an unscrupulous devil. Now it seems that she guessed wrong? Of course Ar-chan's temper is not as good as you think. 35. Just thinking about something. What is the problem? That guy. Alger raised his hand, pointed to Orpheus' back and asked, is she also a member of your territory? Orpheus's words are indeed. 99. Shirauri, who was still somewhat impressed, asked about this idiom that he only joined the territory 2 days ago. You know her? It can't be regarded as acquaintance, but Ar-chan has some impression of her breath. The infinite dragon god Orpheus. Although she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she had heard of the other party's name. Finally, after glancing at Orpheus' back, Algor turned around and laughed. Seeking flowers 0. Al-chan's curiosity has been completely provoked. 35. Let's lead the way to the reception room. If you don't see that man named Mahu today, Ar-chan will not leave 5. Mersfield showed up. In the base camp on the front line of the Bright God realm, Archangel Uriel, who was just called in, asked, is there a specific location? 35. Of course. Michael replied. But you ask what this is going to do. Of course I killed that guy. What if it's a trap? Michael asked without changing his face, if there is a top powerhouse in the Dark God realm hiding in the dark, are you sure that you can kill Macefield and then retreat? 39. Then what are you going to do? Knowing that he couldn't do it, Uriel frowned. That guy's pertinence is too strong, and ordinary superior gods can't fight against her at all. If we don't get rid of her, there will only be more superior gods killed by her. 39. If the higher level gods lose too much, the front line of the Bright God realm will be completely disintegrated before long. This situation is the least acceptable to Uriel. If the situation really develops to this point, then he would rather take the risk to kill Macefield than let the other party continue to act. Don't be nervous, the solution to the other party is very simple. Michael replied, find a strong man who is not targeted by Macefield, and whose strength is at the top level among the superior gods to hold the opponent 5. Uriel reacted instantly, and a look of sudden realization appeared on his face. It was true that he was stupid before. Since the opponent relies on the ability to target the holy light with that hand, it will be so difficult, so he just needs to find a strong person who does not use the holy light. Who are you going to send over? The specifics have not yet been determined, which is why I called you here. Michael took out a red cross and handed it to Uriel. I need to watch Annabelle, I can't act casually. You take this and run for me to find a suitable candidate for the God of War Arto. Chapter 206 Alger's Doubts. The Middle World of Bright God Realm number 49. The temporary settlement of the God of War Artius. Boro carefully looked at the red cross in his hand. Azrael, who confirmed that this thing was Michael's personal token, raised her head and looked at Archangel Uriel in front of her. Isn't it not long since the war started? Why is there no one in the Bright God realm? To deal with a lower level god, you need to come to us to borrow someone. Macefield is no ordinary lower god. Uriel explained patiently, she has a sss-level destiny talent, and at the same time, her own combat power is also very strong, and she can challenge the higher gods with the body of the lower gods. If you want to stably kill the existence of such a high-level police officer, at least the existence of the top-level superior Shen Shuiyu must be dispatched. But we Archangel are all stared at by the dark 460 God realm and cannot act at will, so we can only rely on you to help. 95. Lower gods beat higher gods? After hearing Uriel's explanation, Azrael's eyes flashed with surprise. This kind of exaggerated cross-border fighting ability, even the ordinary seed of the Lord God can't do it at all. In her memory, the only person who could do such a thing was the one they served. It seems to have heard something interesting. 5. Just as Azrael was thinking about whether to report this matter to the God of War Artosh for a decision, a pleasant voice suddenly came from the side. Azrael, leave it to me to solve it. No. Glancing at Jibril who emerged from the gap in the space, Azrael shook her head decisively. Your strength is stronger than the ordinary superior gods, and you can't kill the opponent stably. Isn't that right? 35. A smile appeared on Jibril's face. If it can be killed 100%, the opponent is not qualified to be the prey. Let her go. Master Arto. Hearing the voice that sounded out of thin air in her ear, Azrael's body froze, and then she quickly reacted. I understand. Since the other party has said so, then let's do it. Turning his gaze to the Archangel Uriel who had been watching, Azrael said, You heard it too, we decided to send Jibril to you to help, you tell her the coordinates of the target and basic information. Var. Uriel. In fact, he wanted Azrael to help. If it is the opponent's, let alone dragging Macefield, it is not impossible to kill the opponent in a 1v1 battle. But, glancing at Jibril who was eager to try, Uriel, who could sense that the other party was not easy, pondered for a while, and finally didn't say anything. Anyway, the main purpose is to drag Macefield. As long as the power system used by the opponent is not wholly light, this strength is enough. Come with me, we'll talk as we go. 99. At the same time, in the dream world, after a short wait, Alger finally saw Mahu who had just returned. However, compared to Shirauri and Orpheus, who figured out how Mahu was subdued according to the original plan. What Alger wanted to know more now was something else. Who are you? Glancing at Mahu, who was completely clueless, Alger's gaze fell on the blue-haired girl. The other party, like himself and Orpheus, does not exist in this era. This is the information that Alger has confirmed at the first sight of the other party. Then, there is none left. Yes, except to confirm that the other party is not a creature of this era, and that the main force used is ice, these two temporarily confirmed information. Alger is now completely ignorant of King Yu. It sounds normal, but it's not normal at all. It doesn't matter if others don't know King Yu, she is one of the rulers of the Fourth Era. With no trace left in the first 3 epochs, she is the most senior existence in the void, and there should be no strong people she doesn't know. However, the appearance of the blue-haired girl in front of her directly denied this fact. I have no impression at all, and even the breath emanating from the other party is the first time I sense it. It's too weird. Could it be that? Aren't you the one who survived the 3 eras of destruction? Broken Era? King Yu tilted her head in confusion. What is that? Of course. 9. Alger, who was about to say something, froze and looked up at the sky in dissatisfaction. Annoying guy. If it wasn't for the void consciousness, she really wanted to lift the table and punch the opponent. Threatening at every turn, does she lose face? Due to the interruption of the void consciousness, Mawu, who originally wanted to gossip about secret information, had to give up the idea. Looking at the sullen girl sitting on the sofa opposite, Mawu took out a few plates of dessert from the storage space and put them on the table. First meeting, Magic Star Alger. 35. Al-chan doesn't want to talk now, let's talk later. 35. Are you sure? Mawu's face showed a look of regret. I originally wanted to give you some pointers on how to adjust your skin tone to achieve a perfect glow, but now it seems that you can only wait until tomorrow. 66. How did you know about this? Alger, who was still a little depressed, raised his head and looked at Suwu curiously. She is really trying to adjust her skin tone recently, but there should be no rumors about it. 0.1 is of course seen by eye. Suwu pointed to his eyes and said, the Eye of Truth, I don't know if you have heard of it. Are you fooling Al-chan? A displeased look appeared on Alger's face. The Eye of Reality has an upper limit, even if Ar-chan is in a sealed state, it is not something that can see through. Then you can see through it. Suwu smiled and replied indifferently, it's just an excuse, how I know your needs is not important at all, isn't it? As if he had heard something, a surprised look suddenly appeared on Alger's face. You're not trying to make Al-chan's idea. Chapter 207 Destruction Era. Lord, this is a special profession that belongs to the 9th era and has never appeared before. The Lord enjoys the privileges shared by many void consciousnesses, with huge potential, rapid strength improvement, and combat power at the upper level and the same level. If nothing else, the ranking of cutting-edge combat power in the Void will usher in a change after the group of lords who are currently active in the Void are promoted to higher-level gods or even the main gods. And in this special profession, Su Wu is the most special lord that Alger has ever seen. Subduing Arthas, who is the seed of the main god, subduing Shiruri, who has the power to dominate, and even subduing Orpheus, the top powerhouse of the past era, the infinite dragon god. No matter from which aspect, Su Wu is definitely an existence with many variables. 1. Alger really never thought that the other party would hit his mind on himself. If you think that you can conquer Ar-chan by mastering some unique beauty skills, then you underestimate Ar-chan too. Alger squinted his eyes, his body vaguely exuding a terrifying aura. Although he has been in a small dark room in the past, he cannot act casually. But as the master of the 4th era, she still has the privilege of communicating with the void consciousness and obtaining some information from it. A technique like the one you have in your hands, if nothing else, Ar-chan has already used it. Instead of trying to impress Ar-chan with that kind of thing, you might as well find a way to improve your strength. You mean, if I can defeat you in a head-on battle, you will choose to surrender? It's better to be more respectful in your tone, and don't say that you might actually win. Feeling that he was underestimated, Alger squinted his eyes, and an unhappy look flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for the constraints of void consciousness, she wouldn't care how special Su Wu was, and would have shot directly. Al-chan will not lose. Even if you have a way to restore the strength of the infinite dragon god Orpheus to its former peak, it will only be 4 or 6 different from Al's. The guy who can defeat Ar-chan in a head-on battle doesn't exist yet in this void. You sure? Glancing at the blue-haired girl who was silently dazed by the side, and then glanced at the option of the sacred choice, Ma Wu's face showed a strange look. It's better not to talk too much. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if I really found such a being to defeat you? 39. Then try to find it. Click click click. A dazzling brilliance suddenly emerged from Alger's body. Under this dazzling brilliance, the gradually demonized house began to shake continuously, turning into a powerful monster. He took over the black tea from the demonized house and poured it over. Alger took a sip, and turned his eyes to Ma Wu, whose expression did not change at all. For the sake of you being a more interesting guy, I'd better tell you one thing. The constraints on Ar-chan are not the same as the constraints on those ugly monsters. If you really plan to send someone to challenge Al-chan, then make sure that the challenge fails and the entire army is wiped out. The way you threaten is quite vigilant. After looking at the house where his eyes were petrified and demonized, and the strength was about 100 legendary creatures, Ma Wu's eyes moved to Kang Yu. How is it, are you sure? Have. Kang Yu nodded and said with a firm tone, if she doesn't lift the seal on her body, 3 minutes will be enough. You heard that, she said the fight would be over in 3 minutes. Su Wu looked at Alger again. If she wins, you will be my subordinate as you said before, how about that? Since you want to seek death so much, then call me. Alger put down the black tea in his hand with a sneer on his face. A rude person like you, Ar-chan will petrify you and step on the soles of your feet, crushing you little by little. It's a pity that that future doesn't exist. Ma Wu, who has absolute confidence in Kang Yu, raised his hand and pointed to the sky above. You two, go and fight in the void. It's not long in 3 minutes anyway. I'll just wait here and come back after you finish. 3 minutes? Hearing Ma Wu mention this number again, the smile on Alger's face became brighter and more dangerous. After living for so long, it was the first time that she had been underestimated to such a degree. Come here. Outside the void of the dream world, Alger, who quickly arrived at his destination, raised his head and looked blankly at the blue-haired girl opposite. Alsace is going to see, how are you going to win in 3 minutes? 55. At the same time as he spoke, a huge and strange magic power spurted out of Alger's body, which turned into a protective shield and wrapped around him. The blue-haired woman on the opposite side is not a fool. Since she dares to say 3 minutes, she still has some strength in her body. Although she didn't think she would lose, she still had to be prepared. However, to Alger's surprise, King Yu, who was standing opposite, did not attack immediately. What does the era of destruction refer to? 463, 35. If Ma Wu isn't there, you can say that there is no problem. 5. Of course Ariel knows this. 99. But why did Ar-chan tell you about this ugly BD? Because you don't know me. King Yu replied in an orderly manner, if you tell me what the destruction era is, I will tell you my identity. Alger fell silent suddenly. To be honest, she was really interested in King Yu's identity. According to the original plan, she was prepared to defeat the opponent through battle before interrogating. But if you want to be able to understand more easily now, you won't have to keep your hands when you fight. The era of destruction, as the name implies, is the 3 eras that were completely destroyed, except for some ancient building wreckage, without a trace left. Alger said, the oldest era in the void is the 4th era where Arja is located, the era of the Protoss. 99. And the 3 eras before the 4th era are collectively called the era of destruction. Okay, what you want to know about Aryan has also been said, now it's time for you to reveal your identity. King Moon. That's it. Chapter 208 The Origin of King Yu. The Era of Destruction. Originally, when King Yu heard the word from Alger, she thought she had missed something during her days. As a result, according to the other party's statement, the Era of Destruction refers to the fact that nothing was left in the first 3 eras. Why didn't you speak? On the other side, Alger, who didn't know what King Yu was thinking, asked, I won't regret it. No. King Yu shook her head. I'm trying to figure out how to introduce you. 5. What's there to think about? A look of doubt flashed in Alger's eyes. You can directly say whether you are the existence of the era of destruction. Yes. The answer at this time was decisive. Alger, who did not expect King Yu to be so decisive, was stunned for a moment. What era is it from? Second era. Second age. If she remembered correctly, that era seemed to be called the extreme cold era by the void consciousness. Squinting at the chill on King Yu's body, Alger, who seemed to realize something, continued to ask, why didn't anything remain in the first 3 eras? This is not within the scope of the answer. King Yu said, Ma Wu said, no matter what time, intelligence is the most important. If you want to know the answer, you need to pay the corresponding compensation. Pay? What do you mean? Sign an origin contract with Su Wu. Home. Are you serious? 35. Have your brains rusted out of use for too long, you old man? In the face of King Yu, who was playing cards unreasonably, Alger, who was already ready to pay, paused for a moment, with an impatient look on his face. Ar-chan is not interested in chatting with you anymore, call me. 35. Good. 35. King Yu nodded and raised her palm to face Alger. The 3-minute time limit she and Su Wu said was the time she spent communicating with Alger. Now that more than 2 minutes have passed, it is indeed time to hurry up. Please take protective measures. 0. King Yu reminded, I'm going to do it. Are you underestimating Ariel? 35. No. King Yu denied. I didn't underestimate you. If I want to defeat you in a short period of time without unsealing the way of the Lord God, I must explode with all my strength. This also means that I can't keep my hands. So. Kang Yu's figure disappeared in place. Be careful not to die. Outside the void on the front lines of the Dark God realm. Annabelle. Eleanor, wearing a long white dress, flew out of the world below and floated towards Annabelle not far away. Are you sure you don't need to send someone to protect that vampire named Macefield? Need not. Why? Eleanor asked with a puzzled look. When a lower-level god can kill a higher-level god alone, wouldn't it be more dangerous when she is promoted to an intermediate-level god? No matter how you think about it, it's impossible for the bright god realm to let such a threat go out. Don't tell me, are you ready to? You don't have to think too much. Annabelle turned around and looked at the friendlier colleague. I do know how to kill someone with a knife, but the premise is that the Lord of Darkness personally orders it. Up to now, the orders from the Dark God Sama have always been to draw closer to the dream world and establish friendly relations. 35. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Since this is the case, I naturally won't do anything to Elise. Then why didn't you send someone to protect the other party? Eleanor asked again. Instead of me being Michael, even if the top gods in hand cannot be mobilized casually, they will definitely find a way to hire foreign aid to eradicate the opponent. If you don't send someone over there. I said, you don't have to think too much. 35. Annabelle interrupted again, kill Raphael and inflict heavy damage on Metatron, doesn't this kind of record make you feel at ease? 5. That's what I said, but wasn't it possible for you to participate in that operation to get that kind of victory? That's lying to you. 99. When Raphael died, I wasn't in the true Red Realm at all. It's normal for you not to believe it, but it's the truth. It's not that I don't believe it. 95. A troubled look appeared on Eleanor's face. I just can't understand why you would even lie to me. As the top god of the Dark God realm, she is undoubtedly the core member of the Dark God realm. Even the core members of the family lied. What kind of strange operation is Annabelle? I'm not lying to you, I'm lying to Edmund. Annabelle replied indifferently, according to the latest information, he was bought by the Bright God realm a long time ago. How is that possible? 99. Eleanor's eyes widened, a look of surprise on her face. Is he crazy? Even if the God of Darkness is relatively kind, it is absolutely impossible to tolerate the betrayal of his subordinates. If the other party does this, isn't he courting death? Of course he wasn't crazy, he just didn't resist temptation. Annabelle replied, as one of the oldest creatures in this era, the long accumulation of time has left him one last step away from the main god. In this case, there is an opportunity for him to become the main god, and the price is only to leak some information. 35. In your case, do you think you would refuse? I'm not sure. So he took it. Annabelle turned around and looked blankly at the base camp of the Bright God realm in the distance. Since this is the case, is Wang Hao, I will tell some false information and use his words to make the Bright God realm completely believe it. As long as Metatron is unified with her oral testimony, then Michael and Gabriel will never suspect that something is wrong with Metatron, even if they sense something is wrong. Hehe, I'm looking forward to the day when Michael and the others know the truth. Thinking of the plan that Ma Wu sent to her before, a smile appeared on Annabelle's mouth. Their faces must be wonderful. At the same time, in the dream world, along with a wave of space fluctuations, the silhouettes of Kang Yu and Alger suddenly appeared in the reception room. Exactly 3 minutes. Mahu, who was closing his eyes and resting, opened his eyes and looked at Alger, who was wearing a mask in front of him. Need help? Shut up, Arja doesn't need your mercy. Chapter 209 Exclusive Beauty Tips. I am not merciful. Looking at Alger, who was not in a very happy mood, Ma Wu shrugged indifferently. According to the agreement, after you lose, you will be my subordinate. 35. For the sake of my subordinate's injury, isn't that what I, the Lord, should do? Alger was depressed. As Ma Wu said, she lost. He still had no resistance, and he was defeated by Kang Yu without even holding on for a minute. This result is undoubtedly a devastating blow to Alger, who has always had absolute confidence in his own strength. How did you do it? Under the mask, Alger, who had a scar on his cheek, looked at Kang Yu. It is clear that even the way of the Lord God has not been unsealed. How on earth did you use the power of the void? Why can't it be used? As if watching a student who didn't listen well in class, a look of doubt flashed in Kang Yu's eyes. Once you understand it, it's not difficult to use it. Are you fooling Al Chan? The power of the void is the most powerful force in the void. Compared with it, the top power such as divine power is not even worthy of lifting shoes. But power and risk are often associated with each other. In nature, 463 is the power of the void in the true sense of the panacea. While bringing a powerful increase in power, it also brings risks that ordinary people cannot imagine. As for the power of the void, if it cannot be perfectly controlled to cause its leakage, it will inevitably be assimilated by its backlash, and it will also become a part of the power of the void. Even Alger, who once mastered this power, now wants to freely control the power of the void. He must completely unseal the way of the Lord God and let his own power reach the level of the Lord God. Kang Yu is different. Not to mention the main God, not even the superior God. When the way of the Lord God was completely sealed, she used the power of the void without any pressure. If it weren't for this precondition, if someone else left scars on Alger's face, she wouldn't care about the constraints of void consciousness, and she would just lift the seal and give the other party a set. What a hell, it's outrageous. I didn't fool you. After raising her hand and placing it on Alger, who was a little restless, Kang Yu said slowly, as long as you take some time to understand, it is not difficult to completely control the power of the void, dab, just like this. The grey mist suddenly spewed out from Kang Yu's palm, completely wrapping Alger. Before he could react, this mysterious force completely repaired the injury on his body, and then disappeared into the air. After such a close experience, you should understand. Kang Yu retracted her right hand and said casually, the power of the void is very approachable and not as dangerous as you think. As long as you work hard, it's not difficult to take full control of it with your aptitude. Not dangerous? Approachable? Alger took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the thought of punching the opponent. For the first time in her life, she felt such a state of death. If the other party hadn't stopped fast enough, when she was wrapped up by the power of the void just now, Alger would have blown himself up to give Kang Yu a big shot. Al Chan has nothing to say to you, you should stay away from Al San. 35. Alger raised his hand and pushed Kang Yu to Ma Wu's side. Even Alger, who has always been lawless and reckless, doesn't want to chat with Kang Yu, a guy with an abnormal brain circuit. The other party seems to have that serious illness. After living for so long, it was the first time that Alger had heard of using the power of the void to wrap other people's whole body for treatment. If it weren't for the fact that her fist wasn't as hard as her opponent, she would definitely know Kang Yu today that she, Alger, is definitely not someone to talk to. But taking off the mask on his face, Alger raised his hand and touched his cheek. After confirming that the injury on his face had not only fully recovered, but even his skin had become fuller, Alger's anger suddenly dissipated. Thinking about it carefully, it doesn't seem to be too bad. In the past, she did use the power of the void to take care of herself, but that was also quoted a little bit using the void stone as an intermediary. Even Alger is the first time to experience such a large number of indoctrination methods like Kang Yu. How? 35. Just when Alger felt the specific changes in his body, Ma Wu's voice suddenly came from the side. I didn't lie to you. Optimized by the power of the void for the perfect radiance of the complexion. This exclusive beauty trick, you probably haven't used it before. 5. You told her to do this. Of course. Ma Wu nodded indifferently. If you don't do this, you won't believe me. 95. Of course not. Let others use the power of the void to do something on you. Unless Alger is crazy, how could she possibly accept such an offer? I have to admit, it's Chan who underestimated you. Sitting down on the sofa again, Alger's heart also regained his peace. Sometimes, you still have to get in touch to learn more. On the way before, Bai Ji has been introducing to her how powerful Ma Wu and Kang Yu are. Alger didn't believe it at the time. Now it seems that the other party really didn't lie to her. Ma Wu's omniscient ability, she has not been fully convinced by the few she has contacted so far. But she really understood Kang Yu's unreasonable fighting power. Admit the bet and admit defeat, this time it's you who won. Leaning on the soft sofa, Alger looked up at Ma Wu who was facing him. Chan is not the kind of person who doesn't speak words, join your territory now and become your subordinate. But there is one thing that was said in advance, you don't expect Ariel to help you kill the quartet. Of course I know this. Ma Wu said clearly. With the constraints set by void consciousness himself, even if Alger wanted to take action, Ma Wu would not let the opponent do it. Otherwise, a target that has not been properly attracted to the void consciousness would be really troublesome. But don't worry. 35. A smile appeared on Ma Wu's face. There are so many things you can do even if you don't do it. Chapter 210 Gibral Attacks. The Middle World of Bright God Realm No. 0179. Mers Field. Pamela, the King of Dark Elements, pushed open the door of the room and walked in, looking at the vampire Loli who was sitting on a chair and playing with a card. How's your recovery going? I wasn't injured. Not injured? Pamela was taken aback for a moment, with a puzzled look on her face. After the other party suffered the self-destruction of the angel Lena, the weak appearance that he showed didn't seem to be fake. It's not an injury, so what's an injury? That's what I did. Seemingly guessing what Pamela was thinking, Macefield put down his latest trophy and replied casually. The only equipment equipped with the protective sword of light has the limitation of the superior divine weapon, the light lock, plus a self-destruction of a superior god. If I get this set of tricks and I still don't have any problems, it will stimulate the bright god realm. Why do you feel that you are not stimulating the bright god realm now? It's exaggerated enough that a lower-level god kills a higher-level god indiscriminately. After looking at Macefield with a strange expression, Pamela, who knew that the other party had her own ideas, did not ask too much. According to the clues you gave, the remnants of the bright god realm hidden in the corners have almost been cleaned up. As long as the transfer of important materials is completed, the finishing work of this world will come to an end. My mission is to capture this stronghold and protect it so that it will not be recaptured by the light god realm. If you still want to continue to hunt down the superior gods of the bright god realm, you may need to change places. The world they are currently occupying is located at an operational node of the front line of the bright god realm. Once it is captured, if the bright god realm wants to mobilize personnel or transport supplies, it must change to a slightly farther route. It is a special node that is somewhat important, but not particularly important. If such a stronghold is usually captured by the dark god realm, the bright god realm will definitely send a large amount of combat power to retake it without saying a word. But now the light god realm and the dark god realm are in full-scale war, and the manpower is very tight. If there is no accident, the opponent will most likely abandon this stronghold temporarily. In other words, the bright god realm will not send the combat power of the superior god level to snatch it. For this matter, Pamela is obviously happy. There is nothing better than being able to complete a task without wasting too much effort and then go fishing. However, this is only relative to her. Through the information sent by Annabelle and the previous communication with Macefield, Pamela has learned about Macefield's past experience and the purpose of the action. Now there will be no higher level gods of the bright god realm here, and the other party obviously has no need to stay. Instead of wasting time and waiting here, it is better to change to another stronghold and continue to snipe new targets. Don't worry, there will be a superior god coming. However, to Pamela's surprise, Macefield denied her judgment. As long as I'm here, someone will definitely come to my door. Did you plan to? Hearing Macefield's reminder, Pamela quickly responded. Under normal circumstances, the bright god realm would indeed not send higher level gods over. That premise, though, is that Macefield isn't here. Kill Macefield and retake the stronghold. If the news spreads that the other party has been staying here and has not left, then the bright god realm will indeed have enough motivation to send people. It seems to be to confirm that her judgment is not wrong. Just the next second when this thought appeared in Pamela's mind, a huge divine might suddenly came from the sky. In addition to this, huge energy fluctuations also spread at the same time. Pamela frowned subconsciously, sensing the terror attack that came from outside the void. So fast. It's okay, not too fast. Unlike Pamela, who was in shock, Macefield, who had long expected this result, stood up. Just leave that guy to me, you can open a defensive barrier to block the aftermath. 99. Flowers 0. Aren't we going to start together? No. Macefield shook his head. Although the other party is coming for me, he is not an idiot. 5. If we go together, it will scare her away. Bright God Realm No 0179 outside the world. If that's the case, the other party should be able to notice. Jibril withdrew her right hand with a smile on her face. Then we'll see who comes out. According to the information given by the Light God Realm, in addition to the target Macefield, this world also has a superior god Pamela from the Dark God Realm. If the other party rushes out together, then she can only retreat strategically. But if one rushes out... A smile appeared on Jibril's face, looking at the blood-colored spear that flew straight towards her after piercing the energy light cannon below. Not bad luck. 95. After learning about Macefield's injury from the Bright God Realm, she thought that the target of her first battle was the Dark Element King named Pamela. Now, it seems that it doesn't have to be so laborious. Status reset. A green light flickered on Jibril's body. While resetting her own consumption to a few seconds ago, she also successfully cleaned up the power of destiny locked in her body. Turning his head to avoid the attack that was already close at hand, Macefield turned to look behind him. It's so warm, Macefield. Just to say hello. 39. Catching the spear of destiny that flew back to his hand, Macefield looked at the angel below. Even though he looked like an angel from the perspective of his aura, his appearance and the angels in the Bright God Realm were still a bit of a guard. The pair of wings on the opponent's back waist and the geometric halo on the top of his head swept away, and Macefield, who confirmed the opponent's identity, laughed. There is no aura of holy light, plus this appearance. It looks like you are Jibril. 1. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Chapter 211 Captured Alive. You know me? Looking at Macefield not far away, Jibril's eyes flashed with a look of doubt. She wouldn't be too surprised if the other party recognized her as someone from the god of war Artoyus. After all, his reputation is there. As long as anyone who has paid attention to the distribution of void forces, will basically know the candidate of the main god, Artosu. In this way, I can get a deeper understanding of the members of the god of war, so that I can understand that these flugels called angels are also normal. But Macefield is different. The other party not only recognized that he was a man of Artosu's, but also directly stated his name. For Jibril, who has been staying at the base camp and rarely going out since her birth, this is undoubtedly a strange thing. But 467 recalled the information about Macefield, and Gibril's face showed a clear look. Being able to observe my arrival without me noticing. Is this the top destiny talent after the second awakening? It's really interesting. That's because you know too little. Looking at Gibril, who was full of interest in front of him, Mesfield said with a blank expression. It's just the most basic tricks. The power of fate is far beyond what an ignorant guy like you can understand. 99. But a mere prey is really arrogant. A malicious smile appeared on Gibril's mouth. Hopefully when I put you under my feet, you'll still be as confident as you are now. 35. Buzz. 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 The boundless divine power erupted from Gibril's body. Under her control, 2 huge magic circles formed behind her in an instant. Space confinement. Meteor shower. Boom. 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 The overwhelming fire and rain spewed out, shooting from all directions towards Maysfield not far away. I said, an ignorant guy like you cannot understand the power of fate. Looking at the attack that was about to fall in front of him, Maysfield, who was standing there, was not at all nervous. I saw that she didn't seem to be affected by the spatial confinement, and she raised her right hand to face Gibril in a hurry. Destiny replacement. The invisible force of destiny appeared out of nowhere and was wrapped in Gibril. Before she could react, a huge force of space suddenly appeared, imprisoning her in place. Space transposition. No. It's conceptually replacing the targets of these magic locks. Gibril, who could clearly feel her divine power from above, laughed as she looked at the fire rain that was so close in front of her. Interesting. It's so interesting. You are indeed a worthy prey. Maysfield. Power up. Speed up. Boom. Colorful brilliance flickered on Gibril's body. With her strengthened body, she forcibly broke free from the space blockade and disappeared in place. While dodging the fire rain attack, she appeared right in front of Maysfield, raised the energy blade in her hand and slashed down. Whether it is the information given by the Bright God Realm or her current state of contact, the other party seems to like to launch attacks from a distance. Since this is the case, she will do the opposite, closing the distance and attacking it quickly. But you seem to have misunderstood me. Seeming to see through Gibril's thoughts, a sneer appeared at the corner of Maysfield's mouth. The reason why she likes to attack from a distance is just because her realm is too low, and her strength is easy to be at a disadvantage when fighting across borders. However, that doesn't mean she can't melee. Looking at Gibril in front of him, Maysfield, whose eyes were shining with rainbow light, greeted him directly. Bang! 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 The fierce collision sounded, and the terrifying shock wave wanted to rush in all directions. Gibril, who had completed hundreds of fights in an instant, took a few steps back and looked at Maysfield with a serious face. I have to admit that the other party is not bragging. After Maysfield unabashedly motivated her talent, Gibril finally noticed the pair of eyes that had been watching the trajectory of her destiny. Can't get rid of it. At the level of fate, she, a layman, is obviously not on the same level as Maysfield. It is impossible for her to get rid of this remote peeping. It's a little more troublesome than I thought. 35. Wiping the blood from the corners of her eyes, Gibril, who was still at a disadvantage despite her superior physical fitness, became completely excited. Don't take the initiative to attack. Maysfield. Attack. Stuffing the spear of destiny in his hand back into the storage space, an inexplicable look flashed in Macefield's eyes. I've done that kind of thing in the first place. Stupid guy, haven't noticed the problem yet. You care too much about my abilities. Looking at Gibril, who didn't seem to react, Macefield raised his palm, revealing a drop of bright red blood in the palm of his hand. Have you forgotten my race? As the strongest true ancestor of the vampire family in history, her strength is naturally not only manifested in the manipulation of fate. Seeing this, Gibril's complexion changed as well, and a huge magical power emerged from her body subconsciously. However, Macefield, who had been prepared for a long time, naturally would not give her this chance again. 0.1 is over. Blood burst. Bang bang bang. With the continuous muffled sound, Jibril, who exploded violently in her body, instantly turned into a bright red blood man. It went smoother than expected. 99. Looking at Jibril, who was unconscious and floating in the void, Macefield rarely made up for it. As soon as she thought about it, she manipulated the blood oozing out of Jibril's body into a chain, completely binding and sealing it. Capture ends. 39. Holding the other end of the chain, Macefield, who had a satisfied expression on his face, dragged Jibril back to the world below. Next, you just need to pass the news to the god of war Artoyus and wait for the other party's response. Chapter 212 The Awakened White Jade. The Great World of the Craftsman Alliance No. 003. Inside a huge volcano. Alicia, who was making preparations, put down the blacksmith's hammer and looked at Mahu, who was approaching. How's it going? Is the Macefield side all right? It has been successful. Mahu, who had just returned from Macefield, replied. According to the plan, the news that Jibril was captured alive has already been sent to the god of war Artosh. 35. If nothing else, Artosh will come in person soon. 9. It's so easy to get hooked. A look of surprise appeared on Alicia's face. In the period when the war just broke out, even the two main god-level forces, the Light God Realm and the Dark God Realm, were basically restraining themselves. Let the ordinary superior gods fight in front, and the top superior gods sit in the rear. The god of war, Artashu, as a candidate for the main god, would he really be seduced so decisively? Arceus is not the same as other top-level superiors. Suwu replied, the only purpose of his participation in this war is to find an opponent who can fight him. 55. As for those unspoken rules or something, it was of no use to him at all. In the eyes of the other side, only the weak will abide by such rules. A real strong man should not be subject to any constraints. In order to implement this idea of his own, after becoming a superior god, he even provoked void consciousness. However, void consciousness, a final boss-level powerhouse, is obviously not without any special background, but Artexu, whose strength is stronger than the ordinary Lord God Seed, can be provocative. After being seriously injured by a casual blow from void consciousness and giving a warning, Artosh's desire for strength is now far greater than before. And for him, the best way to increase his strength is to fight with an equal opponent. So, next, it is only necessary for the bait to show enough strength, and that guy will definitely play in person. 99. But don't worry too much. Even Macefield can't meet his requirements in the case of a lower god. Is it enough for Bai Yu? Alicia's eyes fell on Mahu's waist. I remember that before she fell into a deep sleep, her strength was not even god level. 99. You don't have to worry too much about this. Suwu replied. When I recruited Bai Yu, I recruited her as an affiliate of the territory. Alicia suddenly froze in place. It was the first time she had heard of it. Bai Yu has been seriously injured since the moment he entered your line of sight. 35. It's normal for you to have false perceptions when your realm falls below the gods. However, that's not the point. Looking at the white jade sword with a terrifying aura slowly rising from his waist, a smile appeared on Suwu's face. As a white jade sword and sword spirit, Bai Yu, who was born as a god, has possessed a divine body that is most suitable for the law of swords from the moment of birth. Under the condition of not being sealed, even if her realm fell below the gods, the body of the gods and the perception of the law were still retained. Speaking of this, Alicia, you should be able to understand what this means for Bai Yu. Certainly. Alicia's eyes flashed a sudden look. The comprehension degree of the law, the conversion degree of the divine body, and the number of possessions of the law authority. This is the 3 thresholds for a full-level creature to be promoted to a lower-level god, an intermediate-level god, and a higher-level god. But for Bai Yu, the first 2 thresholds basically do not exist. If it weren't for the fact that it was not at the god level, it would be more convenient to recast the white jade sword. Bai Yu may have been promoted to an intermediate god on the day that the fantasy world and the void were connected. As a matter of fact, Bai Yu has long since escaped from deep sleep. 39. He pulled out the white jade sword exuding a fierce aura from his waist, and Ma Wuji placed it flat in the air. The reason why I haven't shown up is just to prepare for the path of my superior god. Superior god? Do you mean to obtain the authority of the law? That's right. Ma Wu nodded. Normally, there are only 2 paths to want or to rule authority. 35. Grab it from other people, or kill the chaotic creatures that slipped into the void, and receive the reward from the void consciousness. But beyond this, there is actually a third way to obtain the authority of the law. 39. The third way. 99. Alicia paused for a moment, then quickly responded. You mean that Macefield? Yes. Ma Wu affirmed. Because of his personal experience, Macefield did not miss out on publicizing this event to the rest of the territory on weekdays. As long as you awaken your own talent for the second time and fully grasp it, your consciousness will enter a special space in an instant. The name of the special space is unknown. But according to Macefield's conjecture, there is the place where the void consciousness reserves the power of the law that has not yet been distributed. If the luck is not too bad, the people who go in will be able to get a lot of laws and authority suitable for them in one breath, just like her. As a matter of fact, Bai Yu has been working hard in secret since he heard about this from Macefield, trying to master his talent that has been awakened for the second time. However, the second awakened sss-level talent is not so easy to master. Whether it is Macefield, who has already mastered the heteropathic principles, or Shiraori, who has completely mastered the Devourer not long ago, they all succeeded after suffering. Until a while ago, Bai Yu's progress had actually been stagnant. The only difference between 467 and the first 2 is that the reason why Bai Yu's progress has been stagnant is because she is resisting. She suffered a disastrous defeat in the decisive battle with the god of war Artoyus, and she paid too much irreparable price for her. If she can awaken this power earlier, she actually has a chance to make a comeback. For this reason, Bai Yu has been subconsciously resisting this power without even noticing it. But all this changed after Bai Yu defeated the magic stone beast. Although it is not the enemy who kills Artosh. But under almost the same situation, after winning through the power after the second awakening of talent, Bai Yu's deep desire for this power completely overwhelmed the resistance. Because of this, after waking up from a deep sleep, Bai Yu entered a special state and began to accelerate his control over the supreme realm of swordsmanship. It's just that such a control method that follows the rules and distances naturally requires a little more time. For this reason, every time Ma Wu entered the spiritual time room, he would bring Bai Yujian in together to buy more time for him. Under such circumstances, after a long period of time, Bai Yu's transformation finally came to an end. Long time no see, Bai Yu. Looking at the girl who came out of the white jade sword, a smile appeared on Siwu's face. How did you sleep this night? Chapter 213 The Happiness Without Involution. Thanks to you, I slept well. After silently looking at Ma Wu in front of him for a few seconds, Bai Yu, who had an inexplicable look in his eyes, laughed. After entering a state of deep comprehension, she did put most of her energy into mastering her talent, but that didn't mean she was ignorant of everything around her. It's really helpful this time, Siwu. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't be able to accomplish my goals so quickly. It's just a hands-on effort. Looking at Bai Yu, who exuded a fierce aura, Siwu asked, how much did you get? 24% sword power. 35. A little less than I expected. Did something go wrong? Well, It can't be regarded as an accident. Thinking about it carefully, this is also an expected result. A look of regret appeared on Bai Yu's face. As Macefield speculated, that particular space is where the void consciousness stores the power of the law. But you also know that such things as law and authority are unique. Like us, entering that special space after fully controlling our second awakening talent is just a channel for the void consciousness to distribute the power of the law. 39. Even if we don't go in, the void consciousness will issue the law authority in its hands through various channels every once in a while. Ma Wu's eyes flashed a sudden look. You mean, the reserves of law and authority are not enough? 35. Yes. Bai Yu nodded. The 24% of the sword's authority is already the last remaining stock in that special space. As for the power of the remaining sword, if nothing else, it should be scattered in the hands of those superior gods in the void. In fact, she was lucky enough to get 24% of the sword power. You must know that when void consciousness issues the law authority in its hands, it is determined according to the number of strong people who adapt to this kind of law authority. And in the void, there is no shortage of gods with the title of Sword God. Sword God of Yang Yan, Sword God of Frost, Sword God of Thunder. Up to the prestige of the main god-level forces, down to the obscure lower-level god forces. Basically, as long as the talent reaches the standard, these gods will regard the law of the sword as their major or minor law. With more people cultivating, the number of sword gods who have reached the limit of intermediate gods will naturally increase. In other words, the void consciousness issued the power of the sword more often. In this case, void consciousness does not have much sword authority in the hands. The reason why Bai Yu was able to harvest 24% of the sword's authority in one breath, had to mention the Lord of the Abyss. As a main god who has survived countless years ago to the present, it is actually somewhat different from the god of light, the Lord of the Undead and others. For example, the path it takes is not to specialize in the power of a certain department, but to advance in multiple lines at the same time. For this reason, when the Lord of the Abyss sends his leaders to collect the authority of the law, he basically wants whatever he wants, and he doesn't avoid meat and vegetables. Although this caused the Abyss to provoke a large number of enemies, it also allowed it to gain the authority of the laws of various departments. And the shot by the Lord of the Abyss not long ago caused the void consciousness to deprive it of 30% of the law authority. It should be noted that the 30% law authority is 30% of the total number of law authority in the hands of the Abyss, not 30% of a single law authority. So, of the 24% of the sword authority that Bai Yu obtained, 17% actually came from the opponent. If it weren't for this reason, even if Bai Yu successfully mastered his own talent and entered the special space, he would only be able to obtain 7% of the sword's authority at most. In this way, sometimes the threshold of the law is high, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Through Bai Yu's explanation, Ma Wu, who quickly understood the cause and effect, touched his chin, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Although fate authority and sword authority are of the same rank, but the difficulty of getting started with the law of destiny is obviously not the same level as the law of sword. Compared with the simple and easy to understand, the law of the sword can be played with a lot of combat power. The law of destiny, which is difficult to comprehend and more difficult to develop, naturally few people touch it. As far as Ma Wu knows, including his subordinate Macefield. In the void, it can be regarded as the god of destiny of the strong, and it can be counted with both hands. Under the circumstance that the competition pressure is not high, and even the basic number of involution is not together, the number of destiny authority left in the hands of the void consciousness will naturally increase. This is also the main reason why Macefield can easily obtain 30% of the power of destiny, but Bai Yu can only obtain 24% of the power of the sword by emptying the bottom of his void consciousness. But if you only have 24% of the sword's power, isn't it a bit insufficient? No, that's enough. Bai Yu denied. A normal promotion to a higher level god only requires 1% of the law authority. The higher level gods of the main god level forces will have a little more authority in their hands, about 3% to 10%. As for the top gods, the amount of law authority in their hands is actually about 10% to 30%. 5. God of War Artosh is really strong. But compared with the rest of the top gods, he has a fatal flaw. That is, the accumulated time is not enough. It is an exaggeration to be able to collect more than 10% of the law and authority that suits him and understand the way of the Lord God in such a short period of time. If you want to collect 20% or more of the law and authority that suits you, even Artoyus can't do it. That is to say, she is currently the one who has the upper hand in the amount of legal authority. Compared to Artexiu, the only thing that I suffer from at the moment is only 2 points. Although, Wang Zhao has mastered his own talent, Bai Yu, who was not dazzled by this power, still calmly analyzed. I don't have the increase brought by the way of the Lord God, and there is a weapon that can last until the end of the battle. The influence of the way of the Lord God will not be discussed. The most important thing now is actually the issue of weapons. As a god who specializes in the law of swords, it is natural to say how heavy a weapon is. The reason why she lost to Artigzu in the last battle was that her body's white jade sword did not last until the end, at least half of the blame had to be taken. In order to prevent the car from overturning in one place, she had to be fully prepared this time. FFT. Alicia. Bai Yu turned around and looked at his partner, who was silently processing the materials in his hand not far away. Can the white jade sword after the second recast be able to withstand the protracted battle between the top gods? Chapter 214 Complete Control. Top Superior God. Putting down the half-processed branch of the Eternal Tree, Alicia raised her head and looked at Bai Yu. Don't underestimate me too much. 35. She's a little bit worse in combat, but that's only in combat. If it comes to equipment transformation, the entire void is just a little bit stronger than the old-fashioned senior gods of the Divine Craftsman Alliance. Looking at the various rare materials that Ma Wu collected, Alicia replied confidently. With so much material, let alone the protracted battle between the top gods. Even if it conflicts with a weaker main god, it will not be damaged. Rather than worrying about whether the white jade sword can hold up, you might as well seize the time to quickly understand the way of the Lord God and enhance your own strength. I also want to understand quickly. But it is impossible to comprehend success in a short period of time. 35. A wry smile appeared on Bai Yu's face. She has indeed gathered the basic conditions for comprehending the way of the Lord God. But that doesn't mean that she can get rewards by clicking submit after gathering the task requirements, just like playing games. The way of the Lord God is not a wholesale product, and everyone's way of the Lord God will be different according to their own situation. Even if two have the same character, the same aptitude, the same law of comprehension, and the same law and authority in their hands, there will definitely be fundamental differences when they finally comprehend the way of the Lord God. Therefore, if you want to comprehend the way of the Lord God that belongs to you alone, apart from spending a lot of time to explore a little bit, there is no shortcut you can take. Even referring to the Tao of the same type of strong masters may bring huge hidden dangers to oneself. But there is not necessarily no shortcut to comprehend the way of the Lord God. Bai Yu turned around again and looked at Ma Wu in front of him. Do you have any way for me to quickly comprehend the way of the Lord God? If it is this man who has broken common sense again and again, maybe there is really something to do. You look up to me too much. Su Wu shook his head and said, the way of the Lord God is something that only needs to be considered when a higher level god is promoted to a Lord God. I'm not even a god, so it's obviously impossible to know. That's true. After hearing Ma Wu's reply, Bai Yu was not particularly disappointed. It took a long time for even that monster to get to this point. It is enough that she can regain her strength in a short period of time, and at the same time obtain so many sword powers to go further. As for whether or not she can defeat the enemy, it is up to her. Don't worry about failure. Looking at the serious Bai Yu, Ma Wu suddenly said. You have to understand that the way of the Lord God is not everything. With me here, you can't lose. Just like now, the main reason why you have the confidence to defeat Artosha without comprehending the way of the Lord God, in addition to the numerical advantage of the law authority, is that you have the blessing of many sss-level Lord skills on your body, right? Yes. Bai Yu nodded in agreement. Soldier Master increases weapon damage. The basic attribute increase brought by ascension of the royal girl. Earth power brings an increase in protracted warfare. Although she can't enjoy all the enhancements of sss-level Lord skills like the skill holder of Ma'u. But even if it was only a part of the effects of the 3 sss-level Lord skills, her combat power had undergone a qualitative change. Thinking of this, Bai Yu suddenly understood what Su Wu wanted to do. Don't tell me, are you going to get a sss-level Lord skill that is completely used in combat? The response was good. After fumbling around in the storage ring, Ma Wu took out the last sss-level Lord skill card in his hand. Just in time, it's time to draw the 7th sss-level Lord skill. In order to wait for the skills mentioned in this sacred choice, he has already given up the opportunity to draw sss-level Lord skills several times. Successful use of the Lord skill card. Congratulations, Dab, congratulations on obtaining the sss-level Lord skill Complete Control. Full Control. Grade, SSS Grade. Effect 1, Physical Control, freely control every cell in the body and even the power at a deeper level, so that the power of the physical body is completely liberated and fully exerted. Effect 2, Law Control, perfectly control the power of the law that oneself comprehend, so that it will not have any loss when it is activated, and it will completely act on the target. Effect 3, Complete Control, make the skill holder Su Wu perfectly control everything he holds. Including but not limited to knowledge, magic power, divine power, physical power, spiritual power, soul power, law authority, etc. As expected, it was marked as one of the sss-level Lord skills with the greatest increase in combat power in the remarks of divine choice. The effect of complete control has completely lived up to the high evaluation of divine choice. Click. Just as Su Wu silently felt the changes in his body, a sharp sword light suddenly rose from not far away. How do you feel? Looking at Bai Yu who put down his palm, Ma Wu asked, after gaining the full control of the boost, you are now more than a little sure about Artigzu. I think about it. After Bai Yu lowered his head and thought for a while, he replied seriously. Art's ability is very special, and during battle, he will forcibly increase his strength to a level that surpasses that of the enemy. If you want to defeat him, unless the power gap is so wide that his body can't bear it, you can only use skills or powerful equipment to defeat the strong. 99. Therefore, complete control. This skill selected by the divine choice is the skill of the most restrained god of war Artosh. If Bai Yu was only 40% to 50% sure, then now I'm 70 to 80% sure I can win. If the situation is more optimistic, the odds of winning can even be raised to the level of 90%. 5. That's enough. Knowing how much Bai Yu values this matter, Ma Wu paused and walked towards Alicia not far away. What you are calculating now is only the increase that you expected from the white jade sword. 35. But in fact, the power of the white jade sword that Alicia helped you recast for the second time will exceed your imagination. Ma Wu is right. Alicia, who also enjoyed the full control boost, laughed more confidently about the next transformation. The white jade sword after the second recast is at least 3 times stronger than what you expected. That's really reassuring. Bai Yu smiled, took steps to keep up with Ma Wu who was in front, and walked towards Alicia together. In that case, let's begin. 35. I can't wait to see how strong the remodeled white jade sword can be. 5. Chapter 215 The Arrival of Metatron. The Void Outside the World in Bright God Realm number 49. Familiar. Looking at the little bat that was flying towards her with its wings flapping in the distance, Azrael raised her eyebrows, who jumped out of the world immediately after feeling the strange aura. I haven't seen this kind of inefficient means of transmitting information since she was promoted to a superior god. Looking at the bat familiar parked in front of her, Azrael, who was completely unimpressed by the breath on her body, pondered for a while, and reached out to receive the letter brought by the other party. Although she didn't have the slightest impression of the aura on this bat familiar, she noticed a familiar aura in this letter. Has Zyagi become interested in familiars again recently? 35. Strange, why didn't I hear her mention it before? Glancing at the feather in the envelope, Azrael, who regarded this familiar as Jibril's latest achievement, tilted her head, then opened the letter to check the details. The other party had just left with Archangel Uriel from the Bright God realm not long ago, and it was almost time to reach the target location. At this time, I wrote back, 80% of them came to ask for help. Jibril had done this before, so Azrael was not surprised. At best, the means of conveying information is a little strange. But, although Azrael guessed the beginning, she did not guess the ending correctly. This letter was indeed a letter of help handwritten by Jibril herself. But the content inside was not what she expected Jibril to ask her about the weaknesses of her vampire clan and the means to deal with the power of fate, but a letter of help in the true sense. Azrael, I overturned. The other party's condition is to let Master Artigzu come over in person, you can decide. Lost. Looking at the 3 lines of words written in bright red blood in the letter, Azrael, who had thought that her little sister had just suffered a small loss, froze, and the expression on her face stiffened. What's the situation? When Uriel came to ask for help before, didn't he say that the opponent was at most the strength of an ordinary superior god? Uriel, that trash. 39. Azrael's expression darkened as terrifying magic power suddenly appeared on her body. Been pitted. It was her only thought at the moment. She still understands Jibril's strength. Although the birth time was the shortest, the opponent's talent and combat power were the top existences among them. If the strength of the vampire named Macefield is really only the level of an ordinary superior god, then Jibril can't lose so fast, and he can't even escape. That is to say, Uriel's information is wrong. Taking a deep breath, Azrael, whose face was full of anger, calmed down again and returned to the world below. She went back to the Bright God realm to settle the account. The most urgent thing is to ask Arto-sama's opinion first. Oh! After hearing Azrael's report, Artosh, who was sitting on the huge throne, was not angry, but laughed instead. Somewhat interesting. Since he was promoted to a higher level god and provoked the consciousness of the void, his abilities have almost spread throughout the void. In this case, the other party dared to name him and let him be present, which means that there is no need to say more. It seems that I can move my body after a long absence. With all due respect, Lord Artosh. Azrael, who was standing below, said with a serious expression. The other party is not qualified to let you do it yourself. 99. Being able to defeat Jibril in such a short period of time, I admit that the vampire called Macefield has some strength. But that's all. You don't have to do it. As long as you send me over, this farce will soon come to an end. What if you lose too? Artizio asked. You should understand, that vampire called Macefield is just a bait. The person who is really eyeing me is an unknown guy hiding in the dark. It's just a hidden person. Azrael replied without fear, as your servant, Lord Artosh, I will not. Who? Halfway through the sentence, Azrael, who suddenly noticed something, suddenly turned around and looked at the door behind. 4 flowers 0. I saw that under her gaze, a stranger in a black cloak passed through the gate and entered the hall. Don't pretend to be a ghost. Give you 3 seconds to report your identity. Azrael, who suddenly had a terrifying aura in her hand, scolded, if you can't do it, you don't need to speak. Don't be nervous, Azrael, President of the 18th Wing Council. As if Azrael's warning had an effect, the stranger figure stopped his steps and looked up at the two in front of him. You should know better about who I am, don't you? Metatron. Looking at the face under the cloak with a frown, Azrael's eyes flashed with a look of doubt. 0. How did you come? Didn't the rumors say that the other party was seriously injured and it would take at least a month to return to the front line? Now that the other party is not doing well in the rear to recuperate, what are they doing here? I'm here to help run errands. After taking out a red cross that Azrael was familiar with, Metatron spoke slowly. Not long ago, the latest information came from Michael, and the top gods of the Dark God Realm were dispatched on a large scale, ready to test the details of our Bright God Realm. In order to prevent accidents, Michael asked me, the wounded, to come to the front line ahead of time, and run an errand to ask you for help. Ask for help? I don't think you know what good things your Bright God Realm has done. Azrael, who was still thinking about the reason, froze, and a sneer appeared on her face. Just because you provided a wave of wrong information when you asked for help not long ago, Jibral's life and death are unknown now. You still want to ask for help in this situation? I think you are dreaming. Even if you say that, I, who just came to the front line, don't know what happened. Metatron shrugged indifferently, and then turned his gaze behind Azrael. Looking at the huge figure who had not spoken, he calmly asked, Artruz, what's your decision? I agreed to ask for help and sent someone to help. Or rather reject our call for help and prepare to do my own thing. Chapter 216 The Problem of Artois. The empty hall suddenly calmed down. In the face of this sudden inquiry, Artois did not give an answer immediately. I saw him sitting on the throne so calmly, and looked at Metatron. Have you figured it out, Arto? After a while, Metatron asked again, accept or reject? Tell me the answer, and I'll go back and report to Michael. 99. I can send someone to help. 35. Under Metatron's repeated urging, Artosh said slowly, but before that, you have to answer me a few questions. Of course. Metatron nodded indifferently. Ask, and I'll tell you anything I can say. 99. Tell me, where did you get the cross of 473 in your hand? What an odd question you have. Metatron raised his eyebrows with a playful smile on his face. This thing is Michael's token, if I don't get it from him, who else can I get it? Then besides you, who else has touched that cross? A white-haired woman wrapped in sword energy. 35. Where is she? Cannot say. I understand. Although he didn't ask any useful information, Artosh nodded calmly. You can go, my people will be there later. Azrael, is there anything you want to ask? Looking at Metatron's retreating back, Azrael was silent for a while and then replied, your judgment will not be wrong. 39. You are wrong, Azrael. Artesio burst out laughing. I am the god of war, not the god of omniscience. It is normal for me to make mistakes in judgment. 35. What do you mean, agreeing to the invitation of the Bright God Realm this time, may there be any problems? It's not possible, it's certain. Artexes said with certainty, the guy just now wasn't Metatron, do you understand what I mean? 99. Not Metatron? Although she couldn't accept this fact in her heart, Azrael still chose to believe Artosh's judgment. What do you mean, someone dressed up as Metatron, and at the same time deceived everyone in the Bright God Realm to get in? It's not dressed like him, that body is Metatron's. Through his own abilities, Artoshu, who had sensed the truth, replied casually, it's just that the person has changed inside. Azrael fell silent suddenly. In just a few words, the information contained in it is really too much. Even Azrael was rarely confused. Lord Artosh, what should I do next? It's business as usual. Artigzu instructed, since you have agreed to the other party's request, it must be done well. You then lead the rest to find Michael and help him fight against the Dark God realm. Do you need to send someone to Zyuji's side? 99. Don't worry, Jibril. Artizio affirmed, she won't be a problem. 35. There is still a lot of time, and it will be too late to save her when you welcome her from the front line. In fact, there was no mistake in Artoyu's judgment. Just when Azrael began to gather the rest of the people to prepare to set off, Jibril, who had already woken up, was looking at the vampire Loli curiously at the moment. The letter has been sent, won't you kill me? Do not kill. Macefield replied, Mawu said that your Flugel's potential is good, you can try to conquer it. Submit. Jibril tilted her head in confusion. Are you joking? I serve Lord Artesus well, why should I submit to a stranger? You don't think you can succeed by threatening me with your life? Of course I don't think that will work, but what if Artemis loses? Macefield raised his head and pointedly said, what would you think if that guy lost in a one-on-one fight? Not much. Jibril replied unwaveringly, apart from facing the void consciousness again, I can't imagine how Lord Artesus would lose. I advise you to give up this unrealistic idea. If this continues, whether it is you or the guy named Mawu behind you, you will only usher in death. It's a pity that only Artois will die. Macefield stood up and walked out of the room. You just stay here. Don't try to break the seal on your body, or you will only torture yourself. Hey? You really just leave me alone. Jibril stood up and hurriedly followed Macefield and ran out. It's too boring to be alone in the house, take me out for a walk. Don't look at me like this, I know quite a lot. Even if you want to know the distribution of forces in the Bright God realm, I can tell you. 0.1 Macefield glanced at Jibril suspiciously. You're just cheating on your allies like that. I'm just taking revenge. 99. Jibril replied confidently, they cheated on me first. Come on, you will lose to me, obviously you are stupid. Knowing what the other party was talking about, Macefield continued to move forward. If you want to follow it, just follow it, it won't have much impact anyway. Remember not to make trouble. Don't worry, I'm very good. Seeing that Macefield did not refuse, a smile appeared on Jibril's face. What are you going to do next? To scare Dorothy Ella. The 217th chapter of the original Sin Magic book, The Win of the Light World. T. Come in. Hearing the knock on the door, Dorothy, who had gotten used to it in recent days, sighed and raised her head to look at Clarence, the lizard man who walked in. Who sent it this time? Thunder Axe Bruiner. 35. Hearing this name, Dorothy, who didn't care at all, suddenly froze for a moment. Strange, how is he? 35. Are people still there? Left already? Clarence, who put the small box in his hand on the table, replied, but before you leave, let me give you a message. 35. Pull in? Yes. Clarence nodded, confirming Dorothy's guess. He said that he agreed to the conditions of the Bright God realm, and this time he came here to invite you from the position of the Bright God realm. As for the magic book in this box, it is part of the reward that Bright God realm asked him to bring. 23. As long as you agree, he can give you the other magic book left in his hand. Okay, I see. Dorothy, who had heard such words every day these days, waved her hand. You go back first, don't worry about the specific answer. 35. Yes. Is it really this thing? After sending away Clarence the Lizardman, Dorothy, who opened the box and took out the magic book to confirm her guess, fell silent. The original Sin Magic Book Rage. One of the 7 magic books in the original Sin series. As long as you hold this book, you can arbitrarily amplify the fire and reduce the anger in the hearts of others, making them lose their minds at critical moments. In addition, this book also collects negative emotions, makes them strengthen their physical fitness and magic power, and exerts various magical effects such as the exclusive magic of the Rage series. In terms of performance, this magic book is already considered to be the top treasure in the void. As long as the person holding it is normal, even a pig can take off, let alone Dorothy who specializes in magic. 18. For Dorothy, she now values the meaning of the book to her. Thunder Axe Bruiner. The Lord ranking on the west side of the void ranks third, and even the top Lord who has launched several wars against her in order to compete for the first position. Even this kind of top-notch existence was attracted by the bright god realm, and even agreed to the request of the other party and sent the magic book that he had treasured for many years to show his friendship. What this meant, Dorothy felt a headache just thinking about it. It's troublesome. Unlike the previous wars that broke out, it seems that this time the light god realm and the dark god realm are coming for real. Originally, she planned to continue to maintain her position, and from time to time she received a wave of gifts from the two parties. But now it seems that this is impossible. If it continues to be so unclear, the dark god realm and the light god realm will not be able to do well. No, the two forces will definitely take action against her first. In order to prevent accidents in the war, these two main god-level forces will definitely clean up all the uncontrollable factors on the west side of the void, and then start each other. Bruno's side apparently got some inside information. Otherwise, that superficially looks like a jerk, but is actually an old-fashioned Bruno. It is impossible to end the battle in person at the beginning of the war and try to win her over as an internal ally. Looks like I have to make a choice. 2.35. Putting the magic book in her hand on the table, a helpless smile appeared on Dorothy's face. Said to make a choice. But she had no so-called options to choose from the beginning. Join the Bright God Realm? That is impossible. Although the Bright God Realm has sent several gifts, even Bruno has sent a precious original Sin series magic book on behalf of the Bright God Realm. But that wasn't enough to make Dorothy lose her mind. She has not forgotten how terrifying the blue-haired woman she met not long ago. As long as Kang Yu and Siwu were still standing on the side of the Dark God Realm, she would not dare to join the Bright God Realm at all. No solution anymore. Next, I can only send some news to the Dark God Realm to see what conditions the other party can offer her. T. Just as Dorothy was thinking about her next plan, the knock on the door rang again. Lord Dorothy, we have a distinguished guest. VIP. Dorothy's eyes flashed a look of doubt. Lizardman Clarence can be said to be her core cronies. To be able to be called a VIP by the other party, it is obviously a real VIP. Which main god-level force is the person here? Not the messenger of the main god-level forces. Clarence replied, it's Lord Macefield of the Dream World. You said before that people from the Dream World must be received with caution, so I have already led them to the reception room. So fast? Hearing that it was someone from the Dream World, Dorothy frowned subconsciously. Bruno, who represented the Light God Realm, had just left for a while when the Dream Realm, who stood on the side of the Dark God Realm, sent someone over. After gaining a certain understanding of Mawu's abilities, Dorothy will not take this as a coincidence. Clarence, look for the list of the batches of gifts sent by the Bright God Realm not long ago. Pushing open the door of the room, Dorothy came out with the original Sin magic book Rage. Send to the reception room in 10 minutes. Yes. I didn't expect you to actually know Dorothy. Looking at the arrangement in the reception room, Gibril's face showed interest. Gibril, who has been searching for suitable prey for this legendary Great Lord, naturally also knows something. Originally, after hearing what Macefield said, she thought this vampire loli was lying. As a result, it now seems that the other party is telling the truth. Are you here to win over each other? You can understand that. Taking a sip of the black tea just served in his hand, Macefield turned his eyes to the right. After all, we have also sent a lot of things here. 35. If it's still hanging like a spare tire and can't get a little response, that's a big loss. You say so, Dorothy. I agree with your point of view, but please don't spread rumors. 35. Dorothy, who had just entered the reception room, sat down on the opposite side, and corrected her face without changing her face. I have never used Dream World as a spare tire. Chapter 218 Dorothy's reply. Since it's not a spare tire, then give a reaction. Leaning on the sofa behind him, Macefield looked flatly at the woman sitting opposite. High-level artifact, unique equipment, law authority, rare magic formula. I don't mention the small gifts that come with it. Just the ones I just mentioned have already given you a lot. We're not taking advantage of it either. The things we gave you were all collected with great effort. Since you have taken everything that you didn't shirk, it's almost time to give an answer. Please give me a little more time on this matter. After being silent for a while, Dorothy continued, I will take a stand and join the Dark God Realm camp to help fight against the Light God Realm. As for the matter of signing the origin contract with Lord Suwu, I would like to think carefully before making a decision. As expected of a long-established powerhouse, he is really skilled at avoiding important things. Looking at Dorothy with a sincere face in front of her, Macefield, who had long expected this answer, laughed. Looking at the premise that we may become companions, I will give you a piece of advice. New possibilities have arisen, and your importance will only continue to decline over time. You know what I mean, Dorothy. 99. Of course I understand. Dorothy sighed helplessly. Why did Suwu keep sending things to win over him? The other party had already mentioned it when they first met. Now that his importance is declining, it means that Suwu has found a second way to control his talent. As for why she still attracted her, Dorothy also had some guesses. It is not a simple matter to fully control the talent that has been awakened and evolved for the second time. Even if Suwu found the second or even the third solution, he would definitely not be able to sign a source contract with himself as quickly. Of course, Dorothy understood. Even if it takes more time, it still means that there is a possibility of success. If you drag on like this, even if you return all the things you have already accepted, it may damage the relationship between the two parties. In other words, she didn't have much time to hesitate. Dorothy, do you think that the power of the god of war Artosh is more powerful than your power? If I really want to say it, it should be the side of Arto. In terms of grassroots combat power, our side has the upper hand. But in terms of cutting-edge combat power, I can't compete with the top-level superior gods, let alone the god of war Artigzu. After speaking her thoughts, Dorothy looked at Macefield suspiciously. Why do you ask this question all of a sudden? 35. Because we're ready to attack Artois. Macefield raised his hand and patted Jibril who was beside him. This is the loot I got not long ago. The loot is too bad to hear. 35. Jibril resisted silently. I think you can change the vocabulary to prisoner of war. Be quiet, have you forgotten what I said to you before? Glancing at Jibril beside her, Macefield's gaze shifted to Dorothy again. As you can see, the plan to kill Artois has already begun. 35. Capturing Jibril is only the first step, and the follow-up plan has already begun. If nothing else, this plan will end in a week. The meaning of Suwu's side is that I hope you can give your own answer after the plan to kill the god of war Arto. Give me 3 days. 35. Dorothy began, it won't take a week, I'll give you a specific response in 3 days. 35. Looks like you're not that stupid. A look of satisfaction flashed in Macefield's eyes. The only equipment equipped with the Shield of Light, the Lock of Light, the superior artifact. After fumbling in the storage ring, Macefield threw the 2 trophies he had collected not long ago on the table in the reception room. Since the other party said in front of him that he would give the answer before the end of the plan, it meant that there was no need to say more. Now that they are all their own, some things can be explained in advance. This is the prop I prepared for you. 35. Pointing to the two items on the table, Macefield explained the thoughts of General Ma Wu. About the team, Ma Wu doesn't want you to help the Dark God Realm fight the Light God Realm. On the contrary, his idea is to let you accept the invitation of the Light God Realm, and give him an inner response in the past, and at the same time help to eradicate some people from the Dark God Realm. Internal response. Dorothy froze for a moment, frowning subconsciously. You may think too highly of me. Even if I join the Bright God Realm, I can't help you get any useful information. 35. In the absence of the God of Light, the main information of the God of Light will always be in the hands of Michael and Gabriel. She is indeed very strong, but it is only because of her own talent and the blessing of the original contract. She is very strong among the intermediate gods. On weekdays, all the higher-level gods are bound by the contract of the gods and cannot take action. It is normal for her to be famous. But if you really join this kind of large-scale war, let alone compare with Michael and Gabriel, who are also at the top of the top gods. Even some high-level gods with special abilities and powerful artifacts are qualified to wrestle with her. Of course, the premise of what she said was that she would continue to maintain the realm of an intermediate god. If she chooses to break through to a higher-level god, she can still fight very well among ordinary higher-level gods. However, this is still not enough. Without the strength of the top gods, it is impossible to participate in the decision-making and obtain important information. In this case, do an internal response. Do zhao zhao. To be honest, Dorothy didn't really want to agree. Don't worry. Seemingly guessing what Dorothy was thinking, Macefield said in advance, when you become an affiliate member of Heavenly Court, Ma Wu will be able to open the sharing of Lord skills for you. The sss-level Lord skills with the blessing of 4 combat powers are enough for you to have the combat power of the top superior gods when you are a superior god. At that time, as long as you choose the right time team, it is not difficult to enter the decision-making level to get some useful information. 39. Appropriate time. Because Su Wu once performed the single-draw sss-level Lord skill in person, Dorothy didn't feel any unexpected sweat about the fact that she would gain a bunch of sss-level skill boosts. And instead of paying attention to this, she is more concerned about another thing now. The time you mentioned, shouldn't it be after the death of the god of war Artigzu? Chapter 219 Macefield, I'm good at this. Your guess is correct. In other words, you have to wait for Artigzu to die before you can show your strength and voice your team. Looking at Dorothy in front of him, Macefield explained slowly. Although the main conflicts at present are between middle-level gods and lower-level gods, you should also understand. In the absence of the Lord God, the only thing that can really decide the outcome between the Light God Realm and the Dark God Realm is the number of superior gods and top superior gods on both sides. As two main god-level forces that are not used to each other, the Light God Realm and the Dark God Realm have also had several large-scale wars in the past. But no matter which time it was definitely not as intense as the war this time. The lower-level gods and the intermediate-level gods were all dispatched to the front line. The superior gods decided to interfere with the situation depending on the situation. Dorothy had only seen this kind of intense battle once in her life so far. That is the war between the Gensokyo Alliance and the Beastmaster Alliance, entrenched on the north side of the void. In other words, the purpose of starting the war between the Light God Realm and the Dark God Realm this time is not just about training troops but also about plundering resources. Their purpose of starting this war is to completely disintegrate each other. B. All this is premised. That is the imbalance of the top combat power of the two sides. The main reason why the Light God Realm and the Dark God Realm are fighting so fiercely is actually the death of Raphael. As one of the 3 giants of the Bright God Realm, the impact of Raphael's death on the Bright God Realm is too great. 35. If 480 can't fill this huge vacancy, the war between the Light God Realm and the Dark God Realm will indeed end in the death of one of the parties or the Lord God's shot. But Michael's side is not stupid. After he realized this problem, he immediately attracted the god of war Arto. Also, in order not to let the Dark God Realm dominate the west side of the void, Artigzu immediately responded to Michael's request to help him fight against the Dark God Realm. With him, an alien who is even stronger than Raphael by a few points in strength joins. The Dark God Realm has indeed become a lot more cautious, and there is no large-scale attack at will. If you don't think of a good solution, this huge war is likely to go on indefinitely. In order to break this deadlock, the plan to kill the god of war Artius was born. As long as Artigzu is killed, not only can Baiyu complete his revenge, but it can also break the current situation and further oppress the Bright God Realm, which can be said to be a win-win situation. They won twice. But that's not enough. Taking a sip of the black tea in the cup, Macefield, who exuded a murderous aura, looked at Dorothy. No matter which direction it is in the void, there are at least 2 or more main god-level forces entrenched in it. 35. Under this circumstance, no one would absolutely want a scene where the Dark God Realm dominates the west side of the void. If the countermeasures are not taken, even if the god of war Artigzu dies, a second Artaxi will soon emerge to fill the vacancy in the Bright God Realm. In any case, the Bright God Realm is also a main god-level force that has developed for countless years. It is still possible to hire foreign aid to help maintain the war situation in a short period of time. But that's not the result I wanted. My purpose is to kill the God of Light. 99. If this endless war continues to stalemate, it is obviously impossible to kill the God of Light. So in order to break the deadlock, did you decide to let me do a second Artitio after Arto's death? 39. Yes. Macefield nodded. In normal times, even if a top-level superior god joins the Bright God Realm, he will definitely be carefully questioned by the other party and sign various tedious contracts to ensure that there will be no problems. 5. But at this special point in time, it is impossible for the other party to do so. On the contrary, not only will they not cross-examine your details, but they will also pay a lot of money as employment money. And what you need to do is to find a way to deepen the other party's trust in you while accepting the money and maintaining the current situation. In this way, including the evil god Edgeworth hidden in Metatron's body, they have already inserted 2 undercover agents. The undercover agents of 2 top-level superior god-level police officers. Even if it doesn't seem to be a problem. But at the critical moment, the role played by these 2 people will definitely exceed everyone's imagination. Why, do you want to take this mission? Looking at Dorothy in front of him, Macefield asked again. I told you in advance that if you really decide to join the Bright God Realm as an undercover agent, you must sign a source contract when you meet Mawu 3 days later. Mawu's real plan is 10 times more terrifying than you think. 10 times? A dozen times is good. If it is really successful, it will definitely be more than this. Recalling Mawu's real plan, a smile appeared on the corner of Macefield's mouth. What you're seeing now is just the tip of the iceberg. This is just the beginning, and the final scale of this war will definitely exceed your imagination. 35. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the plan, your pawn placed in the enemy's camp has become very important. Once you really agree, you will no longer have the qualifications to go back. That being said, the other party has no right to refuse. How important Dorothy's talent is to Mawu, Macefield knew when he was chatting with Mawu. If the other party really doesn't know what to do, choose to refuse. That's 80%. No, he will definitely borrow his identity as an ally of the Dark God Realm. Then clean up Dorothy, the neutral force, without causing suspicion from the Light God Realm, and capture the opponent alive and deal with it slowly. Don't worry, the result won't disappoint you. Dorothy, who was equally aware of her own situation, replied. If there was still a chance to run before, then after listening to this blessing, she has absolutely no chance to run. However, Dorothy didn't really want to run. After the first contact with Suwu and when she ran out of the dream world, she really thought about whether to find a main god level force as a backer or simply move away. But over time, she gradually gave up on this idea. First of all, the benefits on Mahu's side are really good. Such rare things as law authority, top-level artifacts, rare magic books, or magic formulas that have never been touched can no longer be bought with power stones. Even if it is a big power like Dorothy, it takes a lot of effort to get one on weekdays. But Mahu's side seemed to want no money and sent her a thing or two from time to time. To be honest, Dorothy was moved by the benefit. In addition to this, Dorothy will give up the idea of running, mainly because of combat power. Every time the dream world gave her a gift, it wasn't as simple as giving her a gift. Just like Macefield this time. In the past, when people came to give gifts, they would chat with her in the reception room for a long time, and by the way, they would vaguely reveal their own strength and some information about the dream world. After a long time, Dorothy finally understood one thing. God is strong? Really strong. But the dream world seems to be stronger. Of course, that's not to say that Dorothy is easily gullible. The main reason for believing the information revealed by the dream world is actually the pot of her only skill: listen to the voice of all things. Since she came back from Mahu last time, she has visited many top gods and used this skill to confirm the approximate strength of the opponent. With this premise, when Dream World gave her a gift, she would sense the opponent's strength and compare the two. And just like this pair of comparison, she found a very terrifying thing. Not to mention the blue-haired girl who can't perceive the limit. Just the lowly named Orpheus who came last time has thrown away those famous top-level gods. I don't know how many streets. What it meant, Dorothy didn't think about it, didn't dare to think about it. There is something to say, but if you can't beat it, join in. Instead of trying his best to fight against this kind of terrorist force that came out of nowhere, it is better to mix with the other party. If you are lucky, maybe you can get some breakthrough experience in the future. This is no better than her painstaking practice alone, and it is easy to fall into a bottleneck after struggling with all kinds of thoughts. T. Lord Dorothy, this is the list you asked me to prepare. 95. Just when Dorothy's thoughts wandered, Clarence the Lizardman finally completed her instructions and came to the reception room with a gift list. It came just fine. Taking the list from the other side, Dorothy handed it to Macefield in front of her. This is a recent gift from Bright God Realm to me. Originally, I was prepared to let you see if there is anything the dream world needs, and if there is any, you should bring it back directly. But since I decided to join the Bright God Realm in a few days, then you can help me estimate my worth by the way. Look how much I can get from them on top of these gifts. 35. You've found the right person. After fully activating his abilities, Macefield, who saw countless fate lines, laughed. There is nothing that can make her more motivated than letting the Bright God Realm suffer. Decided. She won't leave if she doesn't find a plan to make the Bright God Realm hemorrhage today. Chapter 220 The God of Forging, Daozai. Macefield was a man of his own. Now that he has decided to let the Bright God Realm bleed, he will naturally insist on doing it and try to do his best. So, when she and Jibril left from Dorothy's base camp, it was already a few hours later. Do you have any grudge against the Bright God Realm? Looking at Macefield beside her, Jibril asked with a strange expression. Of course there is hatred. Glancing at Jibril, who had not made trouble as promised, Macefield, who was in a good mood, replied casually. Didn't I say it before, my goal is to kill the God of Light. It's all aimed at the boss of the other party. Do you think I may have no grudge against the Bright God Realm? So that's not to scare the other party's words. A look of surprise flashed in Jibril's eyes. Macefield said that her goal was to kill the God of Light, and she did hear it. But she thought it was just a way to scare Dorothy. It turns out that Macefield now says that's what she really thinks. This really caught Jibril off guard. But when the other party said this, she finally understood why Macefield was so invested. The power of destiny fluctuated that never stopped. There are also numerous plans listed by the other party, and the process of choosing the final plan after careful comparison. To be honest, Jibril felt that Macefield's attitude when he was thinking about how to make the Bright God realm bleed was even more serious than when he fought with him before. You are a terrible guy to do this for the sake of Xiaokang 5. After silently sighing, Jibril asked, "Where are we going next?" Returning to the previous world, are you still going to scare which famous person? Neither. Macefield denied. I wasted a lot of time on this side, and then I'm going to Ma's side to help. Suwu? Jibril froze for a moment. Is that the one who has been hiding in the dark and commanding you? Yes. 35. Can you take me there? Do you think you still have a chance to run away? I think it's still there. But recalling the words she heard just now, Jibril shook her head helplessly. To be able to come this far, Dorothy, the First Lord on the west side of the void, is naturally not a fool. Therefore, after noticing that Dorothy never doubted whether Macefield's plan to kill Artosh would succeed or not from the beginning to the end, the answer to Macefield's question has already been sealed. I'm afraid that even if she had a chance to escape, it would only be a cold corpse who returned to the side of Arto. Looks like you're a little smarter than I thought. 33. Glancing at the angel who was a little stunned in the battle with himself, Macefield's body fluctuated in space. Let's go, I'll take you to open your eyes. When you meet Kang Yu and the others, you will understand why Dorothy was so easily frightened by me. 99. At the same time, the great world of the Craftsman Alliance No. 003. Outside the volcano where Suwu and others recast the White Jade Sword. A large number of gods gathered here, and surrounded Kang Yueli, who was in charge of guarding 3 circles and 3 circles. Of course, these gods were all meeting Kang Yu for the first time, and no acquaintances died in Kang Yu's hands in the past. So they surrounded Kang Yu at this moment, not for revenge or murder. On the contrary, they were all trying to please Kang Yu at this moment, just to buy a seat to watch the recasting process of the White Jade Sword. This lady, can't you really be accommodating? Yeah, I promise not to cause trouble, as long as you agree to let me watch on the outside, I can even give you 5,000 units of God's gold as a reward. 35. FK away the poor BD. 5,000 units of God's gold just want to buy spectator tickets, how about you send the beggars? 99. This friend, as long as you let me watch, in addition to paying 3W units of God's gold, I can also pay a total of 3,000 units of rare metals, you can choose any type. Me too. As long as you agree, I guarantee at least the same price. Even more can be negotiated. 35. A loud noise resounded constantly over the volcano. Ask for flowers 0. At this moment, these casting gods, who are well known in the void, can even be said to be famous, have completely lost the arrogant appearance they used to be in front of outsiders. In order to grab a spectator ticket, they even prepared to fight like a street gangster. However, it's not their fault. Watching the whole process of a top-level artifact appearing in the world, this is too much temptation for a forging god. Not to mention, the Epiphany soared into the sky immediately after reading it. At least let them gain something, and it is not difficult to sweep away the problems accumulated on weekdays. If it is the kind of god of forging that has been stagnant for a long time, there is a high probability that this opportunity will be used to break the current bottleneck and move forward. This is not an exaggerated metaphor, but a fact that has been verified countless times. Point 0. Except for a few forging gods. The god of blacksmithing, who created the top artifact in the void at present, visited the process of the birth of the top artifact before completing this feat, and later showed that this method was very useful. With these cases in front, I noticed that the vision of the casting process of the top artifact began to emerge. How could this group of gods who are stationed in the great world of the God Craftsman Alliance on weekdays exchange their experiences with each other, just for the sake of further casting gods? How could they not be excited? Only in the face of this group of almost crazy casting gods, Kang Yu, who was surrounded by the center, did not give the slightest response. Su Wu would send her outside to take charge of the escort, naturally because he had already anticipated this situation. Otherwise, someone else would not necessarily be able to stop this group of blacksmiths, who had everything from lower-level gods to higher-level gods. Of course, there is still money to be made. These forging gods have sent money to the door, and there is no reason not to accept it. The reason why she kept stopping and didn't give a response was just because the Lord was a little slow. Looking at the old man riding a three-eyed bull with a big hammer on his arm in the distance, Kang Yu's eyes flashed a thoughtful look. The appearance features are all the same as Su Wu said, and the strength is also at the level of the top gods. If nothing else, it should be the other party. The World Master of the 003 Great World of the God Craftsman Alliance. One of the top forging gods in the void, Dao Dao Zai Yi. Chapter 221 Artifact Projector. Don't crowd here, just spread out a little. 35. Looking at the crowd that surrounded Kang Yu in 3 circles and 3 circles in front of him, Dao Dao Zai, who had just arrived, released a faint divine might to remind everyone of his arrival. Just when Kang Yu turned her gaze to him, Dao Dao Zai, who had been observing the situation, naturally also noticed Kang Yu's gaze. Although it was only the first time we met, Dao Dao Zai had experienced similar things many times. So the moment he met Kang Yu's eyes, he instantly understood what the blue-haired girl meant. Don't you see that this guest has not spoken? 99. After slightly magnifying the divine power on his body to further demonstrate his arrival, Dao Dao Zai slowly opened his mouth and said, "If you don't let me in to negotiate, even if you wait until the artifact in the volcano comes into existence, don't even think about going one step further." Hey? Dao Dao Zai-sama. What a knife, FK. This feature, shouldn't it really be the legendary Dao Dao Zai-sama? Stop talking nonsense. Let it go. Didn't you hear what Master Dao Dao Zai said just now? Give him a way to let him in. With the repeated voices of Dao Dao Zai, the crowded gods finally noticed the arrival of the other party at this moment. Amid the shouts of surprise, the gods who were blocking the front of Dao Dao Zai subconsciously took 2 steps back and made a spacious passage for the seemingly inconspicuous old man. Not bad. Glancing at the gods who responded quickly, Dao Dao Zai's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Compared with the situation he encountered last time, the god of blacksmithing piled up here is much calmer this time. At least he didn't need to help the other party to calm down physically. Sitting on the body of the three-eyed bull, Dao Dao Zai quickly came to Kang Yu. Looking at the blue-haired girl who gave him a sense of threat, Dao Dao Zai, who was considered a gentleman among the top gods, thought for a while, and jumped off the body of the three-eyed bull. "What do you call this guest?" "Kang Yu." "I understand." Dao Dao Zai nodded. "Then Miss Kang Yu, you should have something to do with me. 5. Well, I want to rent the artifact projector in your hand." "It really is this?" Facing Kang Yu's expected answer, Dao Dao Zai glanced at her thoughtfully, and continued to ask, "Where's the reward?" "Are you ready?" Artifact projector. This is a special artifact created by Dao Dao Zai after spending a lot of time and energy on a whim hundreds of years ago. Its effect is very simple. That is, after setting the receiving port, the whole process of a blacksmith making equipment can be projected through the terminal. Of course, if it is just a simple projection, even ordinary technology can't do it. Therefore, the projection of the artifact projector is not a projection in the ordinary sense. Instead, after completely simulating the environment of the scene, the projection is completed by generating a special space of equal proportions. As long as the viewer is in this special space, he will understand what it means to be there. Whether it is the details of the building process, the vision produced by the artifact, or the understanding produced during viewing, it will be fully accepted by the viewer. It can be said that there is no difference between viewing in this special space and watching at the construction site, except that the viewing location is not the construction site. As long as this artifact is there, it can not only prevent those people with ulterior motives from sneaking in and messing up the build site. It can also expand the viewing seats, so that more people who really need it can complete the viewing. Based on the above-mentioned conveniences, when this artifact just came out, there was a buying frenzy among the gods who were proficient in the way of forging, and Deo de Azai made a lot of money. Of course, the artifact projector also has corresponding shortcomings. For example, it can completely reproduce and project the building process, which cannot exceed its own quality. In other words, if you want to project the process of creating a top artifact, you must have a top artifact quality artifact projector. This problem looks like a good solution, but it's actually a hell of a lot of trouble. You must know that at present, there are not many people who can create top-notch artifacts in the void, including Deo de Azai himself. Coupled with those who really need artifact projectors, most of them are the owners of some large blacksmith shops. What they want is a low-level artifact or a mid-level artifact quality artifact projector. Buy it back and put it in a large blacksmith shop, and let those apprentices watch the crafting process of low-level artifacts on weekdays. In this situation, even if the forging method of the artifact projector has been disclosed by Deodozai, as of now, there is still only one artifact projector of top artifact quality. That is the artifact projector created when Deo de Azai created this special artifact on a whim. In fact, it is also because of the presence of this top-level artifact-level police artifact projector. Only in the void will there be no second artifact projector at the top artifact level. After all, there are only a few forging gods who can create top-notch artifacts in the void. Everyone is in a neutral position on weekdays to exchange ideas with each other, and they are all old acquaintances. If you really need it, go to Deo de Azai and spend some money to borrow it. Why waste materials and get one yourself? The last time I used this thing, Hephaestus paid me a high-level artifact and a large amount of rare minerals as a reward. 99. After groping in the storage ring, Deo de Azai took out a pair of black and white beads that exuded a faint light and handed it to Kang Yu. Of course, I also know about the financial situation of that guy in Hephaestus, so I will charge a little more. As for Miss Kang Yu, you and the friends behind you who are building artifacts in the volcano. To be honest, before we met today, I 0.1 had never heard of the deeds of your group. 55. Glancing at the skyrocketing sword energy in the volcano and all kinds of mysterious fluctuations, Deo de Azai's gaze shifted to Kang Yu again. Although I don't know why you were so low-key in the past, presumably the economic conditions are not necessarily particularly good. If you really can't afford to pay, I won't make things difficult for you, old man. I only need 30% of the income from the tickets. As for the rest, I will leave it to you to return to the original. What's up? Need not. Facing Deo de Azai's suggestion, Kang Yu shook her head to express her rejection, and then took out an ice blue longsword from her arms and handed it over. In addition to borrowing the artifact projector, I also want the tooth of the dog general that is left in your hand. As a reward, Shuanghuajian will lend you to observe it for 7 days. Deo de Azai. Chapter 222 Kang Yu's request. To be honest, the moment he heard Kang Yu's reply, even Deo de Azai was stunned for a moment. Due to his personality and his superior ability, he really doesn't care much about how much he can get paid. For him, it is more profitable to make friends with Kang Yu and others than to harvest more rare ores. There are not many people who are qualified to create top artifacts. Even if they are unknown now, Kang Yu and others will surely spread their fame all over the void like him in the future. Instead of waiting until then to visit at the door, it is better to form a good relationship now. But what he never expected was that Kang Yu not only rejected her proposal, but also proposed such an outrageous deal. In addition to the artifact projector, you also want the last dog general's tooth in my hand. And the reward you have to pay is just to lend me this sword for a week. Looking at the expressionless Kang Yu, Dao Daozai narrowed his eyes, and the whole person fell into a huge doubt. Miss Kang Yu, are you joking? Not kidding. Kang Yu shook her head and put the Shuanghua sword in her hand in front of Dao Daozai. You'll understand when you feel it for yourself. For you, this deal will never be a loss. Are you sure you won't lose out? Dao Daozai's eyes became a little numb. There are a total of 4 canine teeth in the canine general. Due to the request of the other party, 3 of them have been used as basic materials by Dao Daozai, and 3 top artifacts have been created. As for the last one left in his hand, Dao Daozai was not ready to use it. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, the canine teeth of General Canine are just an excellent material for creating top-notch artifacts. But for Dao Daozai, the true meaning of this tooth is the final proof that a friend once existed. Therefore, let's not talk about the loan remuneration of the artifact projector. It is impossible for him to accept the canine teeth of General Canine. Miss Kang Yu, if you really lack materials, you can tell me. Taking the Shuanghua sword in midair, Dao Daozai sighed helplessly. General Dog's teeth or something, old man, I'm... Dao Daozai, who was about to say something, suddenly froze, with a surprised look on his face. Carefully looking at the Shuanghua sword in his hands, Dao Daozai's eyes flashed a sudden look. I said, why are you so confident? Although it is only the simplest exploration, the fluctuations from this long sword have undoubtedly surpassed the level of the top artifact. Equipment of this level, even Dao Daozai, has only been seen a few times in the ruins of the past era. But the equipment that I saw a few times was severely damaged without exception. Apart from being able to let people know that the level of the equipment surpasses the top artifact, nothing can be seen at all. Compared with the Shuanghua sword that Kang Yu handed over, the two sides are not at the same level in terms of reference value. If you can really get this long sword and refer to it for a week, Dao Daozai is confident that you can comprehend a lot of things. For example, it will be easier to create top-notch artifacts in the future, to find out how to create equipment that surpasses top-level artifacts, to further improve one's own way of the Lord God, etc. Basically all can be done. Under such circumstances, even Dao Daozai had to admit that he would not suffer any losses from the deal proposed by Kang Yu. But subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Sorry, only General Canine's teeth are not good. Glancing at the volcano not far away, Dao Daozai's expression became a little helpless. He knew very well that once he really handed over this thing, he would never have the chance to get it back. Therefore, no matter how tempting the deal Kang Yu offered, he would not be able to accept it. It's okay if you don't accept it. 35. Even if she was rejected by Dao Daozai, Kang Yu's reaction was still very dull. For her, it was just an expected result. In other words, it was the result that Ma Wu expected. Shuanghuajian can still be rented to you for 7 days, or even a month. 35. As a price, you have to help create a special artifact. Can you do it? What type of artifact? Dao Daozai, who felt that he had been tricked, paused for a while, and continued to say, you can help, old man, I can even provide you with some materials as compensation. But it's said in advance that if the effect is too troublesome, even I can't be sure of success. It is true that he can create top artifacts, but that does not mean that he can be 100% successful. If I really want to say, his forging strength in the same realm is also at an upper middle level. The reason why he is more famous than other people can only be said that strength and luck account for half. It will work. Kang Yu replied, the theoretical design has been completed, the only difference is the technical support. It's not hard to build, as long as you're willing to help. 35. I'm relieved if you say that. Dao Daozai breathed a sigh of relief, and took down the Shuanghua sword with peace of mind. If nothing else, I will stay in this world for a long time. If you're ready, just send someone to call me. Correct. As if remembering something, Dao Daozai's face showed a curious look. Can you tell me the bottom line first and tell me what kind of artifact you are going to build? The effect and appearance are similar to the artifact projector. 35. Throwing the white bead with the artifact projector as the starting end to the crater behind her, Kang Yu replied truthfully, it's just that the name of the artifact needs to be changed. It's called the Law Projector. Good luck. 99. Catching the white beads that fell from the crater, Macefield, who had just arrived here, turned and looked not far away. There, Ma Wu and others just finished processing the materials in their hands and ended all the preparations. Looks like I'm not too late. Chapter 223 Disadvantages of Reconstruction of Matter. It's not too late. Taking over the activation end of the artifact projector in Macefield's hand, Ma Wu replied while injecting magic power into it. The point of time when I need your help is after I start to incorporate materials into the white jade sword. 35. Until then, you just need to watch Alicia and Baiyu operate. I see. Macefield nodded and continued to ask. What exactly do I need to do? When Ma Wu came over before, he only told her to come over to help recast the white jade sword after finishing his own affairs. As for what to do, the other party did not make it clear. What you have to do is simple. Su Wu raised his hand and pointed to the white jade sword that was being roasted by the white flame not far away. At present, Bai Yujian is still in the heating stage. When the construction officially starts, Alicia will incorporate materials into its interior for transformation. The only difference from the last time is that the materials used this time are more and the properties are very complex. Because the recasting work needs to be completed within a week, even Alicia is not sure about the precise operation of the whole process. In order to avoid accidents, I need you to be the last insurance. It is not the same as casting in the conventional sense. In the process of recasting the white jade sword, Alicia will also use a hammer to beat it through special techniques. But what she relies on more is her own ability material reconstruction. In the case of understanding the structure of the object can be freely reassembled and spliced. It sounds great, but this skill actually has a very troublesome disadvantage. That is, the requirements for control accuracy are particularly high. Once the user makes the slightest mistake in this recombination process, it will cause a series of chemical reactions. In this series of reactions, in order to prevent more troublesome chemical reactions, Alicia cannot arbitrarily intervene, it can only depend on luck. If you are lucky, Bai Yujian may not be affected in any way, and may even reach the expected goal smoothly. But if luck is bad, the quality of the white jade sword itself will be affected, and its original sharpness and even hardness will be permanently reduced. In order to avoid this situation, Macefield, who controls the power of destiny, needs to help. Okay, I see what you mean. After listening to Ma Wu's explanation, a look of relief flashed in Macefield's eyes. Due to her previous cooperation with Alicia, she also has an understanding of the ability to reconstruct matter. In fact, what Su Wu asked her to do, she had already tried once when she forged the Gun of Destiny. Without anyone intervening, guide the fate of Bai Yujian to the most successful one. It's just this level of consumption, I can do it even for a month. Then please. With the continuous injection of huge magic power, the artifact projector in Ma Wu's hand finally started successfully. Under Ma Wu's control, a white spherical light film spreads from the bead, instantly wrapping the entire volcano. I still have other things to do on my side, and I will go on a long trip with Kang Yu next. Fixing the starting end of the artifact projector on the wall beside him, Su Wu turned to look at Macefield and the others. As for the escort work, you don't have to worry. I have found a reliable candidate, she will take over the escort job from Kang Yu when we go out. As long as she is there, even if the main god-level powerhouse arrives, it may not be able to come in. Stop the main god-level powerhouse? 35. A look of surprise flashed in Macefield's eyes. It seems that while we were away, you came into contact with something incredible. Just luck. A smile appeared on Siwoo's mouth. The contact with Alger was not actually planned. It's just that Bai Ji happened to meet the other party and brought it back to her, so I found a way to recruit her. It's not a matter of luck and success. A look of emotion flashed in Macefield's eyes. Being able to stop the main god-level powerhouse means that the new partner named Alger also has the main god-level combat power. Although he didn't know what the other party was doing, how could such a level of existence be easily subjugated? Ma Wu said good luck, but that was only relative to him. If someone else came, this luck would definitely be replaced by an equal amount or even more despair. Not much to say, you focus on forging swords. He waved at Macefield and the others who were in deep thought, and Ma Wu disappeared. I'll try to be back within a week. Is he Ma Wu? Yes. Glancing at Jibril, who had been silent until now, Macefield led her forward. How do you feel? What should I say? Jibril touched her chin with a tangled look on her face. There is no kingly aura that is breathless for those who are overwhelmed, there is no powerful force that makes people feel fearful just by looking at it, and there is no unfathomable wisdom. 35. It's more ordinary than I thought. If it wasn't for hearing the conversation between the two sides, Jibril wouldn't even be able to recognize Ma Wu's true identity just by looking at it. In a sense, it is quite strange that a leader of a mysterious force can be so ordinary. 4 coins, that's just your illusion. Seemingly overhearing the conversation between the two, Bai Yu, who was standing not far away, turned around and looked over. Those qualities you mentioned, Ma Wu actually has them, but you just can't see them. I agree with that. 99. Macefield nodded. Ma Wu, who has always liked to hide in the dark, naturally will not show his true appearance to others. Therefore, the Ma Wu they just saw was a camouflage that used the only skill 1000 changes, and then on this basis, they used makeup, high-level magic, artifact effects, and other different means to carry out multiple camouflage. In this situation, if it weren't for the fact that Ma Wu couldn't see the fate line, it would be too special. The police said that Jibril, whose strength had been sealed, would not necessarily be able to recognize him even if it was Macefield. It's so outrageous. Chapter 224, Internal Disputes in the Dark God Realm. The middle world of Dark God Realm No. 024. At the same time that Macefield and others began to transform the White Jade Sword, Annabelle, who was ready to test the wave of the Bright God Realm, also initiated a meeting to bring all the core members together. Do you have any objection to my arrangement? Looking at the terrifying figures in front of her, Annabelle, who had finished all her plans, looked to the right. If there is any, please bring it up as soon as possible, understand? Why do you seem to have any opinion on me? 55. On Annabelle's right, the black-haired man who was staring at her raised his eyebrows. I shouldn't have done anything wrong recently. Edmund, I think it's better for you not to provoke Annabelle. Not far from the two, a teenager who was playing with the dagger in his hand suddenly said. In the last incident, everyone knows who is right and who is wrong. If you still can't do anything this time, I'll be angry even if Annabelle doesn't get angry. Are you threatening me? Edmund, the black-haired man, looked over, with a dangerous smile on his face. Interesting, is it because I haven't really started for too long, making a young brat like you forget my true strength? Forget? Stopping the 480 dagger in his hand, the corner of the young Roy's mouth also rose slightly. Does an old antique who can't even kill an ordinary superior god really have any strength? Then try. 39. Quiet. 35. A dull voice suddenly came, interrupting Edmund's words. Roy, Edmund. 39. Looking at the two people who suddenly stopped in front of her, Annabelle spoke slowly and expressionlessly. You two should not forget what we are doing now. 39. I don't care what kind of grievances and disputes you have between you, and what kind of dissatisfaction you have with me, Edmund. But if this trivial matter affects the direction of the war and affects the interests of the Lord of Darkness, you should understand the consequences without having to tell me. Do not worry. Roy, who lowered his head and played with the dagger again, replied in a muffled voice. I just see that he is not happy, and he will do his best to carry out the task. 95. That's good. 35. Annabelle nodded and looked at Edmund, who didn't answer. Do you have anything to say about the plan? Of course there is. Although he was intimidated by Annabelle, Edmund, who was not affected, still looked at him without any pressure. I don't understand why I was asked to deal with Metatron. A weak and seriously injured person is not qualified to be my opponent at all. I want to touch Michael more than to deal with him. So you want me to hand Michael over to you? After giving Edgar a thoughtful look, Annabelle gave her own answer. In terms of strength, you have indeed reached the standard. However, if you want to face Michael, you must contain the opponent throughout the process, and you cannot let him support others. 39. How can it be done? Is there any consequence if I can't do it? It will cause the real plan to fail. The real plan? A look of doubt flashed in Edmund's eyes. What is that? From the beginning of the meeting to now, Annabelle has been talking about the layout and the enemy they need to deal with. This is the first time the other party has mentioned such a thing as a real plan. Originally I wanted to talk to you in private and alone. 35. But since you want to know in advance, I'll just say it here. Looking at Edmund in front of him, Annabelle raised her hand and pointed to the power distribution map on the table. You should also know that there are only 3 ways to influence the battle between the Light God Realm and the Dark God Realm. The number of the top gods is unbalanced, and the gap between the numbers of the top gods is widened to dozens, and the main god will end. 35. Which of these 3 approaches do you think is possible for us to do? I see. Glancing at the power distribution map on the desktop, Edmund pondered for a moment and immediately understood what Annabelle meant. There are really 3 ways to affect the situation. Because the God of Darkness and the God of Light have fought too many times in the past, the Void Consciousness's monitoring of these 2 people is actually more strict than other main gods. Things like lifting the restrictions on the shot after the fall of the top gods may appear on the Lord of the Abyss. But it will never appear in the God of Light and the God of Darkness when the Light God Realm and the Dark God Realm fight. Once you do it, it means that those who do it will be punished. Correspondingly, the passive party lifted the restrictions of the contract of the gods and could act without any scruples. If one party's strength is damaged, and the other party's state is complete, it is natural to say who will have the advantage. Therefore, there are actually only 2 ways to influence the situation of the war. But when it comes to these 2 methods, there is another thing involved. That is the intervention of foreign forces. Everyone understands how the imbalance in the number of top-level superior gods will affect the battle situation. In order not to completely collapse the front, those foreign forces who are watching will take the initiative to go off to help balance the battle. Just like this time, after Raphael's death, Artaeus announced an alliance with the Light God Realm within half a day. Once there is a sign that the Dark God Realm is falling behind, those foreign forces will also take the initiative to stand up and join the Dark God Realm. If someone maliciously trades, the first method will naturally not work. FF. Are you planning to kill dozens of superior gods while dealing with the opponent while Metatron's injury has not recovered yet? It is easy to make up for the vacancy of the top gods. But the vacancy of the higher gods is not so easy to make up for. Not to mention whether the rest of the forces can draw out so many superior gods. Even if they can draw it, they may not dare to do so. If the old enemy seizes the opportunity and picks up the places where people have left, wouldn't it be a blood loss? You guessed right. Glancing at everyone on the scene, Annabelle affirmed Edmund's guess. If you want to fill a large number of superior gods, those large forces that are on the sidelines must negotiate with each other. As long as we seize this space, we have every opportunity to further expand the advantages of the battle. Let's not say that directly winning the Bright God realm can at least consume 30% to 40% of its heritage, giving us a huge advantage in the future. To achieve this goal, two preconditions must be met. Annabelle raised two fingers and looked at Edmund with a serious face. 1. Contain Michael, a tricky guy, so that he can't find time to support others. 2. It has the strength to kill the surrounding superior gods while suppressing the wounded Metatron. Sometimes I really think you are very good. After silently looking at Annabelle for a few seconds, Edmund shook his head helplessly. This kind of whimsical plan, you can't think of it. Chapter 225 The Third Purpose. How is this plan for Annabelle? In all fairness, Edgar can only say that this plan is very powerful. As long as there is no major force in the brain, a large number of high-level gods are suddenly sent to fill the vacancies. Then the stalemate between the Light God realm and the Dark God realm will indeed be broken. The Bright God realm will also pay an unprecedented huge price, as Annabelle said. 1. All this is premised. That's when the plan goes well, it goes. What Annabelle said was very refreshing, but the actual implementation of this plan was no less difficult than killing a top-level god in a one-on-one battle. Metatron is not a soft persimmon that can be handled casually. Even if his strength is damaged now, at most he will only be at a disadvantage in the battle of the same level. Do you want to kill dozens of superior gods while suppressing the opponent? The kind of high-level gods who have just broken through and have not yet had a deep foundation can try it. But it's impossible to replace it with that kind of old-fashioned superior god with profound background. If it could be slaughtered so easily, the higher gods would not be bound by the void consciousness into the contract of the gods. I'm just talking about the best. As if to understand what Edmund was thinking, Annabelle continued to speak. As long as we can kill more than two-digit superior gods, we can still achieve similar results. But the premise of all this is to hold Michael back and not let him sway around. Even if you say that, I can only say my best. Leaning on the chair behind him, Edmund waved his hand lazily. This time, don't say that I'm not doing my best. Even if it was you, I wouldn't be able to hold the other party 100%. 55. The Light God realm and the Dark God realm are also old enemies. Although the fight in the past was not as intense as this time, the top combat powers of both sides had more or less fought. Among them, Edmund once fought Michael, the head of the 9 archangels. It was precisely because of this fight that Edmund knew Michael better than others. Attack, defense, movement, team amplification. No matter what aspect, the other party has achieved the ultimate, and is a genuine hexagonal warrior. The title of the main god candidate is used to describe the top god of Michael's level. If it is the other side, it is really possible that when dealing with a wounded like Metatron, he will be a superior god. Thinking of this, Edmund's face turned gloomy. Even if the opponent gave up his future potential in exchange for such power, Edmund was still somewhat unacceptable. For him, who valued his strength above everything else, it was a shame to be surpassed by the latecomers. Even if he can't hold it all the way, he must be kept from getting out in a short time. Glancing at Edmund, whose face was suddenly ugly, Annabelle continued to speak unaffected. As long as you burst out with all your strength, you should be able to do it, Edmund. 35. Don't underestimate me. Edmund said a little unhappily. A guy like Michael who forcibly comprehends the way of the Lord God of others is just taking advantage of the higher progress of the way of the Lord God to force his way. 39. If I hadn't completed the breakthrough, even Michael I would have been able to suppress the whole process. 99. Breakthrough? It seemed that she heard something interesting, and a thoughtful look flashed in Annabelle's eyes. Have you found a way to go further? Of course. 9. Edmund straightened his back subconsciously, with a proud look on his face. With a little extra gain recently, I got 5% of the power of darkness and 5% of the power of fire. 5. With these laws and authorities that fit the way of my Lord God as a medium, the day when I break the current bottleneck is not far away. When I complete the breakthrough, neither Michael nor you will be my opponent. Seeing how confident you are, it shouldn't be fake. 95. Like Edmund's deep eyes, Annabelle didn't ask any more questions. For her, who had already received information from Mahu. When Edmund reported what he had gained, the other party secretly leaked the information of the Dark God realm, and it was more than half confirmed. 4 flowers. Of course, this matter can't be fully implemented until the information from the side of the Bright God realm is sent back to complete the final verification. FF. Don't worry too much now. Finish the work at hand first, then talk about other things. I am personally happy for you that you are about to break through. However, the plan will officially start in half a day, and you shouldn't be able to complete the breakthrough before that. In order to maximize the results of the battle, I still have to ask you one last time, how long can you completely hold Michael back in the current state? Edmund was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, I did fight with that guy in the past, but that was just the most shallow temptation. Neither he nor I have real cards that have not been played. 35. I can't give you a specific answer until I really fight with all my strength. I understand. Annabelle nodded and didn't say anything more. After all, whether the other party can give an answer is not particularly important. This time's action, on the surface, is a test to the Bright God realm, and secretly is to find a breakthrough to break the deadlock. But in fact, in addition to these two purposes, she has a third purpose. That is to test the truth of Edmund. Su Wu is indeed a reliable ally. But the other party is only an ally. In order to ensure that the other party is not passing on false information, she must complete the verification of this information before making a final judgment. Unfortunately, the current results are not optimistic. She has already completed 60% of the verification of leaking the information of the Dark God realm in exchange for her own interests. In the 60% of the verification, no matter which one is showing that Edmund has a problem. Glancing at Edmund one last time, Annabelle's gaze shifted to the others present. Apart from Edmund, you should have no objection. If not, then you can go. 35. Hurry up and get to the scheduled location, and we will launch an attack at midnight after half a day. Chapter 226 Annabelle's True Strength. Michael, how are you doing? In the base camp on the front line of the Bright God realm, Gabriel, who had just arrived from the rear, pushed open the door and walked in. I have received the latest information, and it has been confirmed that the Dark God realm will launch a large-scale attack. The arrangement must be completed immediately to prevent major losses. If there is any distribution, you can just say it directly. Michael, who was talking to Metatron, turned around and replied without the slightest nervousness, the pre-war preparations are over long ago. What's worse now, only your order. That's good. Gabriel breathed a sigh of relief. Just like Edmund who just heard the plan from Annabelle. Gabriel, who was sitting at the base camp to analyze the situation, did not expect Annabelle to be so reckless. If it wasn't for the fact that Edmund was bought at a large price in advance and asked 483 to help pass on the information, there would have been a huge loss this time. This is a personnel transfer plan I made temporarily. Please help me convey it. He took out a stack of blueprints from his arms and handed it to Michael. Gabriel's gaze shifted to Metatron. I still have some things to tell Metatron, and I won't do a pre-war meeting this time. It is good. Michael nodded, and the next second, he disappeared with the blueprint sent by Gabriel. As the highest combat power in the bright god realm, Michael and Gabriel had a very good relationship before. For things like this, if Edmund and Annabelle were replaced, there would be a high probability that Edmund felt that he was being asked to run errands and refused directly. But if it is replaced by Michael, then he will only think that Gabriel has his own reasons for doing so. Since the other party chose to entrust this task to him, it meant that there were more urgent matters to explain to Metatron. In fact, Michael's guess was not wrong either. Metatron, leave these two to you. After groping for a while in the storage, Gabriel took out a set of heavy armor and a pair of gloves and handed it to the other party. Dragon scale armor made from the dragon scales of the Dragon of Light. A shining glove made of rare metals such as Power of Light, Gold of God, and Olihagong. If the Apostolic Cross and the Ring of Light he lent to Raphael before were auxiliary artifacts he occasionally used, then these two pieces of equipment are the core artifacts that he often uses. The latest information shows that the main pressure on the Dark God Realm's test plan this time is on you and Michael. Looking at Metatron in front of him, Gabriel said solemnly, in order to ensure your safety, I will lend you these two artifacts first. 35. If something unexpected happens, remember to activate the hidden power in these two artifacts as soon as possible. The damage to the artifact is a trivial matter, and we must hold Annabelle as much as possible, so that she does not have the energy to deal with the superior gods on the battlefield. Do not worry. After wearing the two artifacts on the spot, a smile appeared on Metatron's mouth. You have already made such a decision, then of course I will not let you down. 9. Edgeworth, the evil god lurking in Metatron's body, is not a person who likes to lie. Since he had told Gabriel that he would not be disappointed, Edgeworth would naturally try his best to do it. So, when Annabelle came to the battlefield as planned to join Edgeworth, what greeted her was the Metatron Plus, which had already stimulated the source power of two top-level artifacts and gained a comprehensive increase. Jing jing! Looking at Metatron, whose momentum caught up with him immediately, Annabelle fell into a rare silence. After a while, she tentatively sent a communication to the other party's head. Edgeworth? It's me. Along with the reply, Edgeworth, who was controlling Metatron's body, also disappeared, waving his fist at Annabelle. Bang! 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 You are really merciless. Annabelle, who had already reacted, fought back immediately. Amid the violent collisions, the battle between the two instantly became heated. These two artifacts on your body should have been given to you by Gabriel to prevent accidents. It's just so neatly consumed as a one-time item, if Gabriel knows about it. I came here strictly according to Gabriel's request. Boom! Metatron, whose aura was soaring by another layer, pushed Annabelle back, and then instantly summoned thousands of locks of light to charge towards the opponent. If something unexpected happens, you must activate the true power of these two artifacts as soon as possible. This is what Gabriel said. That being the case, the behavior of him, the second fifth boy, passing information to Annabelle was naturally included in this unexpected situation. Stop defending, and fight with all your might. 35. Looking down at Annabelle, who shattered the lock of light and obtained the video crystal from it, Metatron raised his hand again and summoned a great sword that pierced the sky and slashed downwards. It's rare to experience such a powerful force. If you don't take it seriously, it will be too boring. How about your signature skill Eternal Night, your iconic artifact Dark Soul? Why didn't you bring any of them? Bang! Jing jing, I didn't paddle. Catching the great sword of light exuding terrifying power with one hand, Annabelle, whose body sank slightly, raised her head and looked at Metatron in the sky. The reason why I didn't bring Dark Soul is because I lent it to someone else. As for Eternal Night, I have already activated it. Activated? Metatron, who was unaware of the whole process, was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously expanded his perception to explore the surroundings. In the next second, he who finally sensed the truth fell silent. Annabelle didn't lie, she did activate her signature skill, Eternal Night. It's just different from what Metatron expected, shrouding the battlefield between the two. The range covered by the opponent's skill was 100 million larger than he imagined. 0.1 It seems that everyone underestimates you. Edgeworth in Metatron had a headache. Originally, he thought that with the boost of these two artifacts, he would be able to compete with the opponent to complete his mission in a short period of time. Now it seems that some are not enough. Since you can cover the entire front line, you should have broken through the 10% bottleneck. If you are referring to the progress of the way of the Lord God, then I broke through a long time ago. Annabelle, who had checked the contents of the video crystal and put it away, raised her head and looked at Metatron in the sky. The transfer of information is over. In order not to arouse Gabriel's suspicion, I will do my best to deal with the enemy. So, you can get serious too. Edgeworth. Or, let's paddle a little. Chapter 227 Supreme Heaven. Domain Type Magic, Eternal Night. This is an exclusive skill created by Annabelle, the messenger of the Dark God, based on his own way of the main god and the domain of the gods, after spending a lot of time. Like many domain magics, the effect of Eternal Night is also very simple and rude. Force the space around you into your control and change it. No matter what the situation was before the battlefield. Once Eternal Night is successfully cast, the battlefield will become an environment suitable for dark creatures to fight. Not only that, just like God's domain can increase itself and weaken the enemy. Eternal Night, which combines the advantages of divine domain and domain magic, can naturally achieve a similar effect. Just like now. Invisible fluctuations came from the dark night, covering thousands of large and small battlefields that were fighting. Under the influence of this invisible fluctuation, the war situation visibly tilted. Didn't you eat the trash of the bright god realm? Bang! Looking at the angel who was kicked out by himself, the lower-level god from the dark god realm showed a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth. Isn't it very happy just now? Why don't you jump around now? Humph! Don't be complacent. 23 is too early. 35. After manipulating the injury and performing a temporary treatment on the wound on the chest, the angel of the bright god realm stared back not to be outdone. It's just because of the blessing of Eternal Night. When the domain magic of our bright god realm is activated, I see how long you can jump around. Domain magic of the bright god realm. As if hearing some funny joke, the lower-level god on the side of the dark god realm laughed loudly. I don't think you're dreaming. As an old-fashioned lower-level god whose strength is not far from an intermediate-level god, of course he has heard of the domain magic of the bright god realm. It's just not the same as Eternal Night. The domain magic sanctuary of the light god realm is not a skill that is exclusive to a certain person like Annabelle. If you want to summon that domain, you must have a large number of gods to cooperate with each other. The larger the number of gods involved, the larger the scale of the sanctuary. Summoning a sanctuary larger than the Eternal Night that covers thousands of battlefields, the bright god realm can indeed do it. 18. All this is premised. That is, under the current war situation, there are enough gods who can devote part of their energy to participate in the construction of the sanctuary. I don't know what's going on with the others. But as long as I'm here, you don't have to think about helping. 35. The lower-level god on the side of the dark god realm disappeared in place with a machete in hand, and launched a pursuit against the enemy. Run with all your strength or fight with me, now you only have these two options. Boom! The situation between the lower-level gods on the side of the dark god realm and the angels in the light god realm is just a microcosm of the overall battle situation. Under the circumstances that no one expected, the strength of Annabelle, whose progress of the way of the Lord God broke through the 10% limit, exceeded everyone's imagination. Leaving aside the rest, the Eternal Night, which directly enveloped the entire battlefield, broke 90% of Gabriel's arrangements. What a troublesome guy! After bursting out and knocking Eleanor out in front of him with all his strength, Gabriel, who felt that the battlefield was rapidly deteriorating, looked a little ugly. The distribution of combat power on the side of the Bright God realm was temporarily decided by him after receiving the information half a day ago and referring to the strength of the enemy. There are some minor bugs, but at least no obvious flaws. As long as there are no mistakes on Michael or Metatron's side, there is still no pressure to resist this round of temptation. But what he never expected was that, before there was a mistake on his own side, the opposite side actually lost a pair of Wang Zhan to forcibly make a mistake. It seems that I can't hide my clumsiness. Glancing at Eleanor who was rushing up again, Gabriel sighed helplessly. If it weren't for the fact that there was no other way, he really didn't want to expose this kind of trump card that could decide the final battle. All archangels obey orders. Boom! Gabriel, who suddenly burst out with dazzling holy light, raised his left palm and faced the pitch-dark sky above his head. Activate Supreme Heaven immediately. 99. The damage rate of attendants below the god level exceeds 11%, 73 lower level gods have fallen, 12 intermediate level gods have fallen, and 1 higher level god has fallen. He swept away Edmund in front of him, and Michael glanced in the direction of several large battlefields with a solemn look on his face. It seems that I underestimated the influence of eternal night. This battle situation is more than 10 times worse than what he expected. The embankment of 1,000 miles was destroyed in the ant's nest. If there is no way to tie this exaggerated battle loss ratio today, then the Bright God realm will be at a disadvantage on the low-end battlefield for a long time to come. In the long run, there is no guarantee that there will be no fatal loopholes. No wonder Gabriel's side decided to activate High Heaven. 35. His gaze returned to Edmund's body, and Michael's expression became completely serious. Although I still want to play with you for a while, it seems that I can't do it today. 35. Don't underestimate me. Edmund, whose body was covered with numerous wounds, stared back gloomily. He was indeed the inner ghost of the Dark God realm, and he exchanged some information for his own interests. But that didn't mean he joined the Bright God realm. Unlike Edgeworth's true inner ghost, Edmund would only do this because he was too eager to get stronger. In his view, losing a part of the current unimportant interests in exchange for future potential is a very profitable behavior. It doesn't matter if things come to light. 483 As long as he leads the Dark God realm to the final victory through decisive strength, even the Dark God will not blame him too much. FF. I admit that you are stronger than I thought. Boom. Black magic flame spewed out of Edmund's body. Under the burning of this black magic flame, not only did his injury fully recover in a short period of time, but his aura suddenly skyrocketed. Looking at the defiant Michael not far away, Edmund, who was furious after noticing that Annabelle's strength had already broken through one step ahead of him, rushed out again. But just this level is not enough. As long as I'm here today, don't even think about going to other places for support. You're wrong about 2 things. Raising the holy sword in his hand to block Edmund's attack, Michael replied flatly. I didn't underestimate you. Bang! After directly kicking the opponent out like he was kicking a ball, Michael, like Gabriel, raised his palm to face the dark night in the sky. Also, I'm more than a little stronger than you. Boom! A dazzling beam of light burst out from Michael's hand, rushing straight towards the dark night. With his addition, the first whole card of the Bright God realm completely appeared in front of everyone. Thump! The melodious and resounding sound of the bell rang through the west side of the void at this moment. Chapter 228 The Basic Consciousness of the Agent. The Highest Heaven. Hearing the sound of the bell ringing in his ears, Annabelle frowned when he realized that a huge force was competing with him for space authority. She was not surprised by the fact that the Bright God realm suddenly threw the whole card. After all, the purpose of the Dark God realm launching this attack was to test the details of the Light God realm. Now that he has successfully forced out the opponent's trump card, it can be said that more than half of the clear purpose has been achieved this time. But the trouble is, the trump card thrown by the other party is the domain magic that she doesn't want to see. It is also a domain-type magic maintained by all the archangels. No matter how powerful she is, it is impossible for her to compete with so many top-level superior gods for control of space with her personal strength. Looking at the night sky that was slowly being dispersed in the sky, the huge throne that had already emerged behind the night sky, there was a rare serious look in Annabelle's eyes. At this rate, she would only be able to leave at most 1/3 or 1/4 of the space control in the end. In other words, the geographical advantage will gradually shift from the dark god realm to the bright god realm. What impact this will have on the war situation, Annabelle can't understand it anymore. It seems that we have to change our strategy and find a way to retreat early. Is it really good to say that in front of me? 39. Metatron, who had participated in the construction of this domain, retracted his palm and turned his gaze to Annabelle. From a standpoint they were indeed allies, but that didn't mean he would show mercy. If you want to deceive everyone, you have to be true. So, just like Annabelle shot him with the attitude of killing him when he just called. Edgeworth, who was hiding in Metatron, would only attack with all his might in this battle with the attitude of killing the opponent. You played really well just now, it's time for me now. After obtaining the Supreme Heaven increase, his strength has been further improved. In addition, the original burst state of the two artifacts is not over yet. In the short-term battle, he is confident that he will not fall behind. And this is enough. The order that Gabriel gave him was only one from beginning to end. That is delaying Annabelle. While protecting the combat power of the superior gods of the bright god realm, he dragged them to Michael's side. It seems that you really want to continue fighting with me. Looking at Metatron's rising momentum, Annabelle, who knew that the other party also had her own ideas, didn't say anything more. Since that's the case, then let you know, Halfway through the sentence, Annabelle, who suddenly noticed something, stopped what she was doing and turned her head to look west. Unfortunately, it seems that today can only end here. 99. Metatron, who was aware of what happened, froze and a look of regret flashed in his eyes. According to the memory records in his mind, Edmund, whose body is a special kind of flame, is not much worse than Michael in terms of strength. But now it seems that this information seems to be seriously wrong. You came faster than I thought. Glancing at the blonde angel who appeared in front of him, Metatron turned his gaze to Edmund who was following closely behind him. I thought it would take you at least half a day to suppress that guy. Your estimate is not wrong. Michael, whose momentum was rising steadily, turned around and looked at Annabelle not far away. It's just me under normal circumstances. If there is the blessing of Supreme Heaven, that is another matter. Right. After searching the memories in his mind, Edgeworth, who was hiding in Metatron, instantly understood the reason. As the high-level magic of the sanctuary, the Supreme Heaven, which can only be constructed by the Archangel-level powerhouse, is naturally different. For example, what it gathers is not the holy light of several archangels, but the way of their Lord God. The way of the Lord God of Michael and others is indeed different, but it is only in the details of the branches. Since they are all walking the way of the holy light, their main body of the way of the Lord God is still the same. Based on this, the God of Light came up with a way to connect these main bodies, and further created the highest level domain magic Supreme Heaven. In addition to comprehensively crushing the original sanctuary in the amplification effect and coverage, the biggest feature of Supreme Heaven is the borrowing of power. In a state where the nature of the power is similar, and the main parts of the way of the Lord God are connected again, the archangels who participated in the construction of Supreme Heaven can lend a part of their power to others anytime, anywhere. FF. After the launch of Supreme Heaven, except for Metatron who was confronting Annabelle, the other 6 archangels chose to borrow some of their power for Michael to use. With the blessing of this epic level buff, Michael, who already had the upper hand, naturally suppressed Edmund in an instant and rushed over to support him. Metatron, substitution. 35. Looking at Annabelle in front of him, Michael spoke slowly. You go and hold Edmund. As for this guy, it's up to me to deal with it. 9. Are you insulting me? Before Metatron could reply, Edmund, who had repaired his injury again, became angry. You guy who likes crooked ways, I must. Edmund. Annabelle glanced at him flatly. You can't suppress Michael now. Do you underestimate me too? I didn't underestimate you, but... Annabelle paused and continued, I don't want to repeat too many meaningless words on the battlefield, so I only say it once. 99. This trial operation ends here, and the Dark God Realm will fully retreat next. Until then, your main task is to hold Metatron and cover the retreat of the people below, understand? 35. Tisk, I'll just listen to you this time. 35. You can cooperate. After fully grasping the control of the remaining space in her hand, Annabelle looked back at Michael, who was not far away. Although Edmund's brain is not very good, there is one sentence that the other party really said right. It's fallen, Michael. After forcibly referring to the way of the Lord of the God of Light to improve your own power, you chose to borrow the power of others. Abandoning the possibility of being promoted to the main god, using all kinds of crooked ways to exchange for this powerful power. Is it really worth it for you? The answer is simple, Annabelle. After a moment of silence, Michael gave his answer. Just as you sometimes go against your will in order to fulfill the orders of the God of Darkness, so do I. 99. For the Lord of the God of Light, the Light God realm has not reached the point of time to abandon it. Since this is the case, I must maintain the advantage of strength and wipe out all your enemies. Good money. Even if he knew that this would homogenize his own way of the Lord God, he would still do it. An irrefutable answer. After listening to Michael's reply, Annabelle sighed silently in her heart, but in the end she didn't say anything more. For Michael and her spokesperson for a major god-level force, this level of consciousness is just the most basic requirement. In the face of Michael's situation, Annabelle can only rejoice in her good luck. Compared with the God of Light, the attitude of the God of Darkness is much gentler. At least the other party won't let her choose to sacrifice her future potential in exchange for her strength at the current stage, like Michael. In this case, she can't let the other party down. Catching the top artifact Dark Soul that flew back from afar, Annabelle also erupted with unprecedented might. Come on, Michael! Holding the black giant sword tightly in both hands, Annabelle's figure disappeared in place. Let me see how strong you are now. Today's update is a bit late, my stomach is uncomfortable, and I squatted to the toilet more. Chapter 229 Stealing Home. As expected of the spokesperson of the main god-level forces, this strength is really not false. Looking at Michael and Annabelle, who were constantly colliding in the distance, Ma Wu, who had just arrived near the core battlefield, touched his chin, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Seeing is believing. Under the circumstance that Kang Yu's abnormal existence cannot be used as a reference standard, he stopped by to take a look in order to avoid any major errors in future arrangements. In terms of results, it's still pretty good. With the help of the true eye, it is not difficult for Ma Wu to see through the strength of other people. After surveying the surrounding battlefield, Ma Wu's eyes returned to Annabelle and Michael. I have to say that this secret hole card of the Bright God Realm still has something. With the blessing of the Supreme Heaven, Michael's strength has reached a terrifying level. Even though Annabelle had exploded with all her power, she was still suppressed by Michael. Judging from this situation, if Annabelle didn't pull out any trump cards of the same level, there is a high probability that they would have to wait for the others to retreat and find a chance to run away. Can you, Michael, in this state, can you solve it with your current strength? Can. Looking at the blonde-haired angel shrouded in the rich holy light in the distance, an inexplicable look flashed in Kang Yu's eyes. If he doesn't inspire a deeper level of power, it's not that difficult to solve. A deeper level? Ma Wu looked over suspiciously. Do you mean that Michael has any other tricks that are useless? Kang Yu nodded and raised her finger to the golden throne in the sky. In addition to borrowing the power of others, this realm can also be used as a medium for seances. 35. Once this function is activated, the angel named Michael will be strengthened by the power of the main god, and his strength will enter the level of the main god in a short period of time. 35. What about the side effects? After looking at the throne in the sky indifferently, Ma Wu continued to ask, what are the side effects of using this power? If you are lucky, you will survive and turn into a puppet of a superior god who has lost his sense of self. 99. If you are unlucky, you will explode and die on the way to using this power, your original source, Dab, will be destroyed, and you will lose the chance of resurrection forever. I see. There was a sudden look in Ma Wu's eyes. If the price is so heavy, it is no wonder that the side of the bright god realm has always been hidden. But just one whole card can do this, and it seems that his plan needs to be adjusted a little. Do not worry. Seeming to understand what Ma Wu was thinking, Kang Yu suddenly said, the borrowed power is not yours after all. Even if he gains the power of a main god, he is still only a superior god in essence. 99. If you want to solve it, it's not difficult. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. It's not difficult and it's just for you. For Macefield and the others, there is still a lot of pressure to challenge this level of police power. At last glanced at Michael in the distance, Ma Wu turned to look west. As mentioned earlier, he came to the battlefield to examine the opponent's specific strength just by the way. Now that I have seen almost everything that should be seen, it is time to get down to business. The middle world of Bright God Realm No. 041. After the war with the Dark God Realm broke out, this medium-sized world close to the front line was quickly chosen by the Bright God Realm as the base camp for the front line. After a lot of renovations, the protection measures of this medium-sized world have also become extraordinarily strict. Are there many people? 2 high-level gods, and more than 30 intermediate-level gods. Kang Yu, who easily bypassed various defensive measures and completed the perception without everyone noticing, replied. In addition to this, there are 1024 god-level magics and 2 special magics that borrow the power of the world. Are you sure? The movement could be a little bigger. 35. No problem. 35. After taking out the Book of Seals from his arms and flipping through it twice, a smile appeared on the corner of Su Wu's mouth. Don't worry about leaving any traces. I'm ready on this side. No matter what happens next, the Dark God Realm will take the pot down. 35. I understand. After Kang Yu, who made an ice crystal longbow, faced the sky, a serious look appeared on Kang Yu's face. In the case of not taking the life of the enemy, all the left-behind combat power in this world is sealed in an instant. Even Kang Yu felt a little pressure after a long absence to do such a thing in the realm of an intermediate god. But it's just a little bit of pressure. I'll start on this side first. Glancing at Kang Yu, who was already ready, Su Wu also began to activate the Book of Seals in his hand. Since it is necessary to throw this pot on the back of the Dark God Realm, it will naturally leave traces of the Dark God Realm's actions. Moreover, the characteristics of this trace must be very conspicuous and representative. For example, a signature move that Annabelle used not long ago. Unblock, Eternal Night. On the core battlefield, Michael, who was constantly fighting with Annabelle, seemed to sense something, and the expression on his face suddenly became ugly. It seems that I underestimated you, Annabelle. You really underestimate me. Glancing at the base camp of the Western Bright God Realm, Annabelle, who also sensed what happened there, laughed. Now you decide what to do, Michael. Abandon the resources in the base camp, and continue to kill the gods of the Dark God Realm by taking advantage of the geographical advantage. Or let the Dark God realm retreat, and rush back to support as soon as I break through my block. I have something to do at home, I came back late, the next chapter may be published after 12 or 1. Chapter 230 Evacuate the Treasure House. The reversal of the situation often only takes an instant. Just like the side of the Bright God realm did not hesitate to activate the Supreme Heaven to complete the reversal after falling into a disadvantage not long ago. With Suwu's move to steal the house, the Bright God realm, which had already gradually regained the battle damage, fell into a disadvantage again. After experiencing this roller coaster-like situation, even Michael, who has always been in a good mood, was inevitably affected a little at this moment. Looking at Annabelle who was blocking in front of him, Michael, who knew that he didn't have much time to hesitate, was silent for a while, and looked behind Annabelle. It is to continue to stop losses and kill more members of the Dark God realm. Or return immediately to prevent the enemy from continuing to steal the supplies of the Bright God realm. With such a difficult choice, Michael couldn't make the right decision at the first time, but someone could make the decision for him. Everyone in the Bright God realm obey. Change the combat objective, and now return to the middle world of No 041 immediately, and surround the enemies lurking in the world. Looks like the answer has come out. Hearing the voice coming from her ear, a smile flashed in Annabelle's eyes. Unfortunately, Gabriel seems to have made the wrong decision. What's the meaning? It's literally. Normally, there is nothing wrong with Gabriel's decision. After all, under this circumstance, those who can perform the task of stealing the home, even if they are not top gods, are definitely close to this level of existence. As long as you lead the large army back to complete the outflanking at the first time, not only can you get all the supplies back, but you can also kill a superior god who is not weak. For the current Bright God realm, this is already the best way to stop loss. 1. The premise of all this is to be able to complete the siege and successfully kill the 2 Mawu who were stealing their home from the Bright God realm. Can the Bright God realm do it? For this question, Annabelle didn't even need to think to get a concrete answer. Of course not. Suwu did not tell her that he would steal his home. But the mysterious man did this, which means that the other party has the confidence to escape from the encircling net. In this case, what she needs to do is very simple. Play with me for a while, Michael. Boom. Are you sure he's not dead? Looking at the ice sculpture in front of him, a doubtful look flashed in Suwu's eyes. I can't feel any sign of life at all. The 2 superior gods are not dead. After Kang Yu paused for a while, she replied silently, as long as there is no accident in the superior god, the void consciousness will not care about me. 99. In other words, all the intermediate gods left behind in this world have died. I didn't expect your first mission failure to be in such a strange place. Looking at the metal gate completely made by Olaha in front of him, Mawu's face showed a look of emotion. It seems that showing mercy is also a skill. Never make a mistake next time. I think so too. Raising his palm on the door in front of him, Suwu's aura began to slowly change. As a treasure house for storing important strategic materials, the protective measures here are naturally not only those that are seen on the surface. The guards guarding the treasure house and the walls of the treasure house that only the power of the top-level superior god-level police can break are only the most basic peripheral protection. If you want to get all the treasures without triggering the transfer mechanism, you must pass the identity verification on the treasure house. Of course, this is not difficult for Mawu. With the mysterious wave spreading, Mawu's appearance and aura also completed the transformation. If the angels in charge of guarding the treasury were still awake at the moment, they would be surprised. Because the current Mawu, on the surface, is no different from Michael, it is completely carved out of a mold. Start authentication. Confirm the identity of the target as Archangel Michael. The verification is over, and the inner door of the treasure house is about to be opened. Click. It worked pretty well. Looking at the door slowly opening in front of him, Mahu, who maintained the appearance of Michael, stepped forward and walked towards the inside of the treasure house. Kang Yu, the outer layer items will be handed over to you. Take the Law Enlightenment Stone and rare metals as the main goal, and you can take the rest as much as possible. 35. It is good. Flowers 0. Kang Yu stopped and let go of her perception to investigate the specific situation of the outer layer of this treasure house. In the next second, after receiving feedback, she turned around and came to an open space not far away. Since Ma Wu said to take as much as possible, it means to let her do her best to take the most things. So. Click click click. With the sound of ice cubes condensing, lifelike ice sculptures appeared in every corner of this treasure house in turn. After a while, Kang Yu, who had taken care of every corner of the outer treasure house, stopped her movements, and a satisfied look flashed in her eyes. At this level, he should be able to empty the outer treasure house before Su Wu rushes back. In the depths of the treasure house, Ma Wu, who noticed what Kang Yu had done, froze, and a strange look appeared on his face. Although the purpose of stealing the house this time was to enrich his small treasury, he was not prepared to really vacate the place. After all, if you really want to do this, the loss of the Bright God Realm will be too heavy. If it is not good, the Bright God Realm can easily be severely damaged by the witty fellow of Annabelle. This is not what Ma Wu wants to see. His purpose is indeed to bring down the Bright God Realm, but the person who does this must be Macefield. If Annabelle did it, 50% of what he's done so far would be lost. However, Kang Yu was so motivated, it was not easy for him to interrupt directly. That being the case, it would be better to balance the situation in another way. Looking at the small metal door in front of him, Su Wu's eyes flashed a thoughtful look. There are still many ways, it just depends on which one you choose. Start authentication. Confirm the identity of the target as Archangel Michael. The verification is over, and the inner door of the treasure house is about to be opened. Speaking of which, I have to go to Yakumazai's side later. As if thinking of something, Su Wu's mouth suddenly showed a smile. Click. It's okay to revise the plan a little. 55. Stepping forward to the depths of the treasure house, Ma Wu has already made a decision in his heart. Pulling the Gensokyo Alliance and the Beastmaster Alliance into the water ahead of time is just right for the current battle situation. Chapter 231 Edmund's Dissatisfaction. Void Stone, Advanced Artifact, Divine Magic Scroll, Divine Gold refined 3 times. As expected of the treasure house of the main god level forces, there are really enough good things. Looking at the items on the shelves around him, Ma Wu, who had just entered the inner area of the treasure house, flashed a satisfied look in his eyes. These items on the shelves, no matter which one they are, will require at least hundreds of millions of power stones to buy them, or they are the ones that are priceless. Now that it is placed in front of him like this and let him take it at will, even Ma Wu, who has always been calm, can't help but feel a little ups and downs. Great harvest! After unlocking all the restrictions along the way by brushing his face, Su Wu quickly packed all the treasures. Looking at the storage ring in his hand, Ma Wu's mouth showed a smile. In order to save time, he did not carefully check what he got in the process of searching the treasure house. However, with his own knowledge, he still has a good idea of what good things he got. 487. Because of this, his mood is more and more happy now. I didn't expect that there are so many sources of laws. It seems that I still underestimate the strategic reserves of the main god-level forces. Putting away the storage ring in his hand, Su Wu's eyes flashed a thoughtful look. Since the material reserves of the Bright God Realm are so rich, the Dark God Realm should not be too bad. It seems that I can change the itinerary a little later, and go for a walk around the Dark God Realm first. Thinking of this, Su Wu turned to look at Kang Yu who was standing at the door. Have you taken all that side? Kang Yu nodded, and took out a small pile of storage rings from the air and placed it on the ground. It's all here. 35. Well done. After putting away all the storage rings, Su Wu stepped out of the warehouse. It's up to you, Kang Yu. 99. Remember to control your power well, and don't play supernormal like the one just now. Give it to me. Following in the footsteps of Ma Wu, Kang Yu replied with a bloody cold current on her body. I won't make another mistake. Annabelle, do you really need to respond? 55. Looking at the large-scale retreat of the Bright God Realm army in the distance, Eleanor's eyes flashed a worried look. Correspondence? Did your brain break when you just fought with Gabriel? Edmund, who had retreated with Annabelle, turned around and said in a dissatisfied tone. The unknown guy rushed into the enemy's base camp to die in this situation, not for the purpose of allowing us to retreat smoothly. What are you going to do in order to save the other party? Then why did we need to retreat just now, and it's just over with the Bright God Realm? 35. So are you ready to give up on the other side without doing anything? Looking at Edmund in front of him, Eleanor's eyes flashed an indifferent look. Looks like I've misunderstood you, Edmund. Before today, I always thought you were a reckless man who pursued too much power. 99. It now seems that you are just a fool with some power. What do you mean? Edmund's face darkened instantly. First, he was beaten by Michael, and then he was dragged by the wounded Metatron with the power of the divine weapon. After 2 consecutive losses, his mood was already bad enough. As a result, he was even ridiculed by his teammates just after retreating. If he is a soft persimmon, anyone can pinch it. Say it if you want to die. 35. Don't scare me, this set won't work for me. 99. Facing Edmund, who had a terrifying power on his body, Eleanor broke out with the same momentum and confronted him without changing his face. Being able to be entrusted by Annabelle to deal with Gabriel, her strength naturally goes without saying. If there is a real fight, she doesn't say that she can suppress the other party like Michael, but at least she can still do it 50-50. Sister Lino did a great job. While Eleanor and Edmund were confronting each other, Roy, who had talked back to Edmund at the internal meeting of the Dark God Realm, also rushed back. Looking at the scene in front of him, he was a little weaker than Edmund in hard power and immediately cheered for Eleanor. Take this opportunity to teach this old man a good lesson. Tian has a defiant look, and I don't know who gave him the confidence. Do you want to die too? Roy. Haha. You'll be rude too, old antique. 35. Roy, who was threatened by Edmund, mocked without the slightest nervousness. If you want to kill me, you have to catch up with me first. Edmund, who followed the way of the fire, was indeed the top in terms of combat power. This point, even Roy, who was upset with Edmund, couldn't find any reason to refute it. But this does not mean that he will be casually needed by the other party. For Roy, who takes the path of shadows, speed is his forte. Once the fight really starts, even Edmund, who has already understood 10% of the way of the fire, will not try to catch up with him. 1 or 2, I've had enough of you. Boom. Staring angrily at Eleanor and Roy in front of him, Edmund's expression gradually turned hideous with surging black flames on his body. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't understand. Be quiet. Just when the conflict between the three was about to break out, Annabelle's voice finally sounded. Looking at the scene in front of her, Annabelle, who had just retracted her gaze from afar, paused for a moment, and a look of dissatisfaction flashed in her eyes. I should have told you before to pay attention to the occasion. By making this appearance on the battlefield, do you want to shame the Dark God Realm? 66. Humph, I'll give you a face this time. 35. It seems that Annabelle has a tendency to do it himself, and Edmund is rarely taken aback. But there will be no next time. If these guys dare to provoke me at will, then I will never get used to them. Whoever is used to who will pay, I was wrong. Feeling the sight falling on him, Roy, who subconsciously retorted, suddenly stopped. For Annabelle, the spokesperson of the Dark God realm, Roy, who was relatively young among the top gods, was actually a little scared. Especially after the opponent had shown a very exaggerated combat effectiveness in the battle just now. I will report the matter of the three of you to the Lord of Darkness later. After resolving this sudden dispute, Annabelle turned around and looked west again. Also, Eleanor, your state of mind 0.1 has yet to be corrected. Edmund's tone was a little grumpy, but he was right about one thing. Going back to meet in this situation is wasting the retreat opportunity created by the other party. So are you ready to give up the other party directly? A look of disappointment flashed in Eleanor's eyes. Since you, the person in charge, have made such a decision, then I have nothing to say. It's not giving up, it's not necessary. Taking back all his perceptions, Annabelle, who already knew the results on that side, replied indifferently. The temporary encirclement network of the Bright God realm cannot block the opponent at all. That's about it. 35. As if in response to Annabelle's reply, an unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded not far away. You are the rumored Eleanor. Although I am very grateful for your concern, it is really superfluous for me. Chapter 232 Side Effects of the Most High Heaven. The Middle World of Bright God Realm No. 041. Click. It's been a long time, everyone. Pushing open the door of the conference room, Gabriel walked in from outside. In order to prevent accidents, I spent a little more time deploying new fronts. Don't worry, it won't matter if you come back later. On the left side of the conference table, Shalia, who was holding an ice cube with his head down, replied, After all, your presence or absence will not affect the outcome of the matter we are currently discussing. You're right in saying that. Gabriel sighed helplessly, found an empty chair and sat down directly. It stands to reason that at this point in time when the war just ended, the archangels should hurry up and deal with the follow-up affairs. 1. Recalling the attack that was not very powerful, but happened to break all the space restrictions, Gabriel felt a sense of unease in his heart. You all saw the scene before. Looking at the several colleagues in front of him, Gabriel asked. After discussing it for so long, is there anything useful that has been discussed? Of course there is. 95. Bang. Throwing the ice cube 23 in his hand in front of Gabriel, Cyril raised his finger and pointed at Metatron opposite him. Although the name of the person who committed the crime is still unknown, the identity has basically been locked. It was one of the murderers who seduced Raphael and Metatron into the trap and cooperated with Annabelle to attack them. 35. You mean the secret hole card of the Dark God realm? After picking up the ice cubes on the table and taking a few glances, Gabriel's gaze shifted to the strong man not far away. Metatron, are you sure your judgment is not wrong? It's impossible to go wrong. Metatron replied decisively, the unique aura on this piece of ice, even if I die, I can't admit it wrong. All right. Gabriel nodded and did not continue to ask. Then according to the current situation, the possibility that the thief who attacked our rear is an external force is very low. Whether it is the incomplete Eternal Night, or the identity of the thief, there is only one target. That was the Dark God realm that had just finished fighting with them not long ago. It is true that I was careless this time. 35. After sorting out the situation, Gabriel spoke slowly. That fellow Annabelle is more cunning than I thought. Even in the face of colleagues, she still chose to keep it when she explained her combat opportunities. In this state, the information sent by Edmund in the future can only be used as a reference, and cannot be completely compared. 35. You can think about it later. Michael, who had been silent for a while, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Gabriel in front of him. Rather than this post-war reflection, I want to hear about the next response. 35. In the case of exposing the trump card of Supreme Paradise, not only did he not catch up with the battle loss ratio, but instead the enemy took away all the materials in the base camp. Losing both people and wealth, this is the current situation of the Bright God Realm. If you don't want to come up with a solution, it will not be long before the Light God Realm will be seized by the Dark God Realm to open a breakthrough. This is undoubtedly a situation that Michael does not want to see. Is there any way to pull back the current situation, so that the Bright God Realm will no longer be at a disadvantage? 99. Tell me. It's very simple, just keep looking for foreign aid. Looking at the ice cubes on the table, Gabriel replied slowly. Judging from the current situation, this unknown target using ice is very powerful. Even if you haven't yet comprehended the way of the Lord God and entered the level of the top gods, you have definitely already stepped into this realm with half your foot. As long as we spread the news and find a top superior to help guard the rear, it will not be difficult to maintain the current situation. 35. Are you sure you can find it? As long as you set the contract content, it's fine. Just like the addition of Artosh, the Dark God Realm did not launch a temptation for the first time. Now in this situation, as long as you attract a top-level superior god from a neutral force to join him, and provide him with delicious food and drink to stay in the back. Don't need the opponent to go to the front to help fight. As long as the other party agrees to help with the housekeeping, and to ensure that the Dark God Realm is willing to act as a deterrent when it is fully deployed again. As long as the plan is successful, the Dark God Realm will not launch a large-scale attack like this time, at least for a short time. When the time comes to breathe, I will be sure to fill the vacancy of low-end combat power and bring the battle situation to a balance again. Can it only be balanced? This is the limit. Looking at the empty corner of the conference room, Gabriel sighed helplessly. It is not our prerogative to use foreign aid. Unless you have a way to pull all the main god-level forces in the void into the water, don't think about ending this war in a short time. Just like the Gensokyo Alliance and the Beastmaster Alliance in the north, the next thing we have to fight is who has a deeper background. So be it. Michael got up from his chair and walked outside the conference room. I won't participate in the discussion on the next thing. You can report the result to me after the meeting is over. It's the first time I've seen Michael so weak. Looking at the back of the blonde angel leaving, Archangel Lemuel, who was sitting in the corner, squinted his eyes. It looks like the side effects of Supreme Heaven are bigger than I thought. It's normal. Surreal, who had expected this 487 situation for a long time, paused for a while, and a helpless look flashed in his eyes. Going into a state of weakness is nothing but appearance. If I guess correctly, Michael's way of the Lord God has already begun to assimilate and deform. If it goes on like this, his distance will become. Sally, pay attention to your words. As if he knew what the other party wanted to say, Gabriel interrupted one step ahead. You should understand that Michael did all this of his own free will. In your opinion, is that voluntary? After silently looking at Gabriel for a few seconds, Cyril fell silent, and finally didn't say anything more. Since Gabriel said it was voluntary, let it be voluntary. Anyway, as long as it doesn't involve him, it doesn't matter what the result is. Okay, let's continue to discuss the issue of foreign aid. Forcibly interrupting Michael's conversation, Gabriel began to discuss the business. As for the foreign aid to look for next, I have a few recommended candidates on my side. You guys have a look first, and if anyone has a better one, you can talk about it together. The first is the first. After raising his hand to generate a terrifying image in mid-air, Gabriel slowly introduced it. Nicola, the Dragon of Light and Darkness. 35. Chapter 233 So Wu, I Want It All. The base camp of the front line of the Dark God Realm. A noble and luxurious reception room. It's really helpful this time, Martial World Lord. Putting the helmet on the table, Annabelle, who was still wearing heavy black armor even in the base camp, raised her head and looked at the man sitting opposite. The trump card on the side of the Bright God Realm is a little trickier than I expected. If it weren't for your last help, the Dark God realm would have to pay at least the lives of hundreds of gods this time to complete the retreat. Don't worry too much. 99. Taking a sip of the tea in the cup, Su Wu replied slowly. As an ally of the Dark God realm, I just did what I had to do. And if I really want to say it, it's actually him who should say thank you this time. In order to solve the various emergencies that will be encountered in the war in the first time, the Bright God realm has mobilized a lot of materials from the base camp. This is also the reason why the front line is so hot, and the strategic warehouse in the rear is still guarded by 2 high-level gods and many intermediate-level gods. Under such circumstances, it can be said that it is very difficult to find an opportunity to evacuate the strategic warehouse of the Bright God realm. If it weren't for the help of the Dark God realm to create an opportunity, even Ma Wu would not have a second way to sneak in and carry the treasure house so easily. Of course, the opportunity was indeed created by the Dark God realm. But since these materials fell into his hands, there is no need to think about dividing them equally on the side of the Dark God realm. Annabelle is well aware of this. So after a simple greeting, she didn't ask Ma Wu how the goods were handled, but asked another question. I came here in person this time, is there anything you want to talk to me about? That's not it. 99. Su Wu shook his head and denied, it's just that I've been in the dream world for a long time recently, so I'm ready to go out for a walk. It happens that there are a lot of things to deal with along the way, and it would be more convenient if I was there. 35. Does that mean we're leaving soon? A look of regret flashed in Annabelle's eyes. Originally, she thought that the man who was favored by Lord God of Darkness came over in person to help the Dark God realm make plans. As a result, it seems that she thinks too much now. The other party was simply passing by, and went to the Bright God realm to walk around in the circle to make some extra money. As for giving a bunch of coups to the Dark God realm and helping the Dark God realm defeat the Light God realm in a short period of time, there is no such thing at all. But since the other party is here, she can't let this opportunity go in vain. Ma World Lord, can you give me some good advice before leaving? Annabelle said, in the next period of time, I will seize the opportunity to launch a small-scale attack on the Bright God realm to expand the advantage. You see if there is any way that I can maximize my advantages while minimizing my losses. Looking at Annabelle in front of him, Ma Wu's eyes flashed with a look of doubt. You know my abilities, 9. Strictly speaking, today was the first time he officially met Annabelle. Although in the past period of time, the two have exchanged information many times in various ways. But no matter which time it was, Su Wu should have never revealed his abilities. You can't decide to trust him just because you think his intelligence-gathering ability is a bit formidable. This is not like what a spokesperson for a major god-level force would do. What is your ability? Of course I don't know. Ma Wu's doubts did not last long. In the face of his inquiry, Annabelle quickly gave her own explanation. I sought your opinion because you have been very convincing. Kill Archangel Raphael and manipulate Metatron without anyone noticing. 35. Just these two things, you already have the value for me to trust, not to mention that you have just done another great thing in front of me. Counting the other parties just stolen home, this is the third time. This is what Ma Wu did on the surface. As for whether the other party did anything secretly, Annabelle was not clear. But in any case, the various means Su Wu has shown so far are already very powerful. Even if you are not prepared to act according to the other party's opinions, you have to find a way to get a few opinions for reference. I do have the advice you want. On the other side, after thinking about what was going on, Wu Wu took out a storage ring from his arms and put it on the table. But before I tell you, I want you to help with one thing. 55. What's up? It's very simple, just help replace the supplies. Pushing the storage ring in front of Annabelle, Ma Wu showed a smile on the corner of his mouth. This storage ring contains a part of the supplies that have just arrived from the Bright God realm. Most of them are low-level artifacts, divine-level magic scrolls, and one-time strategic magic compositions that we can't use in a short period of time in the fantasy world. Instead of eating ashes in my hands, it's better to exchange some of the items I need with you now. Can. After taking the storage ring and checking the contents, Annabelle nodded. These items can be transferred to the warehouse of the front line by the Bright God realm at this time, and naturally they can be used in war. As long as you find the right time to use it, it is not difficult to reverse the Manos trend of several small wars. What do you want to change? Put away the storage ring, Annabelle asked. If it's something particularly rare, you might have to wait 2 days. Don't be so troublesome, I want the source of the law, you can have it here. We do have the source of the law. Annabelle nodded and continued to ask, what kind do you need? There is no kind of requirement. He took out 4 or 5 storage rings and put them on the table, Su Wu replied nonchalantly. As much as you want, no matter what the source of the law is, I want the army. Just look at the price. If the materials in the storage ring are not enough, I have more materials here that can be exchanged for you. Annabelle. Want all of them? Chapter 234 The Use of Luxury. The source of the law is a special item that contains the power of the law and is randomly generated in the void. The effect is naturally very powerful. In fact, as early as today, Su Wu had been secretly collecting information on the origin of the law, trying to acquire it from other people. It's just like I said before, the source of law is a valuable item in the void, and the quantity is very rare. Even in the warehouse of a major god-level force like the Bright God realm, Ma Wu only found the source of the 4-digit law. From the perspective of rarity, perhaps only the Void Stone can compare with it among the same type of items. Of course, the number of the source of the law will be so small, and its own effect is too powerful in it. For example, increasing the perception of the law and increasing the progress of the transformation of the gods, there is not much to say about the effects of assisting the cultivation of gods. Basically, it can do everything that the Law Enlightenment Stone can do, and it can even do better. In terms of effect, it is completely reasonable to regard it as a superior substitute for the Law Enlightenment Stone. However, the holder of the source of law generally rarely consumes the source of law as a one-time item. For them, compared to this extravagant usage, using the source of the law to create a superior artifact that fits their own abilities will cost 490 more. Even if you don't build an artifact, using it as a material to create some buildings with special functions is more suitable than using it as a training material. In fact, this is also the mainstream usage of the main god-level forces. In addition to creating artifacts and building special buildings, their most extravagant usage is to bring them to the battlefield, and use the source of the law to create the top-level one-time props to break the deadlock according to different situations. As for taking it to practice, having mines at home is not such a waste. Unless it's the kind of situation where you can 100% comprehend a law with only a little bit of law affinity, and bring huge qualitative changes to yourself, who would be so extravagant? Of course, even if such a rare situation does occur, those who are caught in the bottleneck will rarely choose to use the source of the law to complete the breakthrough. The reason is simple. In the void, there are many props that can achieve similar effects. Except for the rare item that increases the affinity of the law of time. Items that increase the affinity of common laws such as the law of fire and the law of water affinity. As long as there are enough power stones in hand, it is not difficult to spend a little time to start one. Under such circumstances, there will naturally be fewer people who will use the source of the law as the material for cultivation. Therefore, when Su Wu said that he wanted it all, Annabelle was indeed in doubt for a moment. What do you want to do with so many sources of laws? Looking at the man in front of her, Annabelle directly asked the doubts in her heart. If all of them are used as one-time attack props, their explosive power can even wipe out 20% to 30% of their army in one go without the Bright God realm being prepared. If you are really prepared to do this kind of thing, please notify me in advance, so that the Dark God realm will be ready to attack in advance. You think too much. 99. Su Wu waved his hand with a helpless look on his face. No matter how stupid the Bright God realm is, it can't give me such a big chance. And I didn't buy these sources of laws to make disposable items. Then what are you going to do? Are you sure you want to know? Yes. 99. Annabelle nodded with a serious look on her face. The source of the law is too dangerous, I have to figure out how you use it. 39. Of course, you are an ally of our Dark God realm and a hero who has made great contributions, so I will not embarrass you. As long as you are willing to sign a contract with me to use the pathway, I can make a promise here. As long as you can take out the equivalent strategic materials, the source of the laws of the Dark God realm's inventory can all be sold to you. Fine. Su Wu thought for a while, and replied slowly. Since you said so, then I won't hide it. The purpose of my acquisition of so many sources of law is very simple, that is to accelerate my own growth rate. 99. Dab, as for the purpose other than that, there is none. He rubbed out a source contract in mid-air, and the military commander handed it to Annabelle in front of him. If you don't believe me, you can sign the source contract now to prove that I didn't lie. T. He rubbed his forehead with a headache, and the corners of Annabelle's eyes twitched. If I heard it right, you mean? Don't ask, it's just what you think. After tapping his fingers on the table twice, Su Wujian's hidden aura was revealed. I bought the source of the law for the purpose of cultivation. Is this reason reasonable enough? Is there anything else to ask? No, your reason is perfect. Annabelle sighed helplessly, but didn't say anything in the end. For this man valued by the God of Darkness, she has secretly collected information on the other party. Because of this, she has a certain understanding of Ma Wu. The other party has no noble bloodline of divine beasts, no special physique, and no law affinity beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Before passing through the cross-border gate, this man was undoubtedly an ordinary person. To be able to win over a large number of Lord God seeds with just an unknown sss-level talent, and to get to this point in a short period of time, is already a very incredible thing. Under such circumstances, it is undoubtedly impossible to count on the opponent's strength to advance by leaps and bounds. That being the case, it seems reasonable for the other party to choose to acquire the source of the law for cultivation and to help him reach the realm of a superior god in a short period of time. But since you are using it for cultivation, why don't you find the source of the law corresponding to the law of your own cultivation? Why should you buy it all? Good question. After revealing his own realm aura, Ma Wu also revealed his own law aura this time. Bathed in a burst of colorful light, Su Wu spread out his hands with a helpless expression on his face. Now you should understand why I want to buy all kinds of law sources without limit. She didn't understand, and she didn't want to understand. Rather than thinking about why Ma Wu had to comprehend so many laws, Annabelle just wanted to punch the prodigal in front of him to make him a little more awake. Forcibly suppressing his own ups and downs, Annabelle walked out the door without looking back. You wait here, I will bring you back the source of the law in the strategic warehouse. 99. It was the first time that Annabelle's mood fluctuated so much since he was promoted to a higher god and reused by the God of Darkness. When she remembered that she had managed the Dark God realm for so many years, and that the source of the law that she had saved through careful planning in various ways was about to be wasted so extravagantly by Su Wu, she couldn't keep calm at all. In fact, if it wasn't for getting some advice on attacking the Bright God realm from Ma Wu Kao later, Annabelle wouldn't even want to send the source of the law in person. It was really irritating. Chapter 235 Top-Level Special Building Technology Research and Development Room. It would take a lot of work even for Annabelle, the main person in charge of the Dark God realm, to trade all the top-level items like the source of law. Therefore, in order to make full use of the free time, Ma Wu took out all the storage rings on his body after Annabelle left. Looking at the small pile of storage rings on the table, he began to organize his harvest. As I said before, there are many valuable items in the inner treasure trove of the Bright God realm. Apart from the source of the law that I had been paying attention to and recognized the first time I got it, there were also many items left that could come in handy for Mahu. For example, a series of exclusive items for lords, such as sss-level Lord Skill cards, sss-level World Protection drawing cards, and special building drawing cards. Looking at the props in his hands, Mahu's eyes flashed an unexpected look. It is not that the unexpected Bright God realm possesses such a rare item, but that the Lord's supplies are actually placed in the strategic treasure house of the unexpected Bright God realm. This is a little strange. The place he went to just now was not the true base camp of the Bright God realm. Shouldn't the strategic treasure house on the front line be filled with strategic materials that can be used in war? Why is there such a thing for the Lord? Special building drawing card. Grade, Special. Effect, after use, a special architectural blueprint that can be used without limit is drawn immediately. Note 1, the top special items in the hands of Lord Bruno. Note 2, in order to cultivate the secret trump card of Lord Rachel, the Bright God realm obtained it from Lord Bruno through trading. Sacred choice triggered successfully. Options 1, 2 seconds later. Use the special building drawing card to obtain the special building blueprint World Barrier Meter, upper level. Option 2, use the special building drawing card after 8 seconds to obtain the special building blueprint Magic Power Amplification Tower, upper level. Option 3, use the special building drawing card after 25 seconds, you can get special building blueprint Technology Research and Development Room, top level, L. Through the feedback from the True Eye, Mahu, who successfully saw more internal information, fell into contemplation. The two names on the note were quite familiar to him. Archangel Rachel, the second highest lord in the lord rankings on the west side of the void. Thunder Axe Bruenor, the third largest lord in the lord rankings on the west side of the void. Apart from Dorothy, who had met Suwu before, these two were the two strongest lords on the bright side of the west side of the void. All of them are the kind of top powerhouses who can beat ordinary high-level gods when they are middle-level gods, and have completed all the preparations, and can break through to the realm of high-level gods at any time. Only before that, he had never heard that Rachel turned out to be a person from the Bright God realm. Looking at the 4 characters of the secret hole card on note 2, Suwu's eyes flashed with emotion. It must be said that the information confidentiality work of the Bright God realm is still in place. If it hadn't happened to cut off the other party's belongings this time, even Suwu would have to wait for the prompt of the divine choice to know the other party's hidden identity. Not bad luck. After reading several other items related to the Lord, Mahu's face showed a satisfied look. In order to cultivate the secret trump card of Rachel, the Bright God realm also made a lot of money this time. The things collected from the other great lords through trading are either to enhance the lord's own strength, or to increase the overall territory of the territory. If you usually want to get all these things, even Mahu will take a lot of time. But this time, I just went for a walk in the treasure house of the Bright God realm, and I collected them all. Seeking flowers 0. The able-bodied can be prompted by the divine choice as a great reward for going to the treasure house of the bright gods. Sure enough. Use the special building drawing card successfully and start drawing special building blueprints. The drawing is over. Congratulations on obtaining the special simple blueprint Technology Research and Development Room. Through the prompt of the divine choice, Mahu quickly used this special building drawing card in his hand. Looking at the special architectural blueprint that appeared in his hand, Mahu's eyes flashed with a look of joy. This kind of special building is very rare in the void, just like the source of the law. 0. Even Mahu, who has grown up all the way, has only obtained 3 special architectural drawings so far. After completing the assessment of the Rookie Lord, the special architectural blueprint Temple of Life obtained with a SSS rating. After completing Alicia's quest, the special architectural blueprint magic tower obtained from the quest reward. After completing a series of harsh conditions, the special architectural blueprint law comprehension room obtained through the reward of the hidden quest God Slayer. Because it was obtained through fixed channels, Mahu did not trigger the divine choice when obtaining these 3 rewards. Therefore, the grades of these 3 special buildings are not high. The Temple of Life is the most common low-level special building. The Magic Tower and the Law Comprehension Room are slightly better, and they are mid-level special buildings. 1. From the current experience, the effects of these 3 special buildings are very practical. Not to mention that it brought qualitative changes visible to the naked eye, but it also added a lot of background to Mahu's territory, and played a major role in various fields. It's just that the middle and lower level special buildings are so easy to use, how can he not expect the effect of the top level special buildings? Thinking of this, Su Wu clicked on the blueprint in his hand, and couldn't wait to check the specific attributes of the Technology Research and Development Room. Chapter 236 Powerful Technology Research and Development Room, the only skill purification. Technology R&D Room. Grade, Special. Effect 1, greatly increases the technological savvy of the members of the territory, greatly shortening the time for them to learn technological knowledge. Effect 2, the ability of scientific researchers in the Technology Research and Development Room is greatly increased, and the time for researching new technologies is shortened. Effect 3, every time you pay a certain amount of materials, you can receive a special technology from Void Consciousness. Effect 4, in the absence of research and development materials, part of the other types of materials can be paid in exchange for Void Consciousness. Construction requirements, 100,000 W energy points, 10 Void Stones, 10 W units of secondary refined God's Gold, and 10 W units of biological metal. Note, when using Effect 4, the total value of the materials paid should be slightly higher than the total value of the materials exchanged. 490s. Strong. This was the only thought in Mahu's mind after reading the attributes of the Technology R&D Room. Of the 4 effects, none of them are simple. The first is Effect 1 and Effect 2. One can increase the number of scientific researchers in his territory, and the other can increase the hands-on ability of scientific researchers. It directly and fundamentally solved the problem of lack of scientific research talents under Ma Wuxiao. Even if he can't compare with those true geniuses, he can develop technology that can influence gods and change world-class police officers in the blink of an eye, but it's definitely enough for martial arts. Can't research the top items? It doesn't matter. Directly through the Effect 3 of the Technology Research and Development Room, you can exchange the technology from the Void Consciousness. As an existence that has always maintained the observation of the Void and the order of the Void Consciousness whose existence time is inexhaustible must have many technologies beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In this respect, even the technological leader of the current era, the mechanical god realm, can never be compared with the other party. Therefore, it is different from scientific researchers in the conventional sense. The researchers in the Mahu territory do not need to spend a lot of time on research and development. They only need to stand on the shoulders of giants and study and understand the principles of the exchanged technology, and it is enough. After all, the Technology Research and Development Room has provided solutions through Effect 4 even for the material problems that have been developed. As long as the total value of the paid materials is slightly higher than the total value of the exchanged materials, you can obtain any materials. In other words, as long as there is enough material in Mahu's hands, even ordinary stones can be exchanged for God's gold. Exchange materials, exchange science and technology, manufacture scientific research personnel, and improve the practical ability of scientific research personnel. Looking at the 4 effects of the Technology R&D Room, even Mahu has to say something awesome. As expected of a top-level special building, this effect is really too powerful. It doesn't matter what type of their own power was originally. As long as the materials on hand are sufficient, even the magic god forces specializing in the magic way can definitely open up a new path in a short period of time. Of course, the stronger the effect, the more difficult it is to manufacture. Although there is no limit on the number of times the special architectural drawings drawn from the special architectural drawing card can be used. However, this cost is very terrifying. 1 billion energy points, 10 void stones, 10W units of secondary refined God's gold, and 10W units of biological metal. If it wasn't for a walk in the treasure house of the God of Light just now, Wu would not have been able to create it if he had no spare money on hand. But just making it is not enough. The material exchange of Effect 4 will not be mentioned. So Wu will definitely use the technology exchange of Effect 3. Void Consciousness is not a philanthropist. When he wants to exchange for those powerful technologies, the amount of materials he needs is definitely not small. Still poor. Some helplessly shook his head, and the blueprints in the general's hands were temporarily put away. Leave it alone for now. There are too many places for him to spend money at the moment. If nothing else, just to buy the Law Enlightenment Stone from the Void, and also to buy the Law Source from the Dark God Realm, the money needed is definitely not a small amount. Under such circumstances, he really has no spare money to go to Krypton Gold to engage in scientific research. Check back later. It happened that he was going to stroll around the north side of the Void in the past 2 days, and he should be able to make a lot of money by then. If you are lucky, maybe you will be able to build the technology research and development room in a short period of time, and improve the scientific research level of the fantasy world. After putting away the blueprints, So Wu continued to check his gains. The Lord props are just an accidental gain. In order to deal with the war, the warehouses of the Bright God Realm are mainly used for war. For example, the Source of Law, the Stone of the Void, and the top-quality Law Perception Stone, which can be used to make one-time attack props, or materials used to arrange special magic circles. Basically there are many materials in the material reserve of the Bright God Realm. Put some less. In addition to these materials, Mahu also found 4 high-level artifacts in the treasure house. The superior artifacts are Bright Light Armor, Wings of Radiance, Silver Avenger, and Undead Slayer. The first 2 can be seen from the name alone. As for the Silver Avenger and the Undead Killer, they were a long sword emitting blue light and a machete emitting black light. If it is effective, it can be evaluated as an advanced artifact, and the effects of these 4 pieces of equipment are naturally not simple. Bright Light Armor can provide an increase in the Law of Light, and provide strong defense and darkness resistance. Wings of Glory can greatly speed up the movement speed, and even enable the holder to forcibly break through the space barrier to complete the space movement. As for the Silver Avengers and Undead Killers as weapons, the most basic attack increase is needless to say, and their own effects are even more simple and rude. The Silver Avenger can permanently target and damage his enemies, greatly increasing their damage. The Undead Killer can enable the equipment holder to improve their attributes in an all-round way when facing the undead. It can be said that these 4 high-level artifacts are all very practical artifacts. As long as it is handed over to the right person, it is not too difficult to increase its combat power from 1 to 0.120%. The only pity is that there is no top artifact placed in the warehouse. Mawu thought a little greedily. The superior artifact is indeed very powerful, even if it is placed in the void, it is considered a top level. 18. Not enough. If you want to affect the result of the battle between Bai Yu and the god of war Artigzu, it is not enough just to have a superior artifact. Not to mention reaching the level of a Taoist weapon like Zhuanghuajian, but at least it must be at the level of a top-level divine weapon. I still have to go to the Beastmaster Alliance. After reconfirming the next itinerary, General Ma turned his attention to the final highlight. The Stone of Inheritance of the Unique Skill Purification. P.S. Sorry, I didn't pay attention to the time when I was preparing the outline of the new book. The coding of this chapter is a bit slow. Chapter 237 The Effect of Purification. the starting point of Kangyu. The stone of inheritance of the unique skill purification. In addition to the source of the law and the 4 high-level artifacts that have been introduced before, this unique skill inheritance stone is Ma Wu's biggest gain this time. In fact, even Ma Wu was stunned when he noticed that there was a unique skill inheritance stone in his harvest. This inconsistency is too heavy. Compared with it, the pile of Lord props that appeared in the warehouse seemed a lot more normal. However, after reading the remarks of this skill, Ma Wu quickly understood the reason why this item appeared in the warehouse. Purification. Grade, Unique. Effect 1, Energy Purification. The quality of pure energy can greatly improve the effect of skills under the same scale of consumption. Effect 2, Body Purification. Purify the body, remove all impurities in the body, and greatly improve the efficiency of cultivation. Effect 3, Purification of Aptitude. Consume a certain amount of energy stone to purify the source of the target, so that it can break the limit of its own qualifications a step further. Note 1. The highest qualification purification can purify the target's qualifications to epic level. Note 2. Use qualification purification for the origin of the upper 3rd level organisms without masters, and they can be modified. Note 3. The only skill of the God of Light, since 23 use strengthening effect on himself has reached the limit, he passed it to the Archangel Michael for use. Note 4. In order to train Rachel into a new Archangel to make up for the vacancy in combat power, Michael, who has also reached the limit of reinforcement in all aspects, deprived him of it, temporarily put it in the warehouse and wait for Rachel to pick it up. It is the same as the series of Lord props that Ma Wu obtained before. This unique stone of inheritance is also a material prepared by the Bright God Realm for the Supreme Angel Rachel. If Ma Wu hadn't cut his beard this time, this stone of inheritance would have been taken away from the warehouse by Rachel in a few days, along with that batch of Lord props. To be able to be cultivated so diligently by the Bright God Realm, Rachel's talent obviously needs to be said. If he can really get these items, the angel with deep background might really have a chance to repay the expectations of the Bright God Realm and attack the realm of the top gods in a short period of time. However, when Su Wu sneaked into the treasury and cut off all these items, it was already a thing of the past. At the time when the wartime began, even the Bright God Realm paid a considerable price to collect such a sum of materials. Now that Su Wu is such a fool, it is obviously impossible for the Bright God Realm to gather the same amount of materials to train Rachel again in a short period of time. Whether or not you can find these valuable and invaluable rare materials and spend a lot of money to buy them is irrelevant. With the only skill in his hand, it would be difficult for the opponent to acquire another with similar effects. The only skill passed down by the God of Light and even used by the Archangel Michael. If nothing else, just these 2 lines of words directly pushed the only skill up a whole level. If you want to find a unique skill of the same specification, where can you find it? Beastmaster Alliance? Undead God Realm? Abyss Great World? Even if you can find it, the other party will not necessarily sell it. This unique skill inherited from the main god, the effect will not be too bad. Coupled with its inherent symbolism, this skill is basically only in the hands of agents. Like Annabelle of the Dark God Realm, she has a similar unique skill in her hand. Under normal circumstances, even if she had no grudge against the Bright God Realm, it would be impossible for her to trade her only skill. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The Supreme Angel Rachel, who has been heavily cultivated by the Light God Realm, may even become the next agent of the Light God Realm. After being so stubborn by Su Wu, there is a high probability that it has been abolished. At least with Ma Wu, it is difficult for him to find an opportunity to grow up again. After all, if it is implemented steadily according to his plan, the Bright God Realm will enter a state of complete collapse within 3 years at the latest, and at the earliest in half a year. Without a strong backer, it is impossible for Rachel, who is not as open as Ma Wu, to break through to the realm of a top god, or even a candidate for the main god, in a short period of time. If you think about it this way, that guy is quite miserable. Touching his chin, Suwu's face showed a look of schadenfreude. If not for his appearance, the angel named Rachel should have a bright future. His own aptitude is strong, and he has the top backer in the void behind him, and he has also been carefully cultivated by this backer. A proper protagonist template. However, the backer was targeted by Suwu, and has now fallen into a disadvantage. Suwu also cut off his own materials and lost the opportunity to grow up quickly. In just 2 shots, the opponent's protagonist template was directly smashed by Suwu's feet, or smashed without him noticing. If Rachel knew the truth, I'm afraid that the whole person who is not angry will explode on the spot. But although Suwu was looking forward to that scene, the more important thing at the moment was to experiment with the effect of this unique skill. Using the unique skill, purification of the inheritance stone succeeded. Since the handover time was just these 2 days, Michael, who did not expect his warehouse to be robbed, naturally did not take any countermeasures on the stone of inheritance. Therefore, the process of completing the inheritance and obtaining the only skill purification can be described as very smooth. Click click click. With the cracks spreading on the stone of inheritance, Mahu, who could feel a heat flow rising in his body, quickly completed the entire inheritance. Congratulations on obtaining the unique skill purification. Feeling this new power in the body, Suwu thought for a while, and actively activated the sss-level Lord skill complete control that he had acquired not long ago. Make Mawu perfect control of everything he holds. This is the effect of full control. As the top level sss-level skill, the priority of full control is naturally the highest. After Suwu's initiative, even the only skill with the highest priority will be affected accordingly. Maybe it can't be completely controlled by Suwu in a short period of time like magic, the most basic power. But it's just a matter of time. FFT. While maintaining the 2 basic effects of purification, the effect of energy purification and physical purification, it strengthens itself. While maintaining full control, speed up the in-depth development of purification. What Mawu needs to do now is as simple as that. Sometimes it really feels easy to get stronger. 35. Touching his chin thoughtfully, Suwu turned to look at the blue-haired girl beside him. Kang Yu, in Void's past history, did anyone grow faster than me? 493 I don't know. Kang Yu shook her head. It's different from Alger, who has been bored in the small dark room for a long time and often pays attention to the outside world. Before responding to Mawu's call, her daily routine was to sit on the snowy mountain in a daze. Naturally, she didn't know whether Mawu's growth rate was fast or slow. But among the existences I've seen so far, none has grown faster than Mawu. Including you. This is not a good comparison. After a rare hesitation, a troubled look appeared on Kang Yu's face. My starting point is higher than the average person, and I have never experienced a low level of growth. I see. Mawu nodded clearly. Since I haven't experienced it, I can't make a comparison. However, Kang Yu's remarks also reminded Mawu. Natural gods are indeed rare, but if they are enlarged to the entire void, the number is definitely not a few. For example, Bai Yu, who is currently recasting its body, is a similar existence. Looking for an opportunity to recruit more existences with such a high starting point can also solve the problem of insufficient grassroots combat power in the dream world in a short period of time. But before solving this problem, Mawu wanted to know another thing. What's your starting point? Looking at Kang Yu, who didn't know what she was thinking, Suwu asked curiously. A middle-level god? Or an upper-level god? Neither. Kang Yu shook her head and gave the real answer casually. From the moment my consciousness was born, I was already the Lord God. Suwu. He shouldn't be looking for something to ask such a question. Chapter 238 Kang Yu breaking the convention. Inborn gods. It refers to those special beings who have comprehended a part of the law by nature, and have been gods since birth or can break through to gods at any time. The birth of natural gods is not fixed. Humans, orcs, elves, dragons. In the long history of the void, no matter which race was born, a natural god was born. Of course, generally speaking, a race with a high starting point like the dragon race has an advantage. With the blessing of the top bloodline, the purebred dragon race is a level 100 existence as long as it passes through its infancy. With a little effort, it is not difficult to master some of the laws in adulthood. In the face of this huge racial advantage, it is naturally easier for the dragon family to give birth to an individual who was born with a god. After all, such a thing as a natural god is a rare treasure for a weak race for tens of thousands of years. But for the dragon clan, it is just a genius with a higher bloodline concentration and a more powerful talent. Seriously, only those giant dragons who were born as intermediate gods and high-level god-level police officers can be regarded as the natural gods of the dragon clan. But this is the limit. According to the information collected by Suwu, the inborn gods can theoretically only reach the realm of higher gods at the highest. The reason is simple. After the higher level gods, whether it is a breakthrough in a small realm or a breakthrough in a large realm, the way of the main god must be involved. And something like the way of the Lord God is, to put it bluntly, the embodiment of a person's will and the way. To understand it, there really is no set requirement. As long as he can clearly define the path he will take in the future, even a middle-level god or even a lower-level god can comprehend the way of the main god. 1. No matter how you say it, there must be a process to comprehend the way of the Lord God. Before comprehending it, no matter how powerful the natural gods are, they are only high-level gods in the realm. This is also the main reason why all existences in the void believe that the highest starting point of the inborn gods is the superior gods. After all, being born to comprehend the law is exaggerated enough. Like those born gods who were recognized by the void consciousness and were born with the authority of the law, they are even rarer among the rare. On this basis, another existence who has been born to comprehend the way of the Lord God is born. Impossible to think about. In fact, this was also the main reason why Ma Wai asked Kang Yu whether the starting point was an intermediate god or a high-level god. Even if he was hanging all the way, after getting this information, he subconsciously took it as common sense and remembered it in his mind. But it turns out that common sense is something that is meant to be broken. Born to understand the way of the main god, Kang Yu, who started from the main god realm, is the best proof to break this common sense. Did something happen? Looking at Ma Wu who was leaning on the sofa in front of him, a look of doubt flashed in Annabelle's eyes who had just returned. Why does it feel like you've been hit by something? 35. You're right to say that. After seeing with his own eyes how different people's starting points can be, even Ma Wu couldn't help but feel a little envious. However, it's just envy. It doesn't matter if the starting point is lower, Suwu doesn't think he is a bad luck person. Awaken the sacred choice and get the help of Kang Yu. These two relied on him to get to this step in a short period of time, no matter which one he needs to have a huge blessing of luck to do it. Compared with others, he is already very lucky. He is still so envious. This kind of feeling that your starting point is the end point of 99.99% of people is too cool. Glancing silently at the blue-haired girl beside him, Suwu looked back at Annabelle. Kang Yu's unreasonable existence is an example after all, so let's not compare it with the other party. Moreover, no amount of envy can change the established facts, so let's do business first. The source of the law has been taken out, how much money do you need to make up? 35. According to the amount you just gave me, just make up 13 more supplies of the same specification. Can it be cheaper? What do you think? Annabelle, who felt her fists gradually harden, twitched the corners of her mouth, revealing a stiff smile. Use the source of the law as a one-time practice material, and want her to give a discount? I'm afraid I'm not dreaming. If the two sides were not allies, she would have doubled the price and reported it to Ma Wu. Unfortunately, I still want to save some money. Ma Wu, who understood what Annabelle meant, shook his head regretfully. Originally, I wanted to save some money for the Technology Research and Development Office, the gold-swallowing beast, but now it seems impossible. Reaching out and fiddling with the table, Su Wu picked out 13 storage rings and pushed them towards Annabelle. Check the materials, if there is no problem, I will take the source of the law. No problem. After quickly completing the inspection of the supplies, Annabelle endured the heartache and handed the storage ring in her hand to Ma Wu. Except for the part left over for emergencies, this contains the entire source of the law. 35. If you want more, you have to send someone to the base camp of the Dark God Realm to negotiate. Let's talk about it later. After checking the supplies in the storage ring, Su Wu showed a satisfied look on his face. Apart from the source of the law I got from the Bright God Realm, I will have a new batch of income soon. Plus the source of these laws you gave me, it's been enough for me to use for a while. New income. Sitting down opposite Ma Wu, Annabelle asked with some doubts. Besides the Dark God Realm, which other main God level forces do you cooperate with? Of course not. 35. Su Wu shook his head and casually raised his finger to the north. Your understanding is wrong, I'm not talking about transactions, I'm talking about revenue. Purchasing the source of the law from the hands of your Dark God Realm through materials is called an equivalent transaction. It's like sneaking into the Bright God Realm this time, and getting a large amount of materials without wasting any effort is qualified to be called income. Family. Annabelle was silent for a moment, then quickly responded. Good Mano, could it be that, the place you're going to next is the north side of the void? The north of the void, coupled with the Bright God Realm this time, has a large income in a short period of time. Under the various hints from Su Wu, the only thing Annabelle could think of was the battle of the Beastmaster Alliance against the Gensokyo Alliance. Looking at the man with a smile on the corner of his mouth in front of him, a chill suddenly rose in Annabelle's body. Once this counterattack war starts, the scale will definitely be bigger than the war just ended between the Dark God Realm and the Light God Realm. As long as you find the right time to cut in, it is not impossible for the other party to sneak into the base camp of one of them and make a fortune like this time. But which force are you planning to attack? Annabelle asked with a serious look. Gensokyo Alliance? Beastmaster Alliance? Or both are your goals? Chapter 239 Radicals and Conservatives. You don't have to be nervous. Looking at Annabelle in front of him, Ma Wu, who understood what the other party was worried about, showed a smile on the corner of his mouth. It doesn't matter that I haven't been in contact with the void for a long time, but I still know some things that I should know. 5. What do you mean, are you ready to attack the Beastmaster Alliance? Yes. That's good. Annabelle breathed a sigh of relief, and her expression instantly relaxed. As long as Ma Wu is not ready to take action against the Gensokyo Alliance, then everything will be easy to say. As an organization that gathered a large number of strong people who were oppressed by the main God-level forces, the strength of the Gensokyo Alliance was undoubtedly very powerful. In the case of not counting the main God-level combat power, no matter which main God-level force is in a one-on-one battle, it will definitely be suppressed by the Gensokyo Alliance. The reason is also very simple. Gensokyo Alliance's top-level gods are many. The main God-level forces such as the Light God Realm and the Dark God Realm rarely take the initiative to recruit unfamiliar top-level gods to join. For them, maintaining the stability of the forces is more important than the crazy expansion without a brain. Therefore, the top gods of the main God-level forces basically start from the grassroots to screen for seeds with superior qualifications, and then invest a lot of resources to cultivate them little by little. Apart from Rachel, who was cut off by Su Wu, even Michael, the spokesperson of the Light God Realm, and Annabelle, the spokesperson of the Dark God Realm, were all cultivated like this step by step. Select the seeds, cast the first batch of materials for cultivation, screen out the excellent ones, and then cast the second batch of materials for cultivation. After at least a dozen times of repeated cycles, a satisfactory target can be selected, and the 493 culture can be started with the original blood. In this process, the cycle is often not over yet, and the selected seeds will all be judged to have a very low probability of comprehending the way of the Lord God, and all of them will fail the list. Therefore, it takes a very long period for the main god level forces to cultivate a top-level superior god of their own. Compared with them, the Gensokyo alliance, which had no way out, was much simpler. In the case of not caring about the stability of the forces and controlling the people below, Yunz's recruitment criteria can be said to be very simple and rude. 1. Have hatred with the main god level forces. 2. Dare to attack the main god level forces. As long as these two relationships can be satisfied, no matter who wants to join Gensokyo alliance, Yakumo-Zi will accept it. The quality of the character is not important to her at all. It is nothing more than a waste of time, sending those guys who like to kill and loot to the battlefield where the battle conditions are relatively bad. Under such circumstances, the expansion speed of the Gensokyo alliance is naturally astonishing. After all, for a strong person, not being afraid of death is only the most basic requirement. Rather than continuing to be hunted down by the main god level forces, they would rather join the Gensokyo alliance and fight with the same kind who were also hunted down by the main god level forces. Therefore, after Yakumo-Zi attracted the first group of strong men, and made some fame for Gensokyo alliance. The Gensokyo alliance has already completed 50% of preparations. As for the remaining 50%, it fell on the main god level powerhouses such as the God of Darkness and the Dragon of Dreams. In the current void, the main god level powerhouse's attitude towards future development is divided into two directions, Dab. One is the radical faction represented by the Lord of the Abyss, the God of Light, and the Mechanical Overlord. In the case of unable to find out why the past era disappeared, these main god level powerhouses believe it is necessary to limit the number of powerhouses in the current era. As long as a large number of main gods are not born to make the development of the current era reach its peak, then the current era will not enter the dominant stage. As long as it does not enter the domination stage, it will naturally not trigger the mystery of era disappearance. Therefore, their approach is to hunt down mythical creatures. Killing all the mythical creatures with better talent in the bud will be able to delay the development of the current era, and then gain more development time for yourself. But if you really want to do this, you will inevitably sacrifice many mythical creatures. In this situation, there will naturally be some main gods who hold different views. For example, the Tree of Eternity, the God of Darkness, and the Dragon of Dreams are three main god level powerhouses with relatively friendly personalities. In their opinion, it is no problem to suppress the growth of mythical creatures and prevent them from breaking through to the main god realm, but there is no need to kill them all. It is not difficult to achieve a similar effect as long as the agreement of the other party is obtained through the transaction. The top god is a very special realm. As long as the main god level powerhouse is willing to impart his own experience, the top level superior gods can accumulate the background of the main god realm even if they do not break through. As long as you accumulate enough, it is also feasible for the top gods to directly cross the first stage of the main god and enter the second or even third stage of the main god when they break through. In this way, not only do you not have to do anything to those mythical creatures, but you can also recruit them as your own people. Strengthen your own power without doing anything, and at the same time accumulate more power to deal with the mystery of the disappearance of the era. No matter from which point of view, it is much more reliable than fighting mythical creatures. But unfortunately, the plans of the God of Darkness and others did not go smoothly in the end. Based on personal selfishness, more main gods agreed with the approach of the God of Light and others, and joined the hunt for the seeds of the main god. Even if there were very few main gods who did not join the hunt, the final choice was just to watch the show instead of expressing support for the God of Darkness and others. The number of people can't compare to the other side, and the result is naturally doomed. In the face of this massacre, even the God of Darkness and others have no particularly good way to stop it. You can't lift the table directly and start the battle of the main God level. Whether it can be successful or not will not be discussed. The impact on the void alone is enough for the void consciousness to hammer them more than 10 times. Of course, that doesn't mean they didn't do anything. If the main God level powerhouse does not take action, the Gensokyo Alliance can indeed suppress any main God level force in a one-on-one battle. But today's Gensokyo Alliance is not only facing a main God level force. Before Suwu intervened, the Gensokyo Alliance was facing a super-large alliance of the Radical Lord God's forces with the Beastmaster Alliance as the main body. Judging from the top combat power alone, the number of top-level superior gods in this alliance is almost the same as the sum of the two main god-level forces. Under such circumstances, even the Gensokyo Alliance, which had gathered many strong men, still fell behind in terms of the number of top strong men. The number of top powerhouses is at a disadvantage, and the consequences are naturally needless to say. Today's Bright God Realm is the best example. But unlike the Bright God Realm, the Gensokyo Alliance not only took on this pressure, but also grew up thoroughly. In this process, Gensokyo Alliance naturally borrowed a certain amount of external force. And this external force is not someone else. It is the God of Darkness and others who represent conservative thinking. This is also the main reason why it is said that the Gensokyo Alliance has grown to this stage, and the God of Darkness and others have 50% of the credit in it. In addition to sending some of the seeds of the main gods they saved in the past to the Gensokyo Alliance, these main god-level forces representing conservatives also sent people to help at critical moments. And this is also the main reason why Annabelle subconsciously became nervous after hearing about Mawu's plan. Whether it is Dreamland or Gensokyo Alliance, from a standpoint, it can be regarded as an ally of the Dark God Realm. If Mawu attacked the Gensokyo Alliance without knowing it, causing the opponent to be severely injured, it would really be a righteous backstab. You don't have to be too nervous. Taking a sip of the tea in the cup, Mawu looked at Annabelle. I'm related to Yakumo Zi. Although the time was short, the conversation between our two parties went very smoothly. This time, I went to the north side of the void to attack the Beastmaster Alliance, which is also because it helped the Gensokyo Alliance. And even if these points aside, the Gensokyo Alliance has nothing to steal from him. As a large-scale alliance that was not established for a long time, the only thing the Gensokyo Alliance could compete with the main god-level forces was its combat power. When it comes to the reserves of supplies, the 10 Gensokyo alliances tied together cannot compare to the Beastmaster Alliance. Instead of trying to steal from the Gensokyo Alliance, it's better to focus more on digging walls. Since you said so, then I'm relieved. After listening to Suwu's explanation, Annabelle, who was completely relieved, paused and said slowly. Continue the transaction just now. Give me some advice for dealing with the Bright God Realm, you shouldn't forget this. Of course not. The source of the law of the Dark God Realm is at hand, and Wu is not prepared to stay on this side too much. Putting down the teacup in his hand, he looked up at Annabelle opposite. Say it beforehand, my opinion is just my personal opinion. As for right or wrong, whether to adopt it or not, that is your decision. I understand that. That's good. Suwu nodded with satisfaction, and began to say a little bit of his own suggestions. First and foremost advice. The next chapter is late, my stomach is a little uncomfortable, so I go to squat on the toilet. Chapter 240 The Real Gensokyo. Just as Suwu explained his advice. Outside the base camp of the Gensokyo Alliance on the north side of the void. It turned out to be only a medium-sized world. Looking at the world bubble below, a look of surprise flashed in Revere's eyes. To be honest, this situation was somewhat unexpected to her. If Gensokyo Alliance's base camp is not a top world, she can understand it. After all, there are not many worlds of that size in the entire void. But it doesn't even have the scale of a large world, which is a bit weird. No matter how poor you are, you won't be able to gather the resources to create a large world. 35. Looking away from the world bubble below, Revel looked at the void to the right. After obtaining the increase of the new skill complete control not long ago, her perception ability has more than doubled compared to the past. With this increased perception, the current Revel can perceive some things that he could not perceive in the past. Aren't you ready to explain, Yakumo-zi? If you want to know, of course I can tell you. A pleasant voice sounded out of thin air. Under Revel's gaze, a gap slowly emerged in mid-air. First time, Raveli Phoenix. Sitting on the edge of the gap, Yakumo-zi, holding an umbrella, greeted the blonde girl. As expected of the reinforcements sent by Lord Mahu, your performance is even better than the rumors. Looking at Yakumo-zi in doubt, a look of doubt flashed in Level's eyes. You know me? Of course I know. Taking out a few documents out of thin air and shaking it, a smile appeared on the corner of Yakumo-zi's mouth. I've been paying attention to the Phoenix family for a long time. Originally, according to the plan, I was prepared to visit the Phoenix clan when you, the rising star of the Phoenix clan, had fully grown up. 99. But now it seems that there is no need to go. Are you, like Suwu, your target too? A sudden look flashed in Level's eyes. I didn't expect that I would be so good. It's just that the interests are the same. 35. Burning the worthless materials in his hands without hesitation, Yakumo-zi replied slowly. The wish of the Phoenix family is nothing more than to restore the glory of the past, and to take revenge against the mechanical overlord and the god of the dead. As the Gensokyo alliance that has assembled many Avengers, it has the same goal as your Phoenix clan. As long as you negotiate a little, it's not difficult to get your father, blinded by hatred, to agree. 99. What did Mawu tell you? Of course not. Yakumo-zi, who knew what Ravel was asking, denied it. What I'm talking about is only the means with the highest probability to win over the Phoenix clan. 55. As for why it is similar to Lord Mahu's approach, you, as his person, should have a certain understanding. I was stupid. A look of surprise flashed across Yakumo-zi's eyes. The reason why she brought up the topic of Mawu's ability is just to take the opportunity to show that she and Mawu are very close, so as to grasp the trend of the topic. Judging from Revere's performance, it seems that the other party has some understanding of Mahu's ability. This was somewhat unexpected to her. Judging from the recent conversations, Suwu should be the kind of person who likes to hide in secret. In this case, the other party should take a series of measures to prevent the leakage of their own intelligence. After all, the more people who know, the easier it is to have problems. A person like Revel who had just joined the other party's territory was not qualified to know his abilities. But now the reality is that Raveli knows. Could it be that Mawu's real trump card is more powerful than she imagined? Looking at the blonde girl in front of her, Yakumo-zi, who was full of thoughts in her mind, opened her mouth and said tentatively. It must have been a while since you joined Lord Suwu, how do you feel? Compared to the Gensokyo alliance, which side do you think has a better chance of helping the Phoenix clan complete their revenge? 5. Of course it's the dream world. What's the reason? You'll find out later. 39. Glancing at the woman with a lot of scheming in front of her, Raveli gave her own answer. 4 flowers. I just came over to record a space coordinate first. When Mawu is busy with his own affairs later, he will come over and walk around in person. When the time comes, you'll understand why I said that. Kang Yu's strength was too pale to describe in words. Before seeing it with his own eyes, even Yakumo-zi couldn't understand how strong that absolute power was. You said so, then I'll control my curiosity. Seeing that Revere didn't seem to have any plans to say more, Yakumo-zi also stopped her temptation. More than a day passed in the blink of an eye for her. Since Suwu is ready to use her own trump card, she should look forward to the other party's performance. Speaking of which, you seem to be asking why the base camp of the Gensokyo Alliance was only a medium-sized world. Yes. The reason is actually quite simple. Raising her umbrella, Yakumo-zi poked towards the void in front of her. Like a pebble falling into a lake, ripples start to appear. Along with the spatial fluctuations layer by layer, a bright door appeared in front of the two of them. In the competition of top combat power, the Gensokyo Alliance was incomparable to the Beastmaster Alliance in the past. 99. Although the Dark God Realm often sends people to help, it only avoids the destruction of the Gensokyo Alliance. In the daily confrontation, the Gensokyo Alliance is still at a disadvantage. In order to prevent the base camp from being destroyed by the enemy's forcible raid, I used a little trick to set the real Gensokyo in the mezzanine of the void. In the mezzanine of the void, 35. After sizing up the door in front of him, Laville turned his gaze to the world bubble under his feet. So this medium-sized world under our feet is just a space coordinate to record the entrance? Yes. After affirming Revere's guess, Yakumo-zi stepped forward and walked towards the door. Don't be stunned, just follow. It just so happens that the people from Yanjing Pavilion haven't left yet. I will take you to meet them while you still have free time. 35. Chapter 241 Kagaya's Thoughts. Tuk tuk tuk. Princess, it's time to get up. 55. After raising her hand and knocking on the door a few times, Yi Erin, who had just returned from the pharmaceutical company, started her daily work. Today is the day we return to Eternal Pavilion, so don't stay in bed any longer. Erin, even you can't spread rumors at will 99. Click. The door of the room opened slowly. Wearing a dark red dress, Pen Glacian Hui with the beauty of heaven and man walked out from inside. The concubine did not stay in bed. 35. Even if you say that, princess, your current appearance is not at all convincing. Looking at the somewhat messy shape of the girl, a smile flashed in the corner of Bai Yonglin's eyes. Next time you want to deceive me, at least you have to take care of your appearance. Forgive me for that. Kagaya, who was dismantled, didn't care, and 497 turned around and walked into the house. It's too hard for me to do all the maintenance in a few minutes. 35. It's not too difficult. Following Kagaya into the house, Bai Yonglin took out a wooden comb and took care of the girl's long smooth black hair. With your talent, princess, you can still do it with a little more effort. What do you mean? Everywhere. Looking at the power of time that hasn't completely dissipated from the girl's body, a satisfied look flashed in Bai Yonglin's eyes. There are a lot of trivial matters on her side recently, and she has no time to supervise Pen Glacian Hui's cultivation. She originally thought that her own lazy princess would slow down her cultivation progress, but now it seems that she thinks too much. In an instant, the time flow between itself and the outside world is increased by thousands of times. If there is no hard practice, even Pen Glacian Hui, who has understood the 98% time rule, is not easy to achieve this level. Perhaps she used to be a little too strict with Kagaya's supervision, and it seemed good to let go properly. Eternal. Just when Hachi Iron was thinking about whether to reduce her work, Kagaya's voice suddenly remembered. After we have survived this Beastmaster Alliance's counterattack, can we take a vacation? 99. After finally breaking through to the superior god, the concubine wants to relax a little for a while and do other things. Of course you can if you are on vacation, and a proper combination of work and rest will also help your physical and mental health. 35. However, princess, can you tell me what to do next? Putting away the wooden comb in her hand, Bai Yonglin looked over curiously. Isn't it possible to cause trouble like before? If that's the case, remember to tell me before you act, so I can prepare in advance. What is causing trouble? The concubine is clearly using her spare time to attack hostile forces. 55. Huiye subconsciously retorted, this time is different, the concubine really has something to do. It's rare to see you being so serious, princess. A thoughtful look flashed in Bai Yonglin's eyes. Who did you receive any information from? Do you want to take advantage of the gap after the war to find time-related training materials? 5. I really can't hide anything from you. Kaguya was silent for a while, and replied truthfully. The specific result is similar to what you said. The concubine wants to meet the lord named Suwu. When I chatted with Yakumo Zi in private, she commented that the other party was a man who knew everything. 99. I just took advantage of this relationship to thank him, and by the way, ask him if he has the information I want. Thank you, princess, you really need to go there in person. Bai Yonglin thought for a while, then turned to look behind her. Yakumo Zi, do you think the other party can give us the clues we want? I don't think so. Yakumo Zi, who happened to be walking in through the main entrance with Leville, paused for a moment and expressed her opinion. Rather than giving you clues, it is more likely that he has already prepared supplies and waited for you to come to your door. 99. You sure? Uncertain. Glancing at Rivel beside him, Yakumo Zi replied as if he had remembered something. According to the latest information, Lord Suwu will rush over before the war starts. 35. If his plan to collect supplies goes smoothly, maybe you don't have to go to him, and he will come with what you want. So exaggerated? After hearing Yakumo Zi's explanation, Yage Yonglin suddenly fell into silence. As one of the first members of the Gensokyo alliance who was wooed by Yakumo Zi, her time dealing with each other is not too short. With the experience she has accumulated over the years, she can see that Yakumo Zi is not joking at this time. That is to say, in the eyes of this powerful monster sage, the mysterious ally named Maho can indeed do what she said. I'm starting to wonder about that new ally now too. 99. If you are curious, take her with you. 99. Yakumo Zi patted the blonde girl beside her and introduced. Her name is Revel Phoenix, and she is also the reinforcement sent by Lord Mahu to support your eternal pavilion. Reinforcement. Bai Yonglin was stunned for a moment, a look of doubt flashed in her eyes. If she read it right, Raveli is just an intermediate god. Although the breath is much stronger than ordinary intermediate gods, it is still within the scope of understanding. Joining the battlefield with this strength, isn't that man named Mawu afraid of the opponent's fall? Don't worry, I know what you're thinking. 35. Turning his head to look at Leville beside him, a smile appeared on Yakumo Zi's mouth. According to Lord Mahu's statement, after Leville entered the ultimate explosive state, his strength could compare to the top gods in a short period of time. I know this sounds exaggerated, but Lord Mahu is not a joker, so what he said was indeed true. Levy 0.1, who understood Yakumo Zi's eyes, took a step forward and looked at Yakumo Aaron. Of course, not exactly. 55. Comparing the top gods in a short period of time is just my information a day ago. Due to some inconvenient reasons, my control of my own power has been greatly improved now. Feeling the powerful power in his body, Leville's face showed a confident look. If I enter the extreme explosive state now, I am sure to involve any superior god below the main god candidate level. Doesn't look like bravado. 35. After carefully scrutinizing Revel's body, Yi Iron's gaze moved to the side. Kaguya, do you want to try it? Penglay Mountain Hui yet? What to try, why did it suddenly involve her? Chapter 242 The Six Paths of Reincarnation. Princess, your actual combat experience is still too little. Looking at Kaguya who didn't react, Bai Yonglin explained her thoughts. Let's not talk about it, just in the beheading operation 2 days ago, your performance disappointed me a lot. There is no competition between laws, but that only refers to the upper limit that can be reached. As a price for an extremely high threshold for comprehension, the law of time has a power advantage over other laws at the starting point. Sneak attack first, plus your opponent's strength is restrained by you. 99. With such a huge advantage, you still. Wait a moment. It seemed that she realized what Iron wanted to say, and Kaguya got up quickly to interrupt it. My concubine understands what you mean, isn't it just a fight with this guy, I promise. That's good. Yonglin nodded, and her eyes returned to the blonde girl. What do you say about Miss Reville? Would you like to help me with this? 23 Hui silently looked at Yonglin, and after confirming that the other party was talking about help and not a test, an inexplicable look flashed in Revere's eyes. Just exposing part of the suppressed breath can confirm that she is not stubborn. This keen perception should be said to be a top-level powerhouse who dares to fight against the Beastmaster Alliance. It is really exaggerated. But since the other party has said this, she has to respond. After thinking silently for a while, Revere replied, I can help, do I get paid? 99. There is still a reward. He took out a bunch of bottles and jars and put them on the ground, and Yonglin introduced it. As long as there is one breath left, the Tears of Phoenix can definitely be completely healed. Increase the user's law affinity to ensure that they can definitely understand the law booster of the 30% law. A mana enhancer that forcibly increases the mana in the user's body, making it 2 to 3 times the total mana in a short period of time. 39. These are some of the exclusive potions I made. In addition to these, as long as you can achieve the desired goal I want, I can also give you some rarer potions. 99. Can. After his eyes paused on the potion called Tears of Phoenix, Ravali looked back at Kaguya. How far do you want me to be? 39. I want the princess to understand that even among her peers, there are still people who are stronger than her. After expressing her request without changing her face, Yonglin asked. With the assurance that the attrition can recover within a day, are you sure you can do that? Can. Then leave it to you. 35. Yonglin nodded, and her eyes returned to Kaguya. Anything to say? Concubine, trust your vision. 39. FFT. Even if she no longer believes that the opponent's fighting power is stronger than her own, she will still choose to accept it. Of course, accepting it is one thing, believing it is another. Putting on his fire rat fur, Kaguya looked at Laville in dissatisfaction. Yonglin, as a teacher who has been teaching her all the time, doesn't need to underestimate her strength. How can you, a stranger you meet for the first time, be confident that you will not lose? Let go and call with all your strength. After increasing his own time flow rate and the outside world to the current limit, Kaguya spoke slowly. No matter what kind of attack, I will follow. Are you sure you want to fight here? Looking at Kaguya, who was ready to go in front of him, Ravali, who did not expect the other party to be so serious, sighed silently. It was agreed in advance that I would not pay for any property damage. Just do it. Yonglin, who had retreated not far away, replied. There is nothing of value in this house. When you guys finish fighting later, the princess will be able to fully recover in a single time. 5. I understand. Ravali nodded, and his eyes returned to Kaguya. Just like Yonglin judges that she will win, she also does not think that she will lose. If it's just a one-on-one battle, the current Penglation Kaguya is not her opponent. Even if there is a big difference, the result will not change. Of course, this does not mean that Kaguya's combat effectiveness is weak. As a top genius who has almost fully comprehended the law of time, Penglation Hui's strength is very capable of being beaten even among the old-fashioned superior gods. It can be said that she is the strongest group of high-level gods, except for those top-level superior gods who have comprehended the way of the Lord God. In order to suppress and defeat an enemy of this level, even with the blessing of many Lord skills, Ravelli in a normal state is still not sure to do it. She has to be in an explosive state. In just an instant, 3 types of light, white, black, and red, rose from Laville's body at the same time. 6 rounds of reincarnation. These are the 6 powerful moves that Revel created based on the law of reincarnation that he fully understood. Among these 6 moves, in addition to the Hungry Ghost Road, which is used to absorb energy attacks, 497 makes the absorbed power into the Animal Road, which is released by the magical creatures, and the Human Road, which is used a lot. The essence of the remaining 3 moves is to release the various powers collected through the power of reincarnation in the past to strengthen one's own state. It's just that the enemies you deal with are different, and the types of reinforcement you choose are also different. To deal with gods who are good at psychic attacks or use illusions, use Shura Road. To deal with light-type creatures or those with strong physical qualities, use Hell. To deal with dark creatures or gods with superb combat skills, it is the way of the gods. Certainly. Although these 3 moves increased Revere's attack surface, they still encountered situations that were difficult to solve. For example, the mechanic god realm also uses a variety of powers, and at the same time deduces appropriate tactics according to the enemy's situation. In addition, powers like Kaguya are of a special nature, and at the same time, the realm is higher than hers, and it is also a kind of difficult to solve. If you want to defeat this kind of enemy, you can only superimpose the enhanced state. Are you ready? Looking at Kaguya, whose expression became more and more serious not far away, Laville, who had added the blessings of Hell, Heaven and Azura to himself at the same time, opened his mouth and said, "I'm going to call." Boom! Chapter 243 The Dissatisfied Kaguya, the Quadruple Eruption of Ravel. Change the time-flow ratio between yourself and the outside world, so as to get more thinking time and moving time. This usage is one of the favorite usages of Penglacian Kaguya, who holds the power of time. Not only can it bring her a huge advantage in battle, but it can also bring her a lot of convenience in daily life. For example, Bai Yonglin knocked on the door to wake her up not long ago, and she used this trick to disturb the confusion. With the increase of his own talent, Kaguya, who can fully exert the effect of this move, can even increase his time flow rate thousands of times that of the outside world in an instant. In front of this exaggerated time flow ratio, the outside world is only 1 second in the past, for her, it is an hour or more. Even if it can't be maintained for a long time, it is enough for her. After all, this is just one of her fighting methods. In addition to increasing her own attack speed and movement speed, she can also slow down the enemy's speed by affecting the time, or even pause the opponent's time to make it completely stagnant in an instant. Under this increase or decrease, as long as a powerful enough ultimate move can be released, even an old-fashioned high-level god will die on the spot, let alone a middle-level god of Revel. Even if everyone is not optimistic, Kaguya still doesn't think she will lose. Let her open her eyes and know what it means to be someone else. There is a top-level superior god beside her every day as a sparring, and she is also a top-level genius who has the power of time. How could this open her eyes? Could it be that this guy named Revel can still exert the fighting power of the main god candidate? With such thoughts in mind, Kaguya agreed without the slightest hesitation to Yagran's request and agreed to fight with Revere. Even if the opponent's strength is beyond her imagination, it doesn't matter if the battle is dragged into a protracted war. After all, her current state is not perfect. As long as she is not really defeated by the other party, then she has not lost this person. I want hit, I'm going. Listening to the voice that came slowly, word by word, Kaguya understood that the other party had already prepared and entered the state of the limit time flow rate in an instant. Normally, for this kind of enemy who entered the burst state, she would choose to fight guerrilla warfare to delay the time, waiting for the opponent's burst to end and enter a weak state. But this time it was a competition to prove his strength. Kaguya naturally couldn't do it as usual in order to fight for it. She's going to strike first. Accompanied by a blasting sound, Kaguya, who disappeared in place in an instant, came behind Leville, raised the Penglayuji in his hand and swung it towards the opponent. At the same time, the terrifying power of time also spewed out of her body. Time stop. Time sense adjustment. Looking at the blonde girl who was still standing there unresponsive, Kaguya with the Penglay jade branch in her hand about to fall, a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. Don't underestimate any enemy. This is what Hachi Iron said repeatedly when he first taught her. In the later battles, she did rely on this cautiousness to win many powerful or difficult enemies. 18. In these battles, the enemy's reaction has never been so strange. Completely standing there, no response at all. It shouldn't be. No matter how fast she moves, the other party is someone who can be attracted to Yang Rin. It's impossible not to react. You can't always look away. Doubtful thoughts flashed through Huiyi's mind, and with this incomprehensible doubt, she waved the Penglay jade branch in her hand. I don't want to think about it so much, so let's talk about it first. If the opponent is not strong from the outside and caught her in the middle, there will always be a right response to this powerful attack. Eternal Night Return, Dawn. Facts have proved that Kaguya's judgment is not wrong. Following the fall of her terrorist attack, Ravali, who had been standing in place since the beginning of the battle, finally took action. I saw that she, who had been attacked by Shizuo and still had a sense of adjustment, turned around and looked at Kaguya behind her as if she was not affected at all. Then, raise your hand and throw a fist. Boom. The simple action broke out is indeed the most terrifying attack. Without a trace of energy leaking out at all, Ravel, who was in a state of extreme explosion, perfectly compresses the power in his body into this punch. The barrage of the sky was shattered. The ripples of time are washed away. Even when he swung down at the limit time flow rate ratio, he only felt a sway in front of his eyes, and a huge fist came to him. Time to peel off. Facing this terrifying scene, Kaguya, who didn't have time to think about what happened, instantly used another trump card of hers. Under the increase of time authority, the law of time turned into a visible clock behind her, and it began to beat continuously. However, it is different from beating in the usual sense. This clock beats counterclockwise. Boom! The blow that shattered thousands of stars passed through Kaguya's body, causing a huge aftermath to rush into the distance. It's kind of interesting. Not far away, Yakumo Zi opened the folding fan to block his mouth, and a meaningful look flashed in his eyes. This combat power is even more exaggerated than I imagined. Iron, do you think she in this state will be able to fight against the powerhouses of the main god candidate level? 5. Number 35. Glancing at the airwave that was slowly dissipating after rushing out for tens of thousands of kilometers, Bae Yonglin shook her head flatly. Although I don't know how she got this control, she is essentially like a princess, a flower that grows in a greenhouse. Break through to a higher level god, obtain the law and authority that suits you, and comprehend the way of the main god. If one of these three conditions cannot be met in a short period of time, she is not a match for that monster now. Not necessarily. Yakumo Zi denied Yakumo Erin's reply. Judging from the current situation, Lord Mahu may be more mysterious than I imagined. 39. If it were him, maybe he really had the ability to let Ravali obtain the combat power of the main god candidate level in the realm of an intermediate god without meeting these three conditions. The factors that break the routine are not necessary to be judged as a reference basis. After refuting the basis without changing her face, a thoughtful look flashed in Bae Yonglin's eyes. However, I'm starting to believe what you said. That man named Suwu may really bring us what we want. I didn't tell a lie about the introduction of Lord Mahu. Yakumo Zi smiled and returned to the battlefield. It's over. It seems that the little princess in your family may not be able to hold on for even a minute. Yakumo Zi's judgment was not wrong. After Kaguya peeled off the time segment of herself just now and forcibly moved her position back to the original location to avoid Revel's attack. This battle has reached its climax and is beginning to come to an end. With the first blow, Kaguya, who realized what the consequences of melee combat would have, no longer cared about face. I saw her pulling the distance and controlling the power in her body to launch a long-range attack. Bang bang bang! The barrage of the sky covered every corner. With the acceleration of time, these barrages follow like waves. 18. Facing this terrifying energy trend, Lise, did not look nervous at all. I saw her step forward and walk towards Kaguya. With the blessing of space control, even if she can't need the space like a plasticine like Mawu, she can still do basic operations. I saw the fluctuation of space spread out on her body surface, continuously compressing the space in front of her. In just one step, thousands of kilometers have been crossed. Of course, that alone is not enough. Kaguya, who is in the realm of the superior god, has an amazing movement speed. In addition, with the blessing of the exaggerated time flow ratio, trying to catch up with Kaguya, who was widening the distance, was also a big challenge for Revere. Without haste, he pushed aside all the attacks on the trajectory, and Revel, who had realized Kaguya's plan, sighed. After just one round of fights, he realized what he should do next. Should it be said that he is a talent whom Mawu takes a fancy to, this reaction does have merit. It seems that I can't hide my clumsiness anymore. Once again shattering the new round of barrage trends, Leville calmly activated his last trump card. Human Tao, Strengthening Form. Chapter 244 The Son of the Version, Happy May Day. The battle ended abruptly. Looking at the fist that stopped in front of his eyes, Kaguya's pupils shrank like needles, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Too fast. She had obviously used all means to widen the distance between the two to the span of 10 medium-sized worlds, but the other party still caught up. In the face of this simple and rude power, even she has no room for resistance. If she continued like this, even if she changed the ending of death by reversing time, she would definitely not be able to reverse the current situation. At most, it is just a bet that the other party can hold on for a few more seconds in this terrifying outbreak state. But that is no longer necessary. It's just a discussion, and it won't reach that level. And the other party's purpose has indeed been achieved. The speed and power of this scale burst out from the body of an intermediate god, while maintaining absolute precision. This power is indeed enough for her to open up her own horizons and know what it means to be someone else. So, it's the concubine who lost. A look of helplessness flashed across Kaguya's eyes. In the current state, you are indeed stronger. 99. Admitted. 99. Seeing Kaguya admitting defeat, Rivali didn't say much. She took a deep breath after withdrawing her right fist and exiting the extreme explosive state. Chi chi chi. As if 500 had been cut by thousands of invisible blades, small wounds continued to appear on Revere's body. The blood exuding vitality was left from the wound and dripped onto the ground below, reviving the land that had been ravaged by battles. Do you need help? Kaguya, who had long anticipated this scene, raised her palm and asked. If it's just a physical wound, going back in time can help you repair it directly. 99. Need not. Revere shook his head, a black flame ignited on his body. Have you forgotten what my name is? As a phoenix, repairing her injuries couldn't be easier for her. And unlike other phoenixes, Revere has specially trained the skill of Fu, and has prepared supporting skills. The reason is simple. Her fighting style is too violent. Superposition of enhanced states. By stacking 3 states, you can gain the power of the top gods. Just looking at the effect, this skill is really strong. There is no such thing as a pie in the sky in this world. Just like the power of the void that brought terrifying combat power to King Yu, superimposing the enhanced state is a very dangerous behavior. As long as one is not handled well, the three forces of different nature will easily collide within her body, thus directly blowing her whole body to pieces. In fact, before obtaining the support of complete control, Ravali only maintained the superposition of two enhanced states at the same time. And this was accomplished with the help of the two skills Human Deo, Healing Mode and Recovery. This shows how dangerous this skill is. 1. Even with the support of complete control, Ravali can only maintain a stack of 3 states at most in his current state. This is not because the effect of complete control is not strong, but simply reaching the limit. The increase in strength may have strengthened the strength of her body to a certain extent, but it is definitely not comparable to the increase in energy in her body. The superposition of the 3 strengthening states is the limit state that she can theoretically reach in the middle-level God realm. In this state, the strengthening mode of the human realm is activated, and the consequences are naturally needless to say. To be honest, I looked down on you before, and you are much stronger than I thought. Manipulating the fire of Phoenix to repair the injury on the body surface, and confirming that the outbreak just now did not affect the source, Laville breathed a sigh of relief, and looked up at Kaguya opposite. If you hold on for another 5 seconds, I should be the one who surrenders. 99. You overestimate me. Seeing that the aura on Laville's body had completely stabilized, Kaguya also put away the power of time on her body and landed on the ground. In that state, I'm afraid you can kill me tens of thousands of times in an instant. Even if, Dab, can complete the resurrection by reversing the time, I will definitely not last for 5 seconds. About the 3rd or 4th second, I will reach the limit and be devoured by time. If I get hit by you at that time, I can basically say that I will die. That's strong too. 95. For Kaguya, a future ally, Rivali was still very friendly. Seeing the other party seemed a little lost, she directly started the business mutual blowing mode. Wu actually told me about your situation. 35. The law of time has not been fully comprehended, and the body of time has not been completely transformed. Compared with yours, my basic conditions are more perfect, plus some reasons that are inconvenient to disclose, my basic attributes have also tripled. Actually, if it were me before you joined the Mahu territory, the ending would probably be reversed. In fact, Ravel was not comforting Kaguya at this point. As one of the members who enjoyed the skill enhancement of many sss-level lords in Mahu, she was actually the one who benefited the most. It would be no exaggeration to say that she is the son of the version. The threefold increase in the basic attributes of Tian Zijiao gave her the foundation to open and maintain the superposition of the 3 enhanced states for a long time. The recovery effect of power of the earth allows her to maintain the stacking of the 3 states without being distracted to urge the flame of the phoenix to heal the wound. Complete control not to mention, let her directly turn the short-term burst skill of 3-state stacking into a continuous skill, and gain the confidence to enable 4-state stacking. In addition to these 3 main enhancements, the remaining sss-level lord skills also gave her a lot of increase in various fields. Without the help of these lord skills, even if Ravali enters the 3-state stacking, there is a high probability that he will be suppressed by Kaguya. It is still the kind of being suppressed in a head-on confrontation, rather than being suppressed by the opponent's guerrilla warfare. You are strong. Looking at Kaguya in front of him, a smile appeared on the corner of Rivali's mouth. If it were changed to the previous one, even if there were no accidents in my growth process, at most I would have obtained the same level of power as yours when I was a higher level god. I can see that you are also seeking to become stronger. If you really want to go further in a short period of time and make up for the vacancy in your own foundation to increase your potential, then wait until Ma Wu comes over to see him. 35. As long as you pay enough, you will definitely gain power beyond your imagination. That's an exaggerated assessment. Kaguya was silent for a while, and his eyes moved to the 2 figures walking slowly not far away. Yijianglin, what do you think? 35. PS1, Happy May Day. PS2, it's a new month but this month, the author can't be ashamed to ask for a monthly pass. I just hope that everyone will come back and take a look occasionally while they are fattening up. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 245 Departure and Arrive at the Dragon God Realm. As for your question, Princess, even I can't give an accurate answer. Hachi Iron, who was approaching, stopped and expressed her opinion. According to the information collected so far, that Lord Mao is a magical being who knows everything about intelligence and can influence the direction of the war in terms of strength. I personally think that if you want to achieve this level, you must at least have the strength of the main god level. 18. Among the existing main gods in the void, there is no existence called Mao. As for the option that the other party is the main god who was born in the near future, it is even more impossible. If a new main god is born in the void, it is impossible for her to feel no sense at all. In other words, the man named Mao is not a master god, and Ding Qian is an unknown master god candidate. So what do you mean, Yakumo Zi and Ravel have complimented that man? Yes. 35. Bai Aaron nodded, affirming Kagaya's words. Of course, Princess, you don't have to be too disappointed. Leaving aside Laville for the time being able to get Yakumo Z's praise, I think this has already explained the opponent's abilities. I understand what you mean. Kagaya pondered for a moment, and a sudden look flashed in her eyes. It just so happens that we also have reasons to see him. 95. When this war is over, let's meet in person. If you want to see him, I can help lead the way. Seeing Kagaya taking the bait, in addition to coming to support this time, Ravel, who was on a digging mission, took the opportunity to speak. Although Mao is a good talker, he improves his strength in the spiritual time room every day. 99. With me as my own person, you are more likely to see him. Then please. Kagaya nodded and turned to look into the distance. In order to stop Revere from approaching, she forcefully released a floor-scrubbing barrage attack. In the face of the steady stream of attacks, the land of Gensokyo is terrible at the moment, with huge pits and ravines everywhere. Although there is no major impact on the residence of personnel and some special research facilities, if it is not repaired, it is difficult to guarantee that people will not find fault afterward. Kagaya sighed silently in her heart, feeling the sights on her body that were looking from all directions. It's really embarrassing to fight and lose in public. Fortunately, the paparazzi is still doing business outside, otherwise he will definitely be entangled by the other party. However, if they procrastinate again, there is no guarantee that the other party will not come back after finishing the work. Thinking of this, Kagaya no longer procrastinated, and immediately activated the power in her body. Under everyone's gaze, layers of time ripples spewed out from Kagaya's body. Under Kagaya's precise control, this ripple turned into an invisible crawler, rushing towards the direction the two had just hit. Under the scrubbing of this force, the originally pitted earth was quickly flattened as if it had been erased by an eraser. It's done. After a while, Kagaya, who had finished the restoration work, opened her eyes and looked at Yaki Aaron, who was beside her. It's not too early, and Revere's strength has also been tested. Let's leave early and return to the Eternal Pavilion 5. Sure. Bai Iron, who understood Kagaya's thoughts, smiled. The replenishment of the medicine has ended, and you can leave at any time. Then go now. 35. Grabbing Laville's arm, Kagaya made a decisive move and flew towards the distant teleportation formation. The war is about to begin, and too much time cannot be wasted. You must return to the Eternal Pavilion as soon as possible, and set up a defense line there. 95. Looks like your education is pretty good. Looking at the backs of Kagaya and the two leaving, a smile appeared on Yakumo Z's mouth. I thought that after she was defeated, she would be lost and sad for several days without food. 99. Are you talking about yourself? Silently glanced at the monster sage beside her, Bai Yonglin stepped into the distance. I'll go back first. If you need any help from me, please contact me remotely at that time. There is a high probability that such a thing will never happen. You only need to deal with the group of god hunters that attacked Yongting Pavilion. However, there is one thing I need to mention. Putting the folding fan in his hand, Yakumo-zi slowly spoke with a calm expression. For Lord Mahu, I am not overly complimenting him. That's just what you think. 99. After replying unmoved, the figure of Bai Yonglin disappeared in place. 4 flowers 0. Whether there is, I will find out when I meet him in person after the war. Looking at the backs of Yi Yonglin and the others, Ya Yunzi stood there and fell silent. After a while, after confirming that no one was looking at this side again, a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of her mouth. Plan to pass. Record crystal. She has bought half the amount of storage rings. Next, just wait for Bai Yonglin and So Wu to meet, and then record her gaffe. I'm really looking forward to it. He opened a gap in front of him, and the expression on Yakumo-zi's face became brighter and brighter. It feels like a good price. Outside the distant void, Ma Wu, who had just left the Dark God realm, froze, and a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. How suddenly felt that someone wanted to use him. Ma Wu. Kang Yu's voice came from behind him. Did something happen? Nothing. So Wu shook his head and put this strange feeling behind him. There is a sacred choice. If someone can threaten him, he will definitely initiate a prompt. There is currently no update prompt, which means that the person hiding behind the scenes cannot bring him any threat. Or the purpose of the other party is not to find a solution to him, but to earn more benefits for himself through him. But in either case, it didn't matter to him. As long as the other party does not interfere with his interests, then he is a very big belly. Kang Yu, what's the current situation? Glancing at the unprecedented huge world bubble below, So Wu's gaze shifted to the blue-haired girl beside him. Have you been targeted by void consciousness? No. Kang Yu replied truthfully, I paid attention to the target I attacked when I started. 95. It's just the current level, it won't have any impact on me. That's good. So Wu nodded in satisfaction. Since Kang Yu was not affected, the next plan can proceed as usual. Looking at the giant dragon lying outside the world bubble, Ma Wu's body slowly drifted forward. Let's go, first go over and say hello to the other party. Chapter 246 Elsa's Concern. Dragon God Realm. As the name suggests, the world inhabited by the Dragon God. As one of the origins of the dragon race, the Dragon God Realm is a rare super-large world in the void that does not belong to the main god-level forces, but the world scale is the top world. From the young dragon just born to the top dragon king who has already understood the way of the Lord God, it can be said that he should have it here. Not only that, because the lifespan of dragons is longer than that of other races. After a long lapse of time, even the giant dragon clan with a relatively low fertility rate still accumulated a large number of racial members. Therefore, without calculating the main god-level combat power, the Dragon God realm can be said to be one of the top strengths in the void. Although it is not the same as the Gensokyo alliance, it can suppress any main god-level forces in one-on-one battles. However, it is not difficult for them to achieve a slightly inferior effect and gain the upper hand in the confrontation with any main god-level forces. Of course, due to some historical factors, the dragons of the Dragon God realm have not intervened in major affairs in the void for a long time. 50 is like an absolutely neutral observer, the Dragon God realm has been silently watching everything that happens in the void. Even when the main god-level forces such as the Dark God realm and the Abyss began to hunt down the mythical creatures, they still chose to watch on the sidelines. In contrast, these main god-level forces also tacitly did not do anything to the giant dragon clan, ignoring this huge clan with many mythical-level creatures. Even the main god-level forces dare not provoke the Dragon God realm at will, and those weak and small forces that are not even the main god-level forces naturally dare not provoke each other. No one dared to provoke, and no one came to visit, and even closed the door and did not go out at will. Under such circumstances, the gatekeepers of the Dragon God realm naturally learned how to fish without a teacher. Among these gatekeepers, Oliver, the storm dragon with the strength of a superior god, is no exception. I slept really well. Arriving in front of the blue-skinned giant dragon, Ma Wu, who found that the other party had no intention of waking up, thought for a while, then raised his right hand to face the other party. Although he has never broken through to become a god in order to comprehend the law of void, it does not mean that his strength is not strong. On the contrary, because of the origin contract signed with Kang Yu and others. With the blessing of many sss-level lord skills, his combat power has now reached the level of a top intermediate god. Of course, it is still a little difficult to kill this giant dragon in the realm of higher gods with this level of power. But if you just wake up the other party, you don't need to waste much effort. Hey! A chilling wind blew across Oliver's massive body. Under Ma Wu's control, this cold wind did not bring any substantial damage. The only effect is to give the target a cold feeling. Even a dragon with a strong body and strong magic resistance can still feel the cold. 35. A few seconds later, Oliver, whose whole body was wrapped in the cold wind, began to respond and slowly woke up from his deep sleep. After his erect pupils glanced around Ma Wu and Kang Yu, he finally realized what had happened, and he quickly got up. His expression became serious. Who are you two? Why are you sneaking close to the Dragon God realm? We are guests who want to visit the Dragon God realm. Facing Oliver's oncoming long might, Ma Wu, who was not affected at all, replied slowly. The reason why I wake you up is to get the token of entering the Dragon God realm. Also, we didn't approach secretly, but walked over openly. As for why you didn't find out. Cough. You don't need to explain this. Shaking his head, Oliver, who was completely sober, hurriedly interrupted Ma Wu's words. I already know your purpose. But unfortunately, I can't give you the token of entering the Dragon God realm. 35. Dragon God realm is still closed, and outsiders like you cannot enter. 55. Of course, our dragon is also a reasonable person. Since you dare to take the initiative to come to the door, it must be that you have encountered some difficulties. With a wave of magic power, Oliver's body suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. On the package of the white light, his huge dragon body continued to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, a man with short blue hair and a height of about 3 meters appeared in front of Ma Wu. After groping for a while in his arms, he took out a parchment scroll from somewhere and handed it to Su Wu. This is the service currently held by our Dragon God realm. As long as you have enough resources, you can purchase dragon scales, dragon blood, and even dragon meat of any attribute from us. With these rare materials, you can not only improve your strength, but also create artifacts that suit you. As long as this round of strengthening is completed, even if the formidable enemy who was one line higher than you in the past will never be your opponent again. Of course, if you need time urgently, our Dragon God realm will also provide temporary shelter services. Make sure you won't be disturbed by any outsiders before you complete all the reinforcements. Oh, right. You wait a second. Interrupting Oliver, who seemed to be talkative, Ma Wu, who was bombarded by the other party's voice before reading the contents of this parchment scroll, paused and gave his own answer. I am indeed interested in purchasing the materials you mentioned. However, I don't have any enemies, and I didn't come here by accident to seek temporary shelter. My real purpose is only one, and that is to get a token from you and enter the Dragon God realm. This friend, it's not that I don't give it to you, it's that I can't give it to you. Facing Ma Wu's request, a helpless look flashed in Oliver's eyes. Although I don't know if you have done any prior investigation, but for the sake of your good attitude, I'll just mention it to you. Since our Dragon God realm entered a state of isolation, even the messengers of the main god-level forces have not received tokens from me. If the purpose of your coming here is really just to enter the dragon god realm, then I can only… Just as Oliver was about to draw a conclusion, a mysterious wave suddenly came from the world bubble behind him. Perceiving the information contained in this mysterious wave, Oliver, who wanted to say something at first, froze, with a look of astonishment on his face. After a while, after digesting the unexpected news, Oliver looked at Su-Wu with a complicated expression. Take back what you just said, you can go in. But there is one condition. I know. Throwing the items that he had prepared in advance in his hand, Ma Wu, who had long anticipated this situation, said slowly. A high-quality source of ice attribute law should be enough. Sure enough. After carefully examining the source of this law, Oliver took out a golden scale and handed it to Su-Wu. Take it, this is the token of pass. As long as you don't make trouble, then you can enter and leave the Dragon God realm at will, and there is no time limit for staying. Of course, some special areas cannot be entered even if you have a token. Don't worry, I have counted these special areas. 35. 0.1. Putting the scales in his chest pocket, Su-Wu flew past Oliver with Kang Yu. Don't be lazy and sleep any more today, the Bright God Realm will send someone over. Remember not to tell them that someone has been here. Bright God Realm? Looking at Su-Wu's retreating back, Oliver fell into doubt. Isn't that organization full of birdmen fighting recently? Why did they come to their Dragon God Realm? But now that the man who has received the attention of Lord Elsa has said so, he should pay more attention. As the guardian dragon of the Dragon God Realm, it also represents the image of the Dragon God Realm in a sense. Forget about Ma Wu, it would be a bit embarrassing for him to sleep soundly again when the people from the Bright God Realm came over. Thinking of this, Oliver, who had retransformed back to the dragon form, straightened his back and silently looked in the direction of the Bright God Realm. It just happened that I slept for a long time recently, so I should be a little more diligent these days. He, Oliver, is super majestic. Chapter 247, All dermas are like dream bubbles. Dragon God Realm. The residence of the Golden Dragon King. Looking at the two figures flying into the distance in the sky, Fafnir, with long golden hair, turned around and looked behind her. Lord Elsa, is it really okay to just let the two outsiders in? Any questions? The crimson eyes blinked twice, and Elsa, who was sitting by the side drinking tea, asked curiously. This is the Dragon God Realm, are you worried that someone will make trouble under your nose? If it is someone else, I can naturally guarantee that there will be no accidents. As one of the 10 Dragon Kings of the Dragon God Realm, Fafnir, who ranks among the most powerful even among the Dragon Kings, is naturally very powerful. In normal times, she even confidently said that even if Michael was let in, the other party would not dare to cause trouble. 1. Those two are different. If I remember correctly, that man named Mahu is the Lord Elsa-sama you mentioned a while ago. If you can specifically mention it, the other party is obviously not a simple existence. Besides that, the woman beside him is also very strange. It's obviously just an intermediate god, but it can bring me an indescribable threat. Withdrawing her own perception, Fafnir's expression gradually became serious. I personally think that it was a wrong decision for you to put these two people in at the critical time when the recovery day is approaching on the 23rd. If they really do something that affects Lord Winnie's recovery, then our preparations over the years will. Fafnir, don't be too nervous. As the Dragon King of the Dragon God Realm, you must remain absolutely calm at all times. 99. I don't think I can calm down when it comes to Lord Winnie's reply. If you really can't calm down, I'll help you. 99. Putting down the teacup in her hand, a helpless smile appeared on Elsa's face. You can calm down if you sleep. 35. That's not necessary. Fafnir, who did not expect to receive such a response, was stunned, and the corners of her eyes twitched. Letting her sleep at such a time is really at a loss for what the other party said. In other words, the person who said this was Elsa, and if it was another person, she would definitely help the other person to sleep physically. I want to hear a reason from you. Suppressing the fluctuating emotions in her heart, Fafnir continued to speak. Lord Elsa, you are a serious person, why did you let them in? It's not a decision you would make by any means. The reason is simple. Looking into the distance and seeming to sense something, Mawu who was waving at her, Elsa slowly revealed the truth. Your strength is not enough to stop them from entering. Are you kidding me? Just kidding. Lifting her ears, the bright flame-like hair, Elsa's mouth showed a smile. Let you stop the other party alone, that's not a joke. If all of you Dragon Kings go together, there may be a chance of success. 66. Fafnir, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, was stunned, and the expression on her face immediately stiffened. Looking at Elsa, who was smiling, she fell silent after confirming that the other party had not changed her words. Dragon King, this is a very special title. Just like the Archangel of the Bright God Realm, only the giant dragons who have comprehended the way of the Lord God can obtain this title. In the current Dragon God Realm, including her, the Golden Dragon King, there are a total of 10 Dragon Kings. In other words, in Elsa's view, at least 10 top-level gods who have understood the way of the Lord God must be able to involve the two Mahu who just entered in the head-to-head confrontation. What this means is self-evident. The fluctuation of promotion to the main god should theoretically be impossible to cover up. Fafnir guessed with some trepidation, did the opponent go to chaos to advance in order to break through? To be honest, it would be better to advance in the void. Although it may be hindered, but the big boss with void consciousness looks at it, and other main gods dare not do it directly. Under the small fight, the speed of promotion may be a little slower, but the victory is stable. Compared with this, there are too many variables to complete a breakthrough in chaos. Although there are not many chaotic creatures and evil gods with main god level strength, they are definitely not few. In case the volatility of the breakthrough attracts the opponent. She didn't break through in chaos. Just when Fafnir was puzzled, Elsa's voice came again. Even though it's the first time I've seen it, I'm sure of one thing. The blue-haired woman is the same type of existence as Orpheus. The infinite dragon god Orpheus. Fafnir is no stranger to this name. Because not long ago, when Elsa accepted her invitation to come to the dragon god realm, and asked her to help send someone to find a lord named Mahu. The name Orpheus was also mentioned by Elsa along the way. It was also in that conversation that Fafnir learned many secrets that she had not heard before. For example, the existence of past epics has not completely disappeared. At least a main god-level powerhouse like the infinite dragon god Orpheus has successfully survived the mystery of the era's disappearance and survived to this day. Only. According to Elsa, even if a being like Orpheus survived, it should not appear in the current era. Elsa didn't say why. But one thing is for sure, allowing this level of existence to act at will bring about many variables that should not have occurred. For example, like their dragon god realm is currently. I don't want to let the other party come in, but I have no ability to stop it. Now you see why I want 500 to let them in. 99. Understood. Fafnir nodded with a complicated expression. According to Elsa's practice, they are still making money. If you refuse to enter, the other party will definitely find a way to sneak in. This is undoubtedly the worst situation. Compared with this situation, it is better to agree to the other party to enter this option. Not only did they get a ticket money, but they also let Mawu and the two put the trajectory of their actions on the bright side. If the other party really has any bad intentions, she will be able to find out at the first time. But that's not enough. The opponent's strength is so strong, it is difficult to guarantee that there will be no means to make trouble under her nose. Thinking of this, Fafnir sighed helplessly. As the Dragon King of the Dragon God realm, she really never thought that the Dragon God realm would encounter such a situation one day. Should it be said that it is a void full of variables, it really can always bring unexpected surprises to her. Don't panic, Fafnir. As if guessing what the other party was thinking, Elsa said calmly. You shouldn't have forgotten my ability. As long as I am there, the other party cannot make small moves. 35. Then I'll trouble you, Lord Elsa. Everything has something to do, like a dream bubble. If even this dream dragon can't look down on the other party, then she really has no other way. Chapter 248 Winnie, the Master of the Dragon God Realm. Suwu naturally knew that he was being watched. However, he didn't care about it either. After all, this result was his own choice. Option 1, according to the coordinates given in the remarks, sneak into the Dragon God realm without everyone noticing. Option 2, openly contact the Guardian of the Dragon God realm, and pay a certain reward to get a token from the other party to enter the Dragon God realm. Note 1, entering the Dragon God realm through option 1 will not be subject to any restrictions, but after being discovered, it will enter a hostile state with the Dragon God realm and cause the enmity of the Dream Dragon Elsa. Note 2, entering the Dragon God realm through option 2 will be monitored by Elsa, the Dream Dragon, but will not be subject to any restrictions before approaching the Dragon Mystery Realm. Remark 3, since you are very effective in taking care of Orpheus, Elsa, the Fantasy Dragon, is currently friendly towards you. Fantasy Dragon. This name was read countless times in textbooks long before Ma Wu passed through the cross-border gate and became a lord. The overlord of the eastern side of the void, the maintainer of the void order, the most friendly lord god. As the most active main god in the void, the title of this dream dragon can be said to be too many to count. What's more exaggerated is that this is only spread in the ears of ordinary people. As Ma Wu connected with the void and collected intelligence, more stories about the other side also entered his eyelids. For example, the natural enemy of the evil god and the chaotic creature killer are still good. To be a bit exaggerated, he even said that the other party had beaten Nidhogg, the dragon of the end of the god who was also the main god. Although he didn't know whether this information was true or not, Ma Wu still kept it in his heart. No matter what the real situation is, being able to spread this kind of information can prove the strength of the other side. In fact, before deciding to come to the Dragon God realm for a walk and trigger this option, Suwu did not expect that he would have an intersection with the other party so early. Of course, what he didn't expect was that the Elsa that Orpheus often mentioned disturbing her sleep was actually this famous dream dragon. However, after careful consideration of the causal relationship, Ma Wu was not so surprised by this incident. It has been a few days since Orpheus was recruited. After these days of getting along, he has some understanding of this lowly who likes to be lazy and fish. The aftermath of energy leaking while asleep can destroy small worlds and even affect medium-sized worlds. This was the situation in which Orpheus, whose strength was only suppressed to the level of a superior god, was in before responding to Ma's recruitment. Of course, at this level, it would be impossible to attract Elsa's attention. Although Elsa is a recognized maintainer of order in the void, she is not a nanny. In order to let those seeds with potential grow, she will only choose to intervene when the balance of the general order of the void is endangered, and no one has the ability to solve it. Therefore, Orpheus's situation of creating a restricted area of life in the void for personal reasons usually does not attract her attention. But the problem is that the restricted area of life that Orpheus created by himself is not a restricted area of life in the ordinary sense. It will expand. The longer he slept, the more energy leaked out of Orpheus' body. The more energy is leaked, the larger the scale of the life exclusion zone will be. As long as the time is long enough, the energy leaked by Orpheus with infinite power can even spread to the entire void. Under such circumstances, Elsa naturally wouldn't let Orpheus, the three-nun lowly, sleep peacefully. Of course, Elsa is also a reasonable person. After noticing that Orpheus was not intentionally leaking energy, she did not continue to shoot at the other party, but instead called the other party to wake up every once in a while. However, human patience always has its limits. As the number of times increased, Elsa became a little tired of her job as an alarm clock to wake Orpheus up. Under such circumstances, Mahu, who abducted Orpheus and successfully guarded him through the prompting of the divine choice, naturally gained some of her initial goodwill. The deterrence of King Yu's strength, the natural favorability advantage, and Mawu's behavior of hiding behind the scenes when he was doing things. Under the influence of the three factors, Elsa, who has not noticed that Mawu is a super dangerous person, will naturally not prevent Mawu from entering. Of course, even if she knew about it, it wouldn't matter. As long as a contract is signed, Suwu can still walk in from the main entrance. After all, the purpose of his coming to the Dragon God realm this time was not to make trouble. That's it. Glancing at the coordinates of the divine choice prompt, Mahu, who confirmed that he had reached his destination, turned his head and looked down. The left half is planted with sunflowers that emit dazzling white light, and the right half is planted with light-devouring grasses that devour all light. Just like heaven and hell, it brings a violent impact on the outsider's sight. This is not a description, but a real shock. After silently feeling the two forces acting on his eyes for a few seconds, Mawu came to a conclusion. As long as they stare at this scene for a longer time, even ordinary lower-level gods will be affected and lose their eyesight. Of course, ordinary lower-level gods wouldn't come here either. After all, this is the residence of one of the 10 Dragon Kings of the Dragon God realm, the Light and Dark Dragon King Nicola. Suwu, found it. King Yu's voice came from the side. She is in the middle of the line between the two plants. Also, she has noticed us. It's good to notice. Landing from the sky to the ground, the general took out the token he had previously obtained. Although conflicts may arise later, the surface work is still to be done. Glancing at the options in the corner of his sight, Mawu stepped forward and walked towards the direction King Yu pointed. Option 1, talk to Elsa, the fantasy dragon, and you will get Elsa's commission and the reward of the dragon god Winnie. Option 2, talk to Nicola, the dragon king of light and darkness, and show her own strength. You can help the opponent to become the inner responder of the light god realm and get the qualification to enter the dragon mystery realm exhausted. Option 3, talk to the golden dragon king Fafnir and complete the other party's commission. You can get the qualification to enter the dragon mystery realm. Note 1, when you choose an option other than option 1, as long as you ask others for the qualification to enter the dragon mystery realm, you will inevitably be approached by Elsa, the dream dragon, and entrusted. Note 2, Winnie is the master of the Dragon God realm and one of the richest people in the void. Note 3, Winnie's current state is dead, and will complete the rebirth after the end of the Day of Recovery. The 249th chapter House Dragon Nicola, Suwu's request. Although the title is Dragon King of Light and Darkness, the territory is also in line with this title from the outside. But when he really stepped on the ground and walked deeper into the territory, Suwu noticed that many other types of plants were also planted in this area. The bluebell flower that produces water element spar, the magic flower that purifies the air and purifies the magic, the psychedelic flower that pollen has hallucinogenic effect. A variety of rare plants are planted on the nearby ground in an orderly manner. Not only did not destroy the overall tone created by the sunflower and the light-devouring grass, but brought a strange aesthetic feeling. Of course, this beauty is also dangerous. After looking at the scenery around the circle, Mawu, who had a better understanding of the temperament of the Light and Dark Dragon King, put up a mental barrier and continued to walk deeper. Quite a while. After the surrounding environmental factors could have a certain impact on the intermediate gods, Suwu finally crossed this long passage and came to a flat grass. Meeting for the first time, Light and Dark Dragon King Nicola. Looking at the giant dragon with a height of more than 10 meters and exuding terrifying pressure not far away, Mawu stepped forward and walked up to it. You can call me Mahu, a lord with a 7th level territory. 39. 7th grade? Her gaze paused on the golden scales on Silwoo's body, and a doubtful look flashed in Nicola's eyes. A mere 7th level lord was able to get Fafna's approval to get a token from her? 503. It is too strange to get the token at the time when the day of recovery is approaching. Not at all like what Fafna would do. But, recalling the non-stop look and greeting when the other party walked into her territory just now, Nicola temporarily suppressed this doubt. The other party didn't inadvertently broke in, but came to find her specifically. If that's the case, let's see what the other party wants to do first. Speak your mind, stranger. Do you want to trade with me for some rare spiritual plant seeds, or do you want to ask me to help deal with some troublesome enemy? Neither. I hope you can help me as an inner responder. Seeing that Nicole went straight to the topic, Silwoo didn't delay, and directly talked about his purpose. 4 days later, the Archangel Gabriel of the Bright God Realm will personally come to the Dragon God Realm to ask you to come out of the mountain after he has dealt with the things in his hands. 35. At that time, I hope you can agree to his request, and act as the person I placed in the Bright God Realm to help me act. That's about it. Do you have any questions? Dab. Looking at the smiling man in front of her, Nicola suddenly fell into silence. Have a question? That's too much. Just thinking about it, there are double-digit questions to ask. But before asking those questions, Nicola felt that it was better to ask the most important questions first. Why did the Bright God Realm ask me for help? After the Dragon God Realm entered a closed state, those rare social activities related to the outside world were all in charge of the Golden Dragon King Fafna. And Nicola, who is a house dragon herself and has no habit of collecting intelligence, has been living a life of isolation in the true sense. Sleep, eat, practice, and occasionally plant flowers and plants to decorate your territory. This is the whole routine of Nicola. For example, the death of Archangel Raphael, the full-scale war between the Light God Realm and the Dark God Realm has spread all over the void, and Nicola has never even heard of it. In this situation, even if she wanted to answer Mawu's question seriously, she couldn't do it. After all, she didn't even know the background of the question, so how could she come up with the answer? On the other hand, after hearing Nicola's question, Mawu quickly realized what kind of state the other party was in now. However, Mawu, who had long anticipated this situation, was not in a hurry. After taking a second to organize the language, he began to slowly state the current situation of the Light God Realm and the Dark God Realm. That's all there is to it. After a while, after finishing all the information on the bright side, Silwoo and Nicola's penetrating vertical pupils looked at each other. If you don't believe my one-sided words, you can go to the Golden Dragon King's side. It's not necessary. Nicola, who knew what Mahu wanted to say, interrupted. I can sense that you're hiding something important, but that doesn't matter anymore. As long as I can confirm the overall situation, I can already give a reply. 55. So what's your answer? Of course I refuse. Nicola replied calmly. As far as the main god level forces are concerned, a momentary disadvantage has no effect at all. If the defeat of the Bright God Realm has become a foregone conclusion, and my actions are only to speed up the coming of this ending, then I may consider agreeing to your request. But according to your description, the current situation of the Bright God Realm is still very good. Archangel class combat power was killed. This kind of thing happens to an ordinary large-scale force, and the other party is likely to collapse on the spot. But for a major god-level force like the Bright God Realm, this loss is equivalent to an ordinary person breaking an arm bone. It takes a lot of time to recuperate and recover, and it may leave sequelae, but it is not fatal. Under such circumstances, Nicola naturally would not agree to Mawu's request. Do introspection. It's easy to say, but it can be troublesome to do. A person who does not do a good job of exposing his identity will face the siege of several opponents of the same level. Even if she was able to escape by chance, it would definitely leave her with no small sequelae. Compared with this, it is obviously better to agree to the requirements of the Bright God realm. At the same time as receiving a large sum of money, it is enough to make a statement, and then move your body a little when the Dark God realm calls. Just don't take it too easy. Leave, Lord Mahu. Looking at the man in front of her, Nicola, who quietly firmed her mind, said, I will not agree to your request. But you can rest assured. Since you can obtain Fafnir's token, it means that you are a friend of the Dragon God realm. I will not disclose your information to the Bright God realm. 35. Don't be in a hurry to rush people. Ma Wu, who had long expected this answer, was not disappointed. After signaling to Kang Yu who was beside him that he could start performing, he slowly opened his mouth and said, How about we have a fight before rejecting it? If I lose, I will give you 20 high-quality sources of law as a reward, and leave. If I win, listen to my offer and reconsider your answer. How? Chapter 250 Nicola's Strength, Aurora / Fight? Looking at Ma Wu who said this request without changing his face, Nicola's eyes flashed a thoughtful look. This was somewhat unexpected to her. However, when he thought of Ma Wu's original request, the other party's proposal seemed reasonable. Dragons are a powerful race. When encountering a controversial issue on weekdays, it is either to use fists to make the other party agree with one's own point of view, or to solve the root cause of the problem by fisting. Of course, this kind of physical means of solving problems generally only occurs when the Dragon Clan resolves disputes within the Dragon Clan or when the Dragon Clan resolves the enemy externally. It was the first time even Nicola had experienced a situation like Ma Wu suggested a fight after being rejected. But it is not impossible. It's just that she's been staying at home a bit long. Being able to move your body and earn extra money at the same time is naturally not to be missed. I agree to your proposal. But you can't fight here, or you will be stopped by Fafnir and the others. Standing up from the ground, Nicola's surroundings suddenly rose with a strong power of space. Come and fight in my secret realm, it's more convenient there. Are you sure? Su Wu opened his mouth and reminded. The secret realm in the conventional sense cannot be compared with the top world like Dragon God realm in terms of endurance. If you fight in the secret realm, there is a high probability that the secret realm will be permanently damaged or even destroyed. If that happens, then you have to come to my secret realm to fight. 35. It's a small problem to lose a secret realm, and it's just a waste of energy to get another one later. But if it had any impact on the Dragon God realm and spread to the Dragon Mysterious realm, that would be a big problem. If you two want to fight me, just follow up. 35. Controlling the power of space to condense a huge portal beside her, Nicola took the lead and walked in. I'll wait for you inside. I'll leave it to you, Kang Yu. Su Wu looked at the girl beside him. Try not to attract the attention of the void consciousness. 99. Light and dark secrets. It's really you. Looking at Kang Yu who walked in through the portal, Nicola's eyes flashed a clear look. It's a pity, I really want to fight that lord called Mahu. Ma Wu is not suitable to take action now. Glancing at the surrounding environment, Kang Yu looked at the giant dragon in front of her calmly. Is there anything else you need to do to prepare? Shouldn't I ask you that? This is the secret realm of light and darkness, her realm. As the master here, even if she does not open the authority of the master of the secret realm to gain the blessing of strength, she can still gain the advantage of the venue. Compared with her, Kang Yu, who is an outsider, not only cannot gain the advantage of the venue, but will also be suppressed by strength. With one increase and one decrease, she had the upper hand before the battle began. Under such circumstances, Kang Yu also asked her if she needed to be prepared. A little too strange. I'm not a cheeky dragon, though I've played a little trick to win. That lord named Mao is so confident, he must have prepared some cards for you 5. I'll give you time to recharge, and you can call at any time if you're ready. I understand. Kang Yu nodded. Such things as trump cards naturally do not exist. There was only one source of Su Wu's confidence from the very beginning. That is in terms of hard power, she can crush the opponent. So. Boom. Do you want to continue? Looking at Nicola lying on the ground not far away, Kang Yu slowly retracted her white palm and asked calmly. Ma Wu said that in this battle, we will try our best to meet all your requirements until you are overwhelmed. What happened? Shaking her confused head, Nicole pulled the entire dragon into confusion. She just saw a blue figure flashing before her eyes, and then her entire dragon flew out like this. I see, I may understand why the lord named Mao is confident. Getting up from the pit, Nicola, who seemed to understand something, gradually became excited. This strength and speed, even I didn't react immediately, it's really amazing. But just like this, you can't completely defeat me. Flowers 0. The entire light and dark secret realm began to shake violently. After realizing that Kang Yu's strength was beyond imagination, Nicola activated her trump card without hesitation. The power of light and the power of darkness converged from all directions. Under the blessing of this huge force, Nicole, who regained her confidence, opened her jaw. Boom! The dragon breath formed by the interweaving of white and black shot out from Nicola's mouth and came to Kang Yu in an instant. Facing this scene, the blue-haired girl rarely frowned. It's not that the opponent's attack is a little tricky. But she suddenly noticed that Nicola, who had the blessing of the venue, might be more resistant to beatings than she thought. Looks like it's going to be a little harder. Point 0. Bang! After swatting the dragon's breath into the sky like a fly, Kang Yu's figure disappeared in place. Good come. It's different from the state that was a little careless just now. This time, after fully concentrating her energy, Nicola successfully captured Kang Yu's movement trajectory. Aurora Slash. After compressing the endless power of light on the sharp dragon claws, Nicola shot towards Kang Yu without hesitation. Click click click. Before the attack was over, the vision started. In front of this claw that can cut all things, the solid space barrier is scratched like thin paper. The turbulent flow in the space spewed out from the 5 dark cracks, and rushed towards Kang Yu following Nicola's dragon claws. Light, space, and absolute power. This is Nicola's favorite melee move, Aurora Slash. In the past, when the Dragon God realm was not yet closed, she even killed many powerful old-fashioned superior gods in seconds with this move. It can be said to be a real killer move. The use of this level of attack at the very beginning of the battle is enough to show that Nicola attaches great importance to Kang Yu. However, facing Nicola's attention, Kang Yu did not feel the slightest pressure. I saw that she raised her right fist unhurriedly to meet him without making any preparations. Boom! An earth-shattering collision sounded. Under this blow, the entire secret realm of light and dark began to shake violently. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.